pull your gun, finger trigger. Pull your gun, finger trigger. Pull your gun, finger trigger. It's a bad man signal, give a sign. Pull your gun, finger trigger. Me a the burning fire and natural born killer. When me bust into flame, watch out some might sting ya. So turn it, I am make the bad boy bigger. When they come around, we all over them. Listen to the word and they fire your cuts in the middle. When the aim sketch, I put up your gun fingers. Return all of the fire, it's a bad man signal, give a sign. I pull your gun finger trigger. Gun finger trigger. Gun finger trigger. Gun finger trigger. Return all of the fire, it's a bad man signal, give a sign. I pull your gun finger trigger. Your gun finger trigger. Pull your gun finger trigger. It's a bad man signal, give a sign. Pull your gun finger trigger. bombs, yes. I drop bombs, yes. Now let me see you go off like a bomb. Bombs.
Have lost you, get to thinking why we used to be so high in life. Without you, I don't feel alive. So I'll just keep on being higher than the sky. Tell me, are you there for me even when I try? Keep on being high. Without you, keep on being high. Without you, keep on being high. I know that you're feeling forsaken, mistaken, wish you were another man. I remember feeling awakened, mistaken, if you thought I'm in that place where you want me to be. But I don't want you back. So it's easy to see when I'm high all the time. 'Cause I have lost you, get to thinking why we used to be so high on life. Without you, I don't feel alive. So I just keep on being higher than the sky. Tell me, are you there for me even when I try? Keep on being high. Without you, keep on being high. Without you, keep on being high. I know that you're feeling forsaken, mistaken, wish you were another man. I remember feeling awakened, mistaken, if you thought I'm in that place where you want me to be. But I don't want you back. So it's easy to see when I'm high all the time. 'Cause I have lost you, get to thinking why we used to be so high on life. Without you, I
power with eyes that can see it all. Cameras to capture your image at City Hall. Realize they listen whenever you make a call. If you want a revolution, I'll really give it to y'all. Right, there's the army that bands against bands of dead presidents, determining life of mankind of cancerous. How we breathe vapors, green colors bleeding in streets for cheap paper. Assemble the masses, mental plastic compound, realign when the shit gets drastic. Lit the veil when the systems are masked. It's just another pyramid scheme of government racket. Down with the power with Charles Jurassic. Nation T-Rex with covert tactics. Rise from the ashes, take back the atlas.
Bring the madness.
Bring the madness. There's a pyramid of power with eyes that can see it all. The cameras to capture your image at City Hall. Realize they listen whenever you make a call. If you want a revolution, I'll really give it to you.
Bring this the army that bands against bands of dead presidents, determining life of mankind of cancerous. How we breathe vapors, green colors bleeding in streets for cheap paper.
Assemble the masses, melt the plastic compound, realign when the shit gets drastic. Lit the veil when the systems are masked. It's just another pyramid scheme of government racket. Down with the power with Charles Jurassic. Nation T-Rex with covert tactics. Rise from the ashes, take back the atlas.
Bring the madness. Bring the madness. Bring the madness.
Bring the madness.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to NODWIN's Valorant Conquerors Championship. These are the grand final playoffs, and this is the day 2. And of course, with our grooming partners, Gillette, we're here to entertain you guys with the day 2. We're pretty much going to be kicking things off with an insane matchup, CA. Overall, how you feeling? Day 1 was a pretty high-octane day. Day 2, what are your expectations?
Exactly that, but even more so because today we get to see the return of the Val Clasico. Today we get to see the Big E's face off in Enigma and Exploit, both of the winners matches, as we get to see two teams secure their spot in the finals weekend. It's high stakes and therefore high octane is what we expect, Necro.
Yeah, exactly. High stakes. Pretty much some of the best teams over here today. We're also going to be covering the lower brackets, which is the elimination brackets, as some people would like to call it. And we have teams like Enigma and Exploit as well going against each other. I do understand a lot of eyes are on the Val Clasico, but we cannot really underestimate a team like Exploit. I do understand they still don't really have that much knowing compared to Enigma, VLT, and Global Esports, but still Exploit is one of those teams that has a lot of capability. They can also take down a team like Enigma without a doubt, so they cannot be underestimated. Without wasting any more time, let's just take a look at the tournament explanation. If some of you guys are new over here, we had 2 slots from India, 2 slots from Wildcard, and then pretty much the rest of the region had only 1 slots in the grand final playoffs of the VCC, and then from the grand final of the VCC, only 2 teams will be moving in forward, and that's quite a lot in itself. And we also have a humongous prize pool, $30,000 on the line, CA.
Yeah, exactly. A huge motivation for all of these teams to try and secure themselves a chunk of that prize pool. You make it to the top four, you're
Yeah.
guaranteed at least a little bit of that. And four teams today are battling for that. As you said,
Yeah.
first up is going to be Team Enigma versus Team Exploit. And then going up next is going to be Global Esports and Velocity Gaming,
Yeah.
the return of that Valorant Clasico. But as I was talking about, you make it to that top four, you've guaranteed yourself at least $3,000. So that itself is one motivation for these teams to try and find the victory today.
Yeah, exactly. That itself can be a huge motivation, but still, I mean, hey, if you're fighting over here, you might as well try and give it your best. You might as well try and aim for the first and second place, which is, again, not every single team can be on first and second place, of course, so it's going to be really tough to get your hands on that. But the price will have $30,000. It's equally distributed, or not equally, pretty much. It does descend down from first to second and third, but the MVP of the tournament gets $1,500 right in his pocket. And we have seen a lot of players are capable in that in that run, and it's really hard for us to pretty much just point out one player that's going to be probably the MVP of the tournament.
Yeah, exactly. It's very hard to point out one specific player, but I think we're going to see four players really step up today and try to make their mark in that regard. So let's have a look at the brackets, the matches we've been hyping up. We'll get to see the way they have actually made their journey to here. Enigma 2-0'd Khumbu Esports to get to the winner's match, and God Particles were 2-0'd by Team Exploit. So Enigma versus Team Exploit, and I think both of the teams won that 2-0 once again, but it's easier said than done.
Yeah, exactly. Easier said than done. And I honestly feel like all the matches today have to be 2-1. I don't really know how things are going to be looking like between God Particles and Khumbu, but I honestly feel like all the matches today have to be like a neck-and-neck competition without a doubt. So as we do know, from Group B, we're going to be having the Val Clasico coming through. It's going to be VLT versus Global Esports, which, if I'm not wrong, that's going to be the second best-of-3 series of the day.
Yeah, VLT versus Global Esports are going to be our second best-of-3 series. And to add on to that, Necro, besides all of these amazing matches, we also have the Anthem coming at some point today. So today is going to be absolutely freaking lit in every single way. We've got some amazing matches. We've got some amazing music and video lined up. So make sure you guys stay tuned for the entire broadcast today, and make sure you subscribe because there's so many things coming.
Exactly. Today has to be the day of happiness, if I'd like to call it, because today is intense match for sure. So I do understand a lot of, difference between the opinions, between the predictions over here, ladies and gentlemen. Johnny went with 2-0 Enigma, CA went with 2-0 Enigma as well. But Phoenix and I went with 2-1 Exploit. So, again, why we went there, as I mentioned.
2-1 Enigma if Shooter was playing.
Well,
But
Shooter's
we got
not?
information. Shooter is not playing today, so they are going to be playing with the substitute, and I definitely am not trying to take anything away from the substitute himself. I'm sure he will do a phenomenal job, but replacing someone of the caliber of Shooter, well, that's not an easy task whatsoever. Those are some big shoes to fill into.
Yeah, man. I don't really know if I'm going to be standing tall with my prediction over there. Honestly, if he's not really playing, then I'm going with 2-0 Enigma as well. I want to change my predictions. I want to go with 2-0 Enigma because, again, Shooter is a man that has a lot of capability, and we've seen this man perform so well itself. Like, sometimes he can be the playmaker, sometimes he can also be the clutch master. But moving it forward, the viewer rewards, of course, for all of you guys, exclusive merchandise. All you guys need to do to win is make sure you guys subscribe to the YouTube channel. Go ahead on your social media accounts and make a post saying hashtag VCC and also tag at NODWIN Gaming in that post, and you guys will be eligible for the giveaway.
Yeah, exactly. And get creative with it. I think we've got a lot of possible content, especially with the Anthem releasing today. There's going to be some cool challenges here and there, so you can get more creative with your posts. And if you do, you can tag us as well. Let us take a look at your creativity and be like, yo, see, in your necro, like, hey, this is what we got.
Yeah.
And I'm always appreciative of the talent our users bring for themselves. So I like to see that happen.
I mean, of course, we like some unique abilities from even from our viewers and even from our overall viewers, yeah, of course. But moving it forward, the map selection is in front of you guys, and Enigma banning out Breeze, and then instantly Exploit bans out Heaven, then Enigma picking a bind quickly, and then Ascent is the second map that we're going to be playing on, but the decider is going to be on Icebox. Now, Enigma has been a really good team on the map of Icebox. I don't really know why Icebox is the decider here, CA.
I mean, I think it has a lot to do with the ban system that Enigma has adopted throughout this grand final playoffs, right? They're one of the few teams that is not going for comfort bans, they're going for target bans. So even though Enigma is actually quite strong on the map of Breeze, they go for the map ban of Breeze, acknowledging that it's one of the most comfortable maps for Exploit as a whole. I think moving into the second part of the ban system, you can see Split, again, one of the strongest maps of Exploit as a whole. Enigma just taking away the strong maps of Exploit. They're like, hey, our map pool is strong throughout. We're going to deny you those strong opportunities and leave away the maps we think you might not be as strong at.
I mean, again, Exploit again is one of those teams. We've talked about how HSB is kind of like a man, the IGL himself. He's a brilliant player, don't get me wrong. Antidote as well, on the other hand, he has been doing a really good job IGLing the team, but still, this is where experience really does come into play, CA. And if you talk about experience, I feel like HSB has been ruling the charts of experience. He has been IGLing this team quite phenomenally. He has been one of those players we know. He plays the mental warfare, he plays the psychological warfare, so he pretty much is one of those players that is going to get into your head and try to make you overthink.
I mean, yes, he's definitely going to do that. But on the other hand, you've got players like Antidote who've been through ups and downs. He's been through on multiple esports titles, been through the thickest of journeys and the thinnest of journeys where he's had to go through such hardships. But more than that, even to add on to that, that overthinking you're talking about is going to be controlled by YB. He's going to make sure that the team stays on a strong note, make sure that they don't fall prey to HSB's traps and HSB's tendencies. And I think that's why I personally have gone for the Enigma prediction. I think YB's ability to make sure that the team stays focused, that's going to be a key part of today's series.
Exactly. Today is where the abilities are truly going to be put to test. But let's take a look at the agent select, and without wasting any more time, let's just straight up jump inside it. So we're seeing the chamber being pulled out, and it seems like it's the substitute from the side of Team Exploit who's going to be opting out to play the chamber.
Yeah, exactly. It's going to be Zaryab, who is replacing Shooter right here, playing that chamber. I'm excited to see him in action and see how this series does unfold, because you can see on the other side, it's that double duelist playstyle that Enigma like to go for. So it is a bit of a change in defaults for Exploit, in the sense that normally it would be Shooter playing the Jet and they'd be playing mirror compositions against Enigma. But with this chamber, they get a lot more options in terms of flank watch on the attack and in terms of anchoring down a site, or even getting proactive with that chamber, going for the aggressive peaks, knowing you can rendezvous on back. So the chamber does give you a ton of options, but for a substitute player to come into a high stakes matchup like this, I'm sure Enigma is sure to exploit that little loophole that Exploit have presented to them. So we're going to have to see if Exploit can really step up to the mark and prove that they are a true six-man roster.
And I honestly feel like he has played a really safe card over here, the substitute coming in, because he knows he isn't going to be able to play any kind of like the tactical players, because it will require him quite a lot of communication. And just because him being a substitute, he knows the communication skill that he will have with the team is not going to be up to the mark. So now he's pretty much trying to play for some aim duels at the same time, trying to support his team with a little bit of utilities, trying to catch some flanks off guard here and there. So I feel like the chamber pick has to be kind of like a safe card pulled out from his side. But again, as you mentioned, a lot of loopholes will be given to Enigma Gaming to try and exploit.
Yeah, definitely. And I think, again, another reason the chamber can be so good for that player, as you said, of course, it brings about an ease of access for him to show his best performance, but at the same time, doesn't change up the team's default much. Most of the defaults the Jet plays in, the chamber can too. He can get as aggressive with the Jet. He can op with the Jet and op like the Jet does. So I think in that way, the chamber very easily fits into the existing defaults of Team Exploit. Make sure that the rest of the team doesn't have to necessarily change everything to account for the lack of Shooter in this lineup. Immediately, we're going to see Exploit on the defense, Enigma Gaming on the attack, and let's get it started. I'm sure this game is bound to be a bang.
Oh yeah, indeed. This is going to be a banger for sure. But still, as you mentioned, Shooter not really playing in here kind of makes me a little worried for Team Exploit. But still, we never know. Maybe Zaryab, he is the substitute coming in, so maybe they have had a decent amount of practice even with this man. We still haven't really seen him in action too. maybe he's going to be performing pretty much phenomenally, and maybe he's going to be able to fill the shoes of Shooter. You never know what's going to happen. But you're over here kicking things off with the pistol round, and it's Xkelly opening the fray up. 2 quick kills on the board, and it seems like now the pistol round is looking pretty easy for the side of Enigma. He's just steamrolling it through. Solo Man pretty much getting the site control in his hands. He's a man on the mission, and he wants to win the first round for his team. 3 kills already on the board for Xkelly. He's out for blood, he smells it. But the HP is a factor that's holding him back. 16 HP to work off of with HSP and Soul still alive in the game.
And you can see Rofio's like, bro, Xkelly, leave some for me. Twice the tail when it's just like find a couple of frags for himself. But instead it's Anti picking
nice
up
shot.
one. Hold on though, the Hunter is here. HSP with a clean shot dart. Getting one, and with a clean shot, another. So now in a 1v3. A nice lineup setup to give him some information on site. He's gonna... With the peak, realize Anti is playing the hookah angle for Anti, holding it down strong. The drone being invested as well. And Anti will be the one picking up that final frag to secure the pistol in the bag for Enigma Gaming. Now we have to say, of course, Xkelly looks like he is absolutely on the air today. He looks like he's gone through the moves and motions of getting his aim ready. But what's especially key for both of these teams is that they're both teams that they're not necessarily teams that get going from the very start. You know, they're teams that take some time, they adapt to the opposition, and that's where their strength lies, in their ability to adapt. So again, I think the bye round and the 3rd to 5th round is going to be key for both of these teams. If they're able to find the win there, then I think they can secure the momentum.
And I honestly feel like Enigma's game plan over here should try and be as aggressive as possible in the first initial rounds and try and gain a decent amount of cushion, because they know the enemy team is playing on a substitute. They're not going to be in their fullest potential to try and stop them. So if Enigma throws a little curveball, it's going to be really hard for Exploit to try and understand what exactly is happening, because of course they are missing out on some of the key players. But that's some nice shots coming through from Rawfield. The man's all quite low, but still King finds that frag. I don't know how is that possible. Now keep this in mind, still it's a 2-on-3, but King's down quite low. If Soul's able to find another frag, that means it'll leave them in a 2-on-2. But I like how Antidote's playing. Antidote's keeping his distance from him.
One enemy remaining to peek out. RVK will be the one clearing out lamps, and Anti might get caught in the astral plane right here, but no. Timing is on his side. He's just gonna hold on. King actually finds a 3k here. This is huge. He's done a significant amount of damage.
He's done a lot,
Should get the comms that RVK is really low right now. So King right here playing exclusively for damage. He has all of his utility necro, so can use the boombot to try and clear out a part of the site, and then go for the nade on lamps, and then maybe just stick it on the basis of that. But he's running out of time. He's got to do it quick, and he's just not gonna get an option. Rexy able to take him out and pick up the Spectre along the way will mean that the damage done to Enigma is somewhat limited. They lose 2 Spectres, so I would say worth it for both of the teams. For Exploit on their eco, 2 Spectres taken down. For Enigma, they now take a 2-0 lead.
Yeah, that was a great shot from Rexy. But again, the HP was a factor. It's quite low too, but King, again, as we mentioned, a decent amount of damage being done. That's going to force them into some broken buys. We're seeing Sheriff being pulled out from Antidote with some half armor to work with. This is where Exploit will have all the advantage in the world. Spectres versus Rifles. 3 players on the B site, as expected. Zarya is already quite low. Not quite low, but yeah, it doesn't really have the full HP to work off of it. But oh, that's not really a great opening that Exploit want to give them. This is not what was really expected, but the trades are happening back and forth, and yep, it's not really worth it. As I mentioned, it was a broken buy for the side of Enigma, and they're still able to do so much damage, so Exploit, they're now being exploited all across the board.
It's Enigma's bonus right here. It doesn't seem like Exploit is going to be able to find the win, because you can see all of Enigma ready to play on the post plants. RVK's position, especially if he has the snake bites left from that exact double box outside hookah, he can go for the snake bites. He's not even going to risk a lineup, just sets up his snake bite in advance. Knows that his teammates have the Vandals as well to play on the recon and the shock dart for the post. Now, with the drone, they've spotted out Rexy, but they don't know the Anti might be here. They're still gonna check the angle, clear out Antidote, but Rexy with the trade, and the time is running out. This round has slipped away from Exploit's hands. Enigma able to pick up the win, and this is why I said the rounds 3 to 5 are especially key. Exploit needed to have realized that on Enigma's bonus, they're not going to stop the aggression. Now you can see in the next round, where Enigma gets the full buys on, they might actually slow down their defaults. They might play on much more backward positions, expecting Exploit to come forward, and that's where Enigma's adaptation seems to be one step ahead of Exploit so far.
And this is where Shooter is clearly missed, CA. I mean, you can clearly see how when Shooter is, how Exploit, they seem a little bit more in sync. It seems like whatever they're doing is really calculated. The man got spotted and close. Rawfield's down low too.
All across the map, this is what I'm talking about. The minute Enigma realize that they have the better buys in the long range, they play slower defaults. They're expecting Exploit to push through, and this is a tendency of Exploit we've noticed in the past, where every single time Exploit is on an eco, they like to push through as a stack, try to go for the trades and pick up the weapons, showing us that Enigma clearly have done their preparation. They're ready for most situations that Exploit can bring to the table.
And honestly, it does make sense. A lot of teams do like to push on their eco buys, or at least on the broken buys, if they have Sheriffs to try and get those aim duels on the board, because it's going to be really hard to hold sides with just Sheriffs, so it does make a lot of sense to actually go for some aggressive plays, but they already have the site control now. 3-on-5 as expected. Enigma should have this round in their hands. Now again, if we want to find out, is it going to be flawless, or is there going to be, again, a fair bit of amount of damage?
Yesterday?
Oh, there we go. Oh, yeah, I do. But this time I feel like it's a little bit more cracked. I'm using the same kind of dot crosser in my compy games as well, and it's working out quite well for me. But then I started missing a couple of shots and I changed it. But I'm going to hold on to that word for now. It's 2-on-4. One man has been taken down, and I honestly feel like Enigma should not give any more bodies away. They should try and hold their ground here. Shaka, all he's trying to do is just deal some damage. Rexy needs to realize that, but Excali from the back, he is going to close in. Rexy's job was just to create some distraction.
And that Ray's voice line just perfectly caps the sentiment that is in the Enigma Gaming bootcamp right now. They are not content with some lower bracket matches. They're not content with the second seed. Get out of here, says Excali, and get out of here is what Enigma is trying to do with Exploit. They were the first team to secure their spot in the grand final playoffs. They now want to become the first team to secure their spot in the finals weekend.
Oh man, Enigma is not a team that you want to face off, especially when you're handicapped big time. Exploit.
That's a star I cannot.
Shooter should have been there. I don't know what exactly were the reasons why Shooter isn't really playing here. But, oh no, unfortunate exams, man. But yeah, Enigma now realizing they've given the man advantage away, and it's also a big man Rawfield falling down. Now it's going to be Excali's job to find the opening on the B site. Set up pretty well.
Small difference between that Jet and Chamber is this time actually Zaryov gets the info that RVK's slow lurk into A shot is actually happening, and this is very reminiscent of the way Enigma used to play Bind. They love going for that A shot default and then slowly walking in together into that lamps area. Zaryov seems to be ready for it, but we'll have to see if he can actually do some damage, because this angle by RVK might catch him off guard, but instead it's Rexy with the discipline on the flank, watching it through, shuts down two players, and the showstopper coming in to guarantee that Shovers is obtained. With Zaryov's rendezvous too, Enigma know they've got the entire site, and they might as well got this round, because the Hunter's Fury available for the post plant. This is effectively impossible for Exploit to retake.
Oh yeah. Does look pretty impossible, but honestly feel like at this point Exploit should not even try to retake this one. They have 3 rifles on the board, but they're still going to give it a try.
They gotta save.
Yeah, they definitely need a save, man, at this point, and they cannot give these frags away. Just try to save. HSB is still going for a peek, though, and they have managed to equalize the man number, but the time's ticking, and they will need to try and beat the timing over here. Rexy, oh no, peeks out. HSB try to check the close right, and Zaryov will fall down too. A lot of angle to check at the same time, and pretty much not going to be successful.
I'm sorry, but that you can see right there, RVK extending his arm out for a fist bump, right? Actually showing off a bit. So after yesterday's interview, I added RVK on Twitter. I'm like, RVK, why you not give fist bumps to Anti, bro? And RVK is like, no, it's Anti who usually doesn't give fist bumps to me. That's why I forgot in the moment. And you can see that happen. So Anti, I called sus on you. RVK had his arm extended. Anti was late to the fist bump. But hey, they made it happen.
Oh,
That's
no.
what is key. Fist bumps are key. Because right now, it is just a fist bump to exploit face. 5-0 on the mark for Enigma, and they are punching and making the punching bag out of exploit. They are exploiting every single tendency that this team has found success with. Again, that beef long push coming in. Anti was ready for it, was not able to actually find the kill, but a significant amount of damage done. HSB taken down very, very low.
Taken down really low, but oh, Excali forgetting to check the close left. I feel like he should have just utilized his paint shells because he was all by himself. Trying to clear out the hookah area. But the trade's on the board, and that's all going to matter. With that trade, they also get the entry on the B site. Soul's trapped in the hookah, and this is a huge TP coming through, and that's what Rexy exactly does. Rexy has the spike in hand, and now he's going to rotate all the way back in the A. Zaryab is the only man available in Heaven, and he's not going to be that big of a deal to deal with. But oh no, if he finds frag like those, then yeah, then of course it's going to be a big of a deal. But RVK, that's not going to flinch him even a little bit. He's still
and you can
out.
see the plant necro with the Viper Spit as well set up. The plant is for antidote, so they're going to play fully on that post plant. Rexy as well leaving the Viper Spit, letting RVK be the distraction so he can play on the Hunter's Fury. Again, pristine discipline from Enigma Gaming, acknowledging what utility they have and playing around that for the round win.
RVK, just going to let them flood in. He does realize all he needs to do is just hold his ground down while his teammates are there in the back to cover him. There we go. They're just going to flood in. Rexy's crossing. Rexy is cracked today for sure, but this time he will be shut down too. RVK single-handedly is going to shut them both down with a 3K to close the round off.
And it seems like Enigma are in a rush right now. They are on an absolute tear. There are no loopholes I can find with the way they're playing, because usually I end up at least finding a small teensy tiny point that I can nitpick and be like, hey, this team could do this differently. But in every single way, Enigma is on point. So much so that because of the minimap itself, I can try and predict what they're going to do next, because they're always playing the GTO way, the optimal playstyle coming through from Enigma. Like that simple idea, Antidote acknowledging that, hey, I've made a lot of noise on B. I'm going to try to establish a lurk, which means they're going to inherently try to pressure me and try to cut me out, which means there is going to be a TP most likely coming out. Gives the call to his team, wait, hold on. If they don't TP in the next 10-15 seconds, then maybe we can go for B. But if they do TP, then it's a free A site for us.
Free A site and technical timeout. I mean, not technical, tactical timeout from Team Exploit. They really need this to get a little bit of breather in, and also to try and figure out how to stop the momentum that Enigma has built. 6-0 is a huge cushion that Enigma has. And for Team Exploit to make a comeback in the first half, they will need back-to-back 6 rounds to at least tie it up. Which seems highly unlikely, but still at least they can, if they can make 9-3, that can be a little bit of hope.
Yeah, a little bit of hope certainly. But right now, all they really need is some momentum back in their hands, because Exploit is not the sort of team that is used to playing from the back foot. They're trying to set up the Viper Spit to shut down B long, but it does open up the floor here for a Cosmic Divide into a rush from the side of Enigma. Zaryab getting caught out with the jump peak, but it's actually him who finds the initial kill. Rendezvous is on back to Zaryab now, looking to make his stamp on this map.
When it comes to the kills, I feel like Zaryab is doing a great job.
Toxin screen down.
Just don't exactly know why Exploit, the rest of the players aren't really able to activate themselves. Hunter's Fury out too to try and clear out showers, and yep, it's quite huge. Shaka shut down, that's the controller out the way. No smokes to blind out the enemy now. And there we go. 3-on-2 situation, Exploit already handicapped big time. Zaryab will need to try and play a huge role. All by himself in the bathrooms.
Enigma have all the information they need. Excali's told them that the Viper was still at B when I left it. They know Zaryab is in showers, so they go for a standard A-shot plant, setting up the Cosmic Divide as well, so that they can play purely on the peaks, because notice Exploit, they haven't got any flashes, which is why this bone dry Cosmic Divide can be so damn strong all of this utility available, and again, a nigh impossible round for Exploit to retake.
Look at the flank from Excali though. He's all flanking all the way from the back, and his flank's gonna be the crucial one too. He's probably gonna find both these kills, just wrap it up at this point. There we go, finds one, finds the second, just tapping on skulls. Excali looking really great. And today, Enigma is looking in form too, and it seems like they're actually able to team exploit pretty well, just because they don't really have their man. And also overall, it seems like Exploit are just not able to get a grip. The IGL himself, HSB, he's not able to figure out what exactly is going on in front of him.
Yeah, it's simply because, again, they're used to playing against teams that have a lot more chaos in their lineups. They're used to really creating chaos if those teams don't even have it. Like, we saw that yesterday against Xeri, where the minute... Sorry, not Xeri. We saw that yesterday in Enigma, Exploit's matchup, where the minute Exploit really started picking up the tempo, you know, the minute they started really letting things flow around, the other team started panicking, and that's when Exploit slowed down. They're the kind of team that likes to be in control of how they want to play, but Enigma's not giving them a single opportunity. So damn disciplined. Excali finds the first pick.
No.
The second is perfect. He just does that on the basis of audio cues.
One enemy remaining.
There we go. Another 2 found from Antidote. Excali, it's fine. Even if you are taken out, I'm going to try to fill your shoes in RVK. Yep. It seems like now at this point, it's just Enigma Gaming smurfing on the lobby and pretty much proving that Team Exploit are nowhere near them when it comes to the skill level. But I do want to see what difference would it be made if Shooter was actually playing too. If this Exploit would have been able to stop the domination of Enigma Gaming, or would it be in the same outcome what it is right now?
That's definitely a big question. I think Shooter is a big reason that Exploit get to be as aggressive as they like to be. The proactivity that he brings to the table, it's not there. Now, don't get me wrong, Zaryev is actually doing a great job trying to take control by himself. Again, on that A-shot default where he has the rendezvous set up for the behind the truck TP. He's trying to move in, but RBK seems to have got his own number. He calls him out on it, pulls it out, and with the showstopper and the nade coming out, Excali looking for a couple. But instead, he gets shot down, and it's King and HSB rallying back. Exploit. Can they pull back at least one round?
And I'm not gonna lie, CA, some of the decisions that Team Exploit is making is kind of surprising me too, because I haven't really seen them make this, like, you know,
random.
Yeah, sometimes it just feels like Exploit aren't even taking the matchup seriously. Like, I don't want to say it, but I mean, yeah, Enigma are playing this flawlessly, don't get me wrong, but still, it feels like Enigma Gaming, I mean, a Team Exploit is just making some of the decisions that I haven't really seen them make in the past, and it's kind of like weird to me, because somewhere down the line, it makes me feel like they're not really taking this serious. They're like, all right, it's fine, we can try and bounce back from the elimination bracket or something, but Rexy's ready for both players. He crosses train, he finds one quick headshot and instantly falls back. He also has 2 shock darts and 1 recon. Now he can try and play off of utilities. Recon can definitely give him a lot of visual info.
I don't think he's going to play on the util lineup. He's just more likely just going to jiggle peek play on the time itself.
He will use the recon
because
though.
Understands, yeah, definitely is going to use the recon, but likely that's what I'm trying to say. He's going to have that smoke set up to go for the ninja, so the recon used to make sure he's not going for the diffuse. Savage is waiting and trying to play on the time. Rexy knowing exactly where the shots are coming from, lines it up, finds a headshot through the boxes, and finds the clutch for Enigma Gaming. Rexy, man, that was a sexy clutch.
Yeah, that was a pretty... But yeah, again, Team Exploit, some questionable decisions from their side, and it just seems like they're not really playing that much, which is, I don't know what the game plan's over here for Exploit. But
I mean,
definitely,
that's the issue, right?
It's quite fishy.
I don't think they have a game plan.
Yeah, they just
that's
don't,
why
yeah.
a lot of it relies on Shooter. They have playmakers who can set up Shooter, but you can see most of the time Zaryev is getting aggressive. It's on his lonesome. They're not playing with Zaryev. They're not really letting him default back into Shooter's position, and Enigma are punishing them in every single way. They just wait for Exploit to push. They find the frags and they go in. It's literally basic fundamental Valorant, and again, Shaka falling prey to the same tendency.
Ooh, Shaka try to be a little aggressive, and Shaka needs to realize you're the controller. HSB, even though he's the final man, he's still gonna go for the retake.
13-0?
Yeah, he's just waiting for the plant to go down, and HSB is more kind of like he's still gonna go for it. He's gonna give it a shot, and these are the exact decisions that I'm talking about, CA. Like, we haven't seen Exploit doing this, right? I mean, it's just me. I do understand he wants to get some exit frags, but the way he was challenging the fight right there is not what I've seen him do.
Yeah, definitely. I 100% agree. I think
Enemy remaining.
Exploit, I mean, we do know them to be more of a high-octane team. You know, when the rounds and the map start slipping away from their hands, I do think they come to this point where there's like, yeah, we can't do anything about this. We just need to try and take back control, which is why they get aggressive. But Enigma, they are very much aware of these tendencies. Like, look, again, their defaults expecting Zaryab to have that push through coming from A short. They're waiting for some sort of action, acknowledging that this is going to be an eco round for Team Exploit. They don't give up too much of their positions. They play on the information denial, and they make Exploit desperate. Because when Exploit gets desperate, they make those small mistakes, and Enigma makes them pay.
Shooter is like such an impactful fragger too. I honestly feel really...
I have the spike.
Because Shooter is one of those players, keep this in mind, ladies and gentlemen, Shooter is one of those players that is in the runner-ups for the MVP of the tournament. So you can imagine how good this man is or what he's capable of. Yesterday you guys saw a little glimpse of Shooter too. So that man can be damaging for sure. And he's not someone you want to mess on just like that. He can single-handedly create a lot of ruckus in enemy teams. There we go. That's the spotter shut down too. King instantly gonna fall back. And now we have Enigma Gaming pretty much executing on the B site. Rawfield finds the entry. Rexy, you need to realize there's someone in the back. Oh no, misses a couple of shots. Soul will be punished. And Rawfield now, well, he's pretty much on some raw fuel. He's on the gamer fuel. Zaryab is gonna hold it down. Oh, nice shot from Zaryab though. Rawfield shut down right there. I was actually about to say sit down, but yeah, being shut down. Rexy will not even use his gun. He's just got the bow and arrow.
Yeah.
Last round before
Rexy just on that casual
30 seconds.
enemy exhibit on multiple maps across. Remember, this is the player that has the highest headshot percentage on Enigma Gaming, and that's quite a surprising fact. Like when you look at the roster Enigma has. Yeah, Excali, Raw Fuel, even Antidote, who's been a duelist/op player before he became the IGL and the controller main. All of these players you automatically expect, because of their past, to be those extremely cracked players. But Rexy be like, nah, I've got that sexy aim, and he's really showing up with it today. Now the Tour de Force was activated, as well as the Viper's Pit. 2 key ultimates invested as Exploit tried to pick up one round, but it's all down to the Hunter's Fury, trying to use it to clear out angles. But the counter Hunter's Fury from HSB will prove that he indeed is the Hunter.
Yeah, that's the Hunter diff right there, ladies and gentlemen. So Rexy now being taken out. Viper's Pit is denying the entire short control. It's going to be really hard for Enigma now to find the entry. They will have to heavily rely on this bathroom control, and that's what they're exactly going for. Bathroom is given away from Team Exploit, but they do realize the same fact as well, and we have Rawfield pretty much abusing the Jet now with the Judge combination. If you guys remember back in the day, this used to be pretty much the meta. Just Jet and Judge. Just dash in the site, judge everyone on the site, easy site control. I think so that's the game plan for Enigma as well. HSB still has the recon available, so he can try and use the recon. There we go. Realizes there's going to be a push coming soon, so he uses the recon instantly. But Enigma Gaming as well, they're holding their push down because they know the counter utility is ready for them. The satchel comes in, instantly shut down too. Rawfield as well will follow it up in the grave. And now it's King trying to stop everything. He's using every single piece of utility. And what a flick from King to shut down the final man.
Switching sides.
King seems to have taken the burden upon his shoulders to at least get that one round for the side of Team Exploit, and he's done that in prolific fashion. Again, I think a small error from Exploit here though, trying to push through that Viper one-way on showers is disastrous. If you're gonna do that, you need the wrap already coming through. So what I would have liked to see is maybe they could have tried to clear out the Viper's Pit first, put pressure on Soul where he has to just leave the Viper's Pit, and inherently pressure on King as well, trying to cover that angle for his Soul, for his teammate in TE Soul. So without that, you can see King just focus on that showers angle, utilizing that one way to perfection, able to pick up frag after frag, and just like that, Exploit, they get one round on the board. But we'll have to see if it's one round too less, because now the halves are switched. Enigma get to go on to their defensive side. And Boombot traded for Boombot. They don't have an idea that Raw Fuel is also here.
Oh,
Takes decent bit of
69.
damage, though.
Yep. Down to 69 HP too.
69.
Honestly feel like, yep, it's literally gonna buff him now. Just watch, he's gonna go on an absolute tear. He's gonna be turned on right
No,
there.
but I think you equalize that now because you said it, because cast the curse.
No, there's no such thing as capture curse. It's all in your head. Oh, but there we go. King being found, and a lot of shots being missed from both the sides. Equal trades happening though. It's fine. So it's a 3-on-3 situation. Paint Shield's gonna be creating a lot of issues for HSB for sure. It's gonna be trapped behind the default box, but still somehow makes it back to safety. Oh no,
Last
flicks
player
away at the right
standing.
wrong nick of time, and Zaryob is actually doing a really good job. As I mentioned, Zaryob is able to get himself on the board when it comes to the kill number, but sometimes in the team communication, I feel like Zaryob is not really able to just, you know, gel up with the team.
I mean, we'll have to see, right? Maybe usually we do see Exploit thrive on the attack much more than on the defense. So hopefully, now with this pistol win, they get a foundation to try and build a comeback on. But it's got to be absolutely flawless in the first few rounds, Necro. They need to pull this anti-eco off perfectly so they can get a full bonus going into the next, so they can damage Enigma's economy. Because again, both of these teams don't have flashes. The minute Raw Fuel gets his hands on an operator, I feel like it's just GG go next.
GG go next. Okay, let's see. I do understand Raw Fuel on an operator can be really damaging. There we go, Zarya peeks out, and that's a nice dink too. So Antidote now catching a little bullet on his head. But here we go, Team Exploit, they're looking to explode inside the hookah, and they're going to be successfully able to do so. The crossfire shut down, only able to get one single frag from that. An easy stroll on the B site. Enigma, it's going to be next to impossible for them to stop this, but Antidote single-handedly able to flick on his skulls. He manages to take down 2 players all by himself, and now we're left with a 2-on-2 situation. Shock darts out, Shaka is able to dodge it, so he's going to be really good right now when it comes to the HP factor. Also has a little bit of advantage with the Spectre to play off of with Shaka. Just waiting for Rexy to run inside, and yeah, that recon's quite questionable. I don't know, HSB.
Last player standing.
But Shaka will be able to shut down Rexy. RVK on the site, trying to clear it out slowly and steadily. HSB on the right side, he's not going to peek out just yet, and there you go. Timing is a factor, and HSB exploits that.
Understandable, right? Like, Antidote knew that Shaka was in that hookah position, so expected to peek out from hookah as soon as he went for the fake defuse. But I think what's important is what started off as looking like a comfortable round for Exploit because of these 2 key frags from Antidote. Make sure that they don't get to play a full bonus now in the next round. They have to go for the full buys, which means their economy is on the line here with this round. And even in those full buys, HSB gets a Spectre, Shaka gets a Spectre carrying on from the last round, so Enigma most definitely have that weaponry advantage. As long it does now just come down to which team wins the round, because usually in the third round of a half, we're expecting one team to play for damage and the other team to play for the win. But both of the teams having significantly invested, they're playing just for the win, and we'll have to see if Exploit can get it, because if they don't, I think it's the round and the map.
Oh, those are really good paint shells too, CA. Flushing him out of his comfort zone. HSB shut down as well. Raw Fuel's on some Raw Fuel for sure. Is single-handedly able to shut down the entire defense on the A side, but Shaka too, proven parallel. And now it's one-on-one situation. The Astra pretty much going insane mode, sicko mode. Shaka's not going to realize there is a man posted up all the way in the back, and there you go. RVK finds an opening.
And Shaka just be like, bro, why is he here? We push so much into A side, we cause so much chaos. I don't understand why RVK is still in B side. Well, Shaka, here's lesson number 1 into Enigma's discipline. They are not going to rotate unless you actually plant the spike. They're always going to have at least one player either remaining back in side or covering the flank so that he can shut down the rotation from that side. Enigma's discipline, once again, getting them around, which Shaka looked like he could shock the hell out of everyone and pull it back. But it's not going to happen. Instead, match point here for Enigma Gaming with the economy of Exploit obliterated. Enigma in cruise control to just finish it off right here, right now.
I like how we expected Recon coming through as well. It was like, all right, there we go. All right, quick shutdown, Recon, all right. Okay. King, oh, okay, hold on. They're still alive in the game, CA. And King now is going to be the difference maker, the playmaker, call him whatever. But Team Exploit, he's trying to keep his team
Spike
alive
planted.
in today's competition. He does not want to let the map of bind go away just like that without giving a fight. Team Exploit still trying to fight back in this one. 2-on-5 CA, Enigma. And I feel like Enigma are probably going to go for a retake or...
Nah, they're going to go
feel
for
like-
save.
Okay, let's see, because they might as well to try and commit because they know they have a huge safety cushion, so it makes a lot of sense if they're going to go for it. That's what they're exactly going for. RVK finds the opening, but time is running away. A crucial key, not
gonna
really in
save.
the favor of Enigma.
So that Rafael can get his hands on an operator.
Last
That way the
player
economy
standing.
stays strong enough. So yeah, RVK, he's happy to give it away, but Excali is going to make sure he saves because
King
look
needs
at
the
his
ace.
health bar, right? He has full shields, full utility too. So this is not just the weapon saved. He saves 2,900 credits on the weapons, 1,000 credits on his shields, 300 plus another 400 on the satchel. So 700, that's about 4,600 credits saved. With a penalty of just 1,000, that's a 3,600 bonus. That's effectively a weapon and a shield for his teammates. So that save most definitely worthwhile. But talking about worthwhile, talk about Hero Vandal. King on an absolute tear. Look at how that difference is starting to get created between King and the rest of his team. 18, 14, and 2. He is dominating this map, and he is really feeling himself today. But it might all be for naught because now you can see Rafael trying to push in aggressively. Doesn't actually have the operator. I'm quite surprised. Doesn't even have a Vandal. So Enigma just going for a pure eco, I guess, saving for the operator buy in the next round.
Exactly. The Hero Vandal working out for them. And they pretty much played that flawlessly. Actually, scratch that is King by himself making some solo plays happen. Team Exploit, easy stroll on the B site. Enigma not really able to stop the floodgates, or at least close down the floodgates. And this time it seems like Exploit, they're on fire as well. But Excali, the fire will be extinguished, but still Excali inflicted quite a lot of pain.
Valley able to do a decent chunk of damage, but at this point damage does not matter as much to Enigma. They got back-to-back rounds on the board. Their economy is starting to build up, especially with Zaryab having gone for the save in that round, playing off the Headhunter. But yeah, exactly. This is what I was talking about. They go for the full eco, so Rafael is guaranteed that operator coming out in this round. And we'll have to see if he's able to find value off of it, because suddenly if Exploit do manage to win this round, the tables will slowly start turning. Enigma's economy will go back and forth between buys and ecos, and that's where Exploit can really look to push their advantage. But right now Zaryab exposing himself, but it actually works out in his favor. Rafael a little late on that shot. Does mean now he has to back right up. He's gonna get very aggressive.
It's still pretty confident though, CA.
Yeah.
Look at this man. Now, the chamber did TP out. This is what we know, not him. 3 players have slowly walked on the site. RVK realized that's a huge wave of enemy just facing right towards them. So RVK is going to give them their own sweet spot. Site control easily in their hand. That's the Hunter out the gate. HSB as well to follow it up on the antidote. That's the controller out too, so that means no smokes on the board for retake, CA. That's going to cause even a little bit of more problems for
They have to save.
Enigma. Yeah, they have to save, but they also have the... they also have the showstopper ready, so Excali can try and go for some hero plays, but that's going to be next to impossible. Gets caught out, and Team Exploit, now they seem like they're in full form.
Yeah, but the reason I said they have to save right there was because the minute they lose this round, now with all of the weapons gone, they have to play on an eco in this next round.
I think so. They gave away the operator too. I'm not wrong.
Yeah, they did give away the operator, but I doubt Zaryab is going to pick that up. I assume he's just going to want to play on the rifle. But you can see now a timeout being called from Enigma. Maybe getting lost in the chaos that Team Exploit is able to create. And we'll have to see again. My point being that if they did go for the save that round, they could have played on the semi-buys, while the 2 players who died could have ecoed. They would still have the operator to try and pull off a round. And a single round is really all they need. So they could have set up the Viper's Pit, had the Viper play on a more shorter range weapon like a Spectre, even gone for the force buy and tried to pull off the round right there. But because every single one of them dropped their weapons, they're going to have to go for a full eco. So now the discussion between Enigma Gaming has to be, how do we see the next buy round going through? Because this upcoming eco round, it's not going to give them much dice against Exploit.
And what I don't understand is how did they just walk in the site like that? Exploit were just able to walk in the site
Unfortunately, my
without
quick
even
caster
like
disappeared
they
for
did
a
create a
second
little
there.
distraction on
That's okay. Oh, you're back.
the B side, and then they were just able to walk in the site. Enigma trying to play on the retake didn't really work out last time, so are they going to go for it again? That's what I want to know. Pink crosser, interesting color to choose. I don't know, my eyes, it feels kind of weird whenever I choose off colors, but I'm going to stop talking about it because Rafiel, oh, he's finally able to activate himself. 3 quick kills on the board with a Sheriff too. He's looking unstoppable, but King as well is going to be a man who's not going to be scared of anything because he knows it's pretty much do or die for his team. One more round given away to Enigma, and they will be able to seal the deal onto them. So that's the aggressive push shut down, but now Team Exploit just doesn't have the HP covering them, and also doesn't really have the man number favoring them. So another factor in the pockets of Enigma lining up. They just need one more round, CA, and that's going to be it. Team Exploit will be out from the first map of Bind.
Yep, you can see Exploit trying to take their time, hoping that the way Enigma pushed through in that initial point, looking to get aggressive on their eco, they might push through again to try and recover weapons, but no. Enigma is disciplined. They have 3 key ultimates as well, so as long as they're able to play for that time factor, deny the plant, they might just get a thrifty here to finish off the round. Talking about time, it's running out for Exploit. They're going to rush through the Viper's pit setup in A. It's all down to Anti to buy that time. He's going to back right up and give it away. But look at Rexy's position. He's waiting for the plant. The Hunter's Fury ready in his hands. As soon as the plant goes through, the Hunter's Fury comes out as well. And he's able to buy a lot of time. Take down
There we
King.
go.
And Anti vibing in with another will make sure that Thrifty comes through. What started out with Rafiel's nutty shots, it's Rexy finding the ending, and Enigma in a prolific fashion find that first map victory.
Rexy being the hunter, closing things out. And Enigma Gaming able to secure the first map on the board for themselves against Team Exploit. Team Exploit kind of being handicapped in this competition, but still later on they just started proving that their attacking side is really phenomenal. Now moving in forward in the second map, CA, this can definitely be another map to eye out for because we never know how things are going to be looking like. A lot of questionable decisions were being made from the side of Team Exploit too. I don't know. Sometimes on the defensive side, I feel like they should have saved, but no, they still kept going for the retakes. That was another thing that I really felt like something I did not really anticipate coming, but still, you never know. Maybe moving it forward in the second map, they have a little bit of game plan following it up.
Yeah, we'll have to say, and we have to note exactly that Bind was the map choice of Enigma Gaming. So
Exactly.
hopefully in Ascent, Zaryab and all of Team Exploit do look a lot more comfortable as a team.
Yeah.
Because individually, Zaryab was on point. It was really the team
Yeah, it was-
presence that Exploit always have moving forward that continuously pushed them back.
Exactly. Exploit is one of those teams that is able to work off of really well just with the team, just like how Enigma is, right? And both these teams, I feel like when it comes to the team play, team communication, team synergy, they both are really good at that. They both have a style player. Of course, star player being on the side of Enigma, which is Rafiel, and then on the other hand, they have Shooter playing. But this time, we don't really have their main key player, which is the star player himself, Shooter, playing. So that's why kind of Exploit is handicapped a little bit. But still, in the attacking side, I felt like they were doing a really good job. King on the duelist shifted over here. I feel like he was able to do pretty good, at least to try and find the presence on the site. But let's take a look at the scoreboard and let's find out how things looked like. King, of course, is going to be top ranking the charts on the side of Exploit, but Rafiel on the side of Enigma.
Yeah, King was on a brilliant run of form throughout this map, and he's going to be one player we watch out for in the next map, because going into Ascent, I doubt he's going to be playing the Raze, and the question now becomes who fills in for Shooter's Jet on Ascent, really. For the side of Enigma, though, the question becomes, do they go back to the Jet Sky lineup that they regularly play? Do they pull out the KO that they pulled out against Khumbu yesterday? Or do we get to see something completely new? Maybe a Neon in there? I doubt it, honestly, but one can only hope.
Nah, Neon, no. There's no way. Neon, I don't really feel like throughout this entire Grand Final playoffs, we're going to be seeing a Neon being pulled out. So I've given up the hopes, and I feel like you should also follow me on the same fact. We're not really going to be seeing Neon being pulled out unless, for example, now Enigma knows that they're able to steamroll Team Exploits, that they might as well just try and do a little bit more emotional damage and they can try and pull out the neon.
Bro, that headshot percentage is nuts. Like,
Oh my
it
God,
is straight
37.
up nuts. 37.76 is the average headshot percentage across the team. What the heck, Enigma? That's not okay, guys. That is not okay. No.
Yeah,
reject.
we haven't
Reject.
seen any team pulling up these high stats when it comes to the
Jesus.
headshot percentage. Every single player proving cracked today for the side of Enigma, and overall they're just having a great day today. They're feeling themselves. Raw fuel too. Look at the MVP comparison. Now we did have King with a little bit more kills, so expecting a little higher towers from the side of King, but raw fuel overall, when it comes to the consistency, it's clearly seen.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to go slide into the DMs of these Enigma players. Like, bro, please coach me. I need him. How do you get such great headshots, man? Maybe I'll slide into RVK's DMs. Like, hey RVK, what's up, bro? Okay, now teach me to aim.
RVK will just be like, all right, you know, all you need to do is hold your mouse, aim on the head, and there you go, easy, click. That's how you aim on the head, man. That's how you get the headshots. So yeah, that's the secret tact.
I want the cam to come back so everyone can see the look on my face.
What kind of look is on your face, dude? I mean, listen, just because you can't do it doesn't mean anyone else, okay? This is the secret tact, RCA. I have done it. It works out for me. I'm pretty sure for the viewers too, it works out. Just hold your mouse in the hand, ladies and gentlemen.
So I
Aim
can
on the
hold my
head and
mouse
just
in the
click.
hand. Like, I can hold my mouse like this in the air and just
Yeah, like
hit
this.
headshots.
You can't really see. Yeah, not in the air, but you gotta point at
You
point it
said
at the
hold it in
skulls.
the hand. You didn't say hold it
Listen.
on the desk.
Okay, on the mouse pad too. You gotta also have a proper mouse pad. And talking about proper mouse pads for you guys, this is a chance to win the mouse pad too. All you guys need to do to apply for this exclusive merchandise is go ahead on your social medias, be whatever, Instagram, Twitter, Facebook, whatever you guys like to use, and type hashtag VCC giveaway and also tag at NODWIN Gaming in that post, and you guys will be eligible for this official giveaway of the VCC merchandise. Moving in forward, giveaway out the way too, ladies and gentlemen. I wish you guys luck to win, and I'm pretty sure those are some cool merchandises. Even I want it. I still haven't got it. I was told that until the wild card I was actually able to get those, but I don't know what happened. They just forgot about it, I guess. They just did not even tell me that I'm going to be getting it anymore or not. But moving in forward, it's time for us to push to a break, because the first map of the first best of 3 series of the day is out the way now. We're going to be moving inside the second map of Ascent. But before that, we're going to be pushing to a short break.
Now let me see you go off like a bomb.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to NODWIN's Valorant Conquerors Championship with Gillette as a grooming partner. And moving forward now, first map of the first best of 3 series is out the way, which was the map of Bind, and Enigma Gaming pretty much steamrolled it through. Moving forward on the second map, which is the pick of Team Exploit. What do you think how things are going to be looking like here? Because Shooter's not playing.
Yeah, exactly. That's the biggest question that Team Exploit really have to answer, Necro, because coming onto the map of Ascent, you're not really going to miss that jet as much on Bind as you are going to miss that jet on Ascent, right? So I want to see, is Zaryab going to be the one to pull out that jet? Maybe King pulls out the jet. We've seen him playing that duelist role, and Zaryab fills into King's usual role of that Killjoy. So either ways, I think it is a bit of a handicap for the side of Team Exploit, and that's where Enigma is going to look to push their point home, because now we have to wonder, does Enigma play KO or Sky? Or Reyna? Or Neon? Nah.
No Neon, just forget it. No Neon, just forget it.
I
But
hope-
yeah, the other options were pretty valid. Maybe they can go for a KO for sure. But I honestly feel like now Enigma realizing too, because they don't really have to deal with the star player himself anymore, Shooter, which is pretty cracked player. I honestly feel like they should go ahead and try some new things, right? They can go ahead and try Neon. They can go ahead and try a little bit of switcheroos here and there in the Agent Select 2. We never know what's going to be the plan over here for Enigma, or maybe they're just going to try to stick to basics and actually try and play their A game.
Yeah, we're gonna have to see, because normally when we saw Enigma on Ascent, for example, even yesterday against Khumbu, they were quite creative in their setups, continuously looking to target the opposition's weaknesses, and that did pay fruit to them even in the map of Bind in this series. So I expect them to continue on the same note, but their setups will be largely dependent on whether the KO or Sky comes out. I do personally believe that the KO is more suited to Excali's style, because he has a lot more individual agency to try and make plays, and he is that kind of player who can make those plays to win you the round.
I mean, yeah, he can be the playmaker for sure, but I honestly feel like Excali is kind of like, if he does play the second duelist role, as we saw in the previous map, he's kind of like the player who always likes to lurk around with the duelist, and we've seen him do that all the time. He isn't really the person who try and execute a site by himself. Yeah, there are a couple of times if Rafuel does get caught and does get taken out initially at the start, then that's when Excali tries to take things under his own control, and he tries to play the solo duelist play and try to execute the site, or at least try to make the presence known in the site. That's what we've seen Excali for. But moving in forward on the map of Ascent, CA, what do you think what Excali is going to be going for? Something new, or pretty much sticking back to the basics?
I mean, it's exactly that. I think that what you described is any secondary duelist's role. They're not necessarily the players that are going to be part of the primary playmaking trio. For example, when you see the Raze on Bind, she's always trying to set up the hookah default with her boombot and trying to take control. Similarly, that's why I want to see the KO for Excali continue on Ascent, because while he gets to play with the team when it is needed, while he gets to use the utility he has for the team when it is needed for rounds that, say, raw fuel is just not available, or say raw fuel is opping, but in the other rounds is where we get to see Excali really thrive. He gets to play much more of that individual duelist role, find those small nifty pockets of spaces, and because of that KO, he has all of the utility he needs to do exactly that. And it's very similar to something like a Phoenix that he has played in the past, and it allows him to play along that same style.
I mean, talking about playing for the same style, I'm not going to lie, in the first map, I expected things to go a little bit more closer, even though Shooter wasn't really playing. I don't know what went wrong with Team Exploit. We saw so many questionable decisions from their side, and I honestly wanted them to, like, just try and compromise on things, and also try and play a little bit better. The substitute is doing a great job of getting those kills on the board, but still, somewhere down the line, Team Exploit, the struggle's clearly being seen with the substitute. Now Zaryab this time going for the duelist role, and I feel like now this is highly likely.
Yeah, we'll have to see how this ends up working out, because not only is he filling in big shoes in shooter's position, but more importantly, this entire composition of Team Exploit, the Breach Sova composition, it's all about the Jet. She needs to be the spear of the tip of the trident, really leading the charge and continuously spearing into the opponent's defense. And I think that's where a big amount of pressure going to be on Zaryab. On the other hand, we do see that KO pulled out for Excali, so I'm excited to see how he can be a nuisance for this team, shut down that breach utility again and again, and just force Team Exploit to not play at the tempo they are used to being.
And it honestly feels like Exploit, they aren't really able to play their own game, and because it seems like currently Enigma Gaming are in the driving seat, and they're directing at Team Exploit what to do and what to not. So Team Exploit, they will need to start clearing up a lot of headspace for themselves. They'll need to start clearing up some some overthinking, that nature that's kicking into them, and they'll need to start playing how they play. Just pretty much try and play it like a normal game, I guess. Just don't think that you're playing against a team like Enigma.
Now, a small point I do want to mention. I say this every time I see a Killjoy doing it, because as a Killjoy lover myself, just a small point. Don't use the turrets to play defensive angles on pistols. The turrets are ridiculously good. Use the turrets the way RVK is using it. You see, on Heaven, on the left-hand side for the defense, on top of that box that you can hide behind, he sets up the turret, and it's effectively impossible for you to take down the turret without taking some damage yourself. So, hey, to all of the Killjoy players out there, in pistols, this is what you gotta do.
There we go. Enigma Gaming, here we go. Pistol round to kick things off, ladies and gentlemen. You guys don't have to wait anymore. Enigma Gaming on the defense this time. They're trying to be really complacent, and also they're trying to be a little disciplined too, which is understandable. You don't really want to overextend yourself, because Team Exploit, they're also being pretty disciplined. They're expecting some aggression from the side of Enigma, but that's not what's happening. Enigma, they're not trying to play into Team Exploit's traps, and there we go. Info peek and instantly falls back. RVK is ready for the push.
They're just falling back, and you can see Exploit expecting aggression, but Enigma not giving it to them. Instead, the call seems to have been made that, hey, they've taken mid control as well as A main, so they're most likely going to go for a split A execute, and that's exactly what Exploit trying to do. But that single 0 point slowing down Enigma, allowing RVK to pick up 2 key frags, and even though Zarya trades Necro, Spike drop should be a simple round.
One enemy remaining.
There we go. There we go. Enigma, pretty much flashbacks from the previous map, and easy pistol round to kick things off. Enigma again looking really good on the map of Ascent. If this just keeps going, Team Exploit will have a lot of things to worry about. Pistol round is something that Team Exploit really needs to gain their confidence up in the game, but it's fine. Now they can try and go for the rifle round plays. And now this is where I'm really worried about the substitute, because he has some huge shoes to fill. He needs to play as well as shooter to at least try and win some games.
Yeah, most definitely. Now, the way Exploit seems to be setting up, I think in the buy round they're going to go for an aggressive A main push with Zaryab himself, but till then they're setting up the default with the breach on that A main angle. So we'll have to see how Enigma play around this, maybe even predict this and try to punish them. But right now it is the eco of Team Exploit. Enigma going for the aggressive move in. Soul gets shut down, and just like that, Enigma already picked up an advantage.
3 on 5.
Swarm grenade out.
That's a really good Nana Swarm. That's going to be stopping them a little bit on the feet. Quick flick on the head. 2-player shutdown, and RVK single-handedly is looking to take them down, and there we go. He does. 3 quick kills on the board on the A site.
Simply enough round for Enigma right here. Flawless does mean, though, that they get to play on a pure bonus in the next. I believe it was only Rexy who did not pick up Spectre for himself, so he's most likely going to end up going for, yep, there we go, the Marshall coming out. Because we've seen him pop some heads there on that Marshall. So a full bonus right now for Enigma Gaming, and a lot of pressure on Team Exploit. Now they actually do the opposite. Instead of playing on that A main default, they seem to be stacking up around that B main area where Soul got shut down in the last round, trying to punish a potential note of aggression from Enigma. But you look at Enigma, they've almost prepared for this. They've set up their defaults in a way with that turret on that switch angle. They want to deny the mid push, so they're expecting a mid to be executed from Exploit, and they're right on the read. Enigma one step ahead of Exploit even on this map.
Oh, there we go. Rexy shuts down the IGL himself, HSB. That's the B. That's the Bigfoot out the game already. Exploit on the attacking side, they're being choked. Even though they want to create some space, but Enigma, they're just denying every single bit of the map. And Exploit, they're being suffocated to death over here. They're still trying to fight back, though it's a 4-on-4, so they have a fair bit of a chance to try and compromise, or at least to try and get another round of the board. Now make it a 3-on-4. Team Exploit finally able to get a grip on how Enigma are working. Another frag on the board too. Zarya is doing a great job though, but now this is where the trades happen back and forth, and now we're left on a 1-on-2. Excali manages to find, or at least manages to gather info.
That 0 point is key because now he knows that the other player is either playing this immediate cubby which he can spam, or playing boathouse. With the turret as well being spotted, he's likely to guess that the other player is playing boathouse, and he has the fragment to try and deny that immediate angle. So Excali with a lot of opportunities here to isolate the duels, going to set up the flashbangs here and go for the left peak.
Oh, nice.
But Soul able to back up his teammate, shuts him down, and Exploit picking up the round. Alve, a lot of damage done. Necro, 3 weapons taken down. A bit of a win-win for both of the teams, I guess.
Kind of on a occasion though, but still, I don't know why Excali didn't really pick up the Vandal right there. Could have had a better chance of spamming it out. But it's fine. Still, it's something, as you pointed out pretty well. All they wanted to do was a decent amount of damage, and they did it successfully. And now we already have the operator on the board. Rafiel. It's looking really hard for him to find any frags over here because we're not really seeing a potential peek coming out from the tiles. Finally, a peek comes out, and there we go. Rafiel shuts down the enemy jet. That's the duelist out the board now. It's going to be really hard for Team Exploit to make any entry on the site.
Right there, Rexy spotted out Soul, but I'm not sure if Soul actually spotted out Rexy. So you can see Rexy just going to back up, play that first lane using the recon to make sure that they're not aggressing on him hard, while RBK has the nanoswarms ready to back him up while he plays this mid angle. But this is back-to-back rounds where RBK's got a little too aggressive. Won't matter in this round because Excali is able to pick up on the space RVK created to take down the spike carrier, and just like that, this buy round from Enigma is going exactly the way they wanted to.
There we go. Excali still has the 0 point available. 2 flashpoints too. A lot of utility to use on the board for Enigma. You talk about he heard him. I don't really think so, because you can see how...
No, he heard the... I mean, Excali heard the first movement near the B lobby area where the Sova was trying to wrap around. So they do know that there's someone coming from mid-top. You can see Antidote is marking that mid-top angle.
Shots.
And Rafuel getting the information from Rexy that there was at least one more dude in B main watching that mid-lobby angle. So that's what I was talking about. Excali hearing that run from the Sova in King, as soon as he starts going for the mid-top, conveys the information that, hey, we don't need to worry about A main anymore. We need someone to mark mid-top, and Anti comes in and does exactly that.
Placing alarm bot.
3-1 is the scoreline, ladies and gentlemen. Enigma Gaming again able to kick things off on a great note. And they've already gained a cushion too for themselves. A nice momentum inside the second game too. And they're looking to make the series a short one. They're about to save a lot of time for us and even you guys. 4 agents being suppressed right there. A lot of info now to work off of with.
Slows down the Rolling Thunder.
Yeah. They do, yeah. They do have the Rolling Thunder too, so... They did try to roll inside the B site with the Rolling Thunder, but just because that 0 point, they also got a lot of info to work with and also got suppressed for quite a decent amount of time. So now Team Exploit will need a reroute or either just try and play a couple of mind games to get Enigma Gaming's head off the B site, because we do see Rafuel's ready with the operator. Even Excali's ready on the site with the fragments to try and stop the push.
I think Exploit have a very simple plan here. They're just going to wait for some aggression because RVK has been peeking out mid regularly in the last 2 rounds. But since they haven't seen that and time is running out, going to go back to the default with which they wanted to start this round off. The lockdown most likely going to be set up with the Rolling Thunder to clear off the site as Exploit get ready to burst into this B side for RVK. Shutting down Shaka means no more smokes, and suddenly all of the plans of Exploit, they go down the drain. Now Zaryab is able to trade one, but that's all she wants for this now. I don't think Exploit can do anything else.
That's a great shot too. HSB on the site now with the classic. Trying to create some difference, but that's not really the likely weapon that you want to use in these kind of situations. So he will fall down soon, not really having the weapon to support him. But it's okay. Enigma Gaming, another round of the board, and again, another dominating lead, ladies and gentlemen. And it seems like at this point we might as well just call it, just make it 2-0.
And not yet. I would say Exploit again, that is very much key to adapting. This round itself, I don't think it's a great judge, because it was their eco. But hey, I'll tell you what, the next round, if they do end up losing, I will definitely say it is going to be a 2-0. And that's what my prediction was. So not as surprised in that happening. But now you can see Rawfuel's operator effectively functioning as that B anchor while they play on the double anchor with the Astra KJ over at 8, willing to give up mid control and just play heavily on that site. Again, the small changes in these defaults by Enigma show you exactly what they're expecting from the side of Exploit. Acknowledging that Exploit have these key ultimates in the Rolling Thunder as well as the Lockdown, knowing that with those ultimates, they're unlikely to take mid control. They're most likely going to try to rush into side. So they're like, okay, you know what? We're not going to invest too much utility holding down mid. We're going to invest all of our utility holding down side.
Off your feet!
Rolling Thunder's out to get the side control. Cosmic Divide's there due from the side of Enigma to try and deny the entire site control over here. But yeah, the Rolling Thunder was kind of questionable too here, so don't know how things are going to be looking like. And then, yep, they're just going to flood right into Enigma Gaming's crosser, and they're just stepping right into them. And this was a great read coming through from the Astra as well, CA. Team Exploit, no matter what they're trying to do, Enigma Gaming are easily reading them like a book. HSB spotted as well, and the spam comes through, and he gets shut down.
It's very confusing why they would go for that Cosmic Divide unless they're planning to walk through and then burst through into site all together at the same time. Because that's the sort of Cosmic Divide that only works if you have someone like a Sky or a KO in your lineup who can pop flash through that Cosmic Divide and get you onto site. It never works with the Breach. With the Breach, you want a deep Cosmic Divide that cuts off key angles for them, and then you can use the Rolling Thunder to clear out more of the obvious angles. So Exploit caught between two mines, and poor utilization of their ultimates will mean they're down a Rolling Thunder, they're down a Cosmic Divide, and they're down another round.
Raw fuel. There we go. Opening frag found. Is going to try to find the second one too, and he does pretty quickly. Raw fuel's quick with a trigger. But now Excali as well, trying to end things on an aggressive note. This time he gets slapped across the board, but it's fine. The trade's there. RVK trades things out, and now we're left with a 2-on-3. Enigma Gaming having the man advantage, and now make that a 1-on-3. Lockdown's available. HSB with the operator has a lot of burden on his shoulder to try and carry his team. That's a great aftershock to flush him out of his comfort zone. He will do so, but again, that's not going to be enough. HSP, that's not really the likely weapon that we've seen this man wield in his hands, but he's still able to do some damage. Trying to make some impact. Has a lot of utility available to CA. 2 flashes, but oh no, he's not going to get a chance to use them.
Yeah, didn't really have much information about the position of RDK and Antidote, I believe, in that position, so couldn't really do much. But some great shots by Rawfuel to start us off. The second shot as well. A key quick scope over there, because without that, the trade is actually worthwhile for Team Exploit. They take down the operator for just one member being down, but since it's a 2-for-1, Enigma come off better for it. They maintain that man advantage throughout the round till they secure it in the bag. And now you can see the timeout being called for Team Exploit, realizing that this map is most certainly running away from them, especially considering the fact that they're on the attacking side. Usually Exploit look much better on the attack than they do on the defense, but right now it is the attack that they're getting shut down on.
Exactly, and ladies and gentlemen, do not worry if there are some fans of Team Exploit in the chat. you guys have to not worry because, again, even if Team Exploit do lose out over here, they're going to be moving down to the elimination bracket. They will have another chance to bounce back in the grand final playoffs. But if they get taken down even in the elimination brackets, then it's going to be really hard to say what's going to happen because Team Exploit, well, pretty much their journey will be ending in the VCC. And they won't be able to secure their slots even in the future. So that's going to be a little bit of an unfortunate situation for them. But still, right now, we're in the matchup of Enigma and Team Exploit. And over here, Enigma, they're just able to steamroll it through. They're making it look so easy. They're making it look effortless.
Now, Rafia's position down in binary is most definitely known. And again, Enigma's setup playing around those key ultimates that Exploit have, knowing that they have the lockdown. They lock down the B site. RVK picks up the first. Rafiul with another, and the gravity well is timed perfectly for Rafiul to line up like nothing. A 3K picked up for Rafiul. It's Antidote who finishes them off, and some beautiful synergy from Enigma Gaming as they now are starting to steamroll their opposition.
Oh my god, these 3 frags and no one's able to get a trade? How did that just happen? Yeah, the gravity well for sure, but yeah, okay, I guess I do understand. Also adds in a little bit of inaccuracy on that range. So it does get hard to connect some headshots, but still, those quick peaks, man. He's just so quick. 7-1 is the scoreline right now, and Rafiul is looking unstoppable as always. He's able to activate himself.
I like the fact that he's got the Z emote too. Just get the vibe going as right before the round. He's like, you know, vibing to his own music.
Oh my god, he did not expect that.
Yeah, that jet just came in flying from nowhere.
Yeah, it was a jump scare. Kind of reminded me of Five Nights at Freddy, but oh, that's a great fragment from the side of Excali too. Look at the shutdowns coming in. No matter what execution you guys are gonna try here, it's like Enigma. They just have replied for every single execution that's going to be thrown on the board. He also has a Rolling Thunder available, but yeah, it would not really make a lot of sense to use it. And Excali with a 4K single-handedly shutting down the entire push.
Yeah. Key 4K for Excali. As you said, a beautiful fragment set up in combination. Like as soon as he sees that Cloudburst coming through and knows that they want to isolate that garden angle and try to push into side, he makes sure that they're suffocated in that, so that they have to try to wrap around from heaven where Rafiul is set up with his operator. And just like that, Excali able to pick up the 4K. Even the timing of his right click on the flash, absolutely perfect. So yeah, in every way, Enigma does seem like they are one step ahead of the side of Exploit. Because look at this, the rolling thunder comes through, but nothing else to try and actually push into side. Excali suppresses them all, and he's gonna hold it down as well.
See, it's literally the combination of Gravity Well, Nanoswarms, and the fragments, and it's really hard to just walk through them. Next to impossible, actually. The combination's perfect. Excali is always able to get the fragments on the board at the right time, and the timing is a factor that Excali has a beat on. Outrun's out. Antidote gets spotted. Still nothing really. We do have Rafiul holding the same angle down. And talk about the team playing team synergy. On point. Now Shaka all by himself, left in a 1-on-2. Antidote's ready, and he expects the peak.
Exactly. Securing the round in the bag now for Enigma Gaming. All Exploit have got is one single round for themselves. And that too, that was the bonus of Enigma Gaming. So Exploit just not able to find any dice tactically. Like, don't get me wrong, this is not just an aim game. As you said, the combination of those gravity wells, those nano swarms, RVK continuously switching up the setup, showing his prowess on this Killjoy pickup. I think one of the hardest things to do as a Killjoy, especially when you're playing both against the Breach and the Sova at the same time, is to be able to find innovation in your setups while finding the same value, yet denying them the possibility of them shock darting your nanoswarms or shock darting your alarm bots. And RVK's continuous change in those setups is throwing Exploit in for a spin. We're talking about throwing them for a spin. Look at Excali's push now very aggressively. He's pushed in from A main. He's got a huge climb from mid top.
Oh.
Ooh. He doesn't spot anyone in mid. Doesn't know King is here.
Yeah, look at Rafiul is ready, man. Oh, but you beautifully pointed out. They just had no clue the King's gonna be that on their face. Again, the gravity well just creating so much trouble for Team Exploit, but that's not gonna stop them. They're just gonna straight up flood inside. Antidote's in the smoke and is single-handedly gonna mop them out the sight. Okay.
Last
Spray
round
control,
in the half.
That's why you go for the Prime Vandal. Like, yeah, the Reaver is
No,
better
Reaver-
for one taps, no doubt.
I don't know.
Spray,
feel like-
100% is better on Prime.
No, I feel like Prime is... I personally feel like tapping is better on Prime and Spray is better on Reaver. That's what I feel like. I don't know, I'm able to
I
spray pretty
disagree.
well. I don't know,
I
that's...
prefer spraying on a Reaver. Sorry, on a Prime.
Exactly.
No, I think the glitch pop is the best for spraying, but it's not great overall, which is why you don't go for the glitch pop. The Prime is the best of all worlds. It just works very well for the spray. You cancel one tap, but the Reaver is more satisfying, I guess. But hey, it's all placebo, Necro. It's what suits one.
Yeah. Or maybe the best one is the matte black Vandal.
Nah.
Neutralized.
The default one. That's the best one, ladies and gentlemen. Pretty much both best of both worlds. Here we go. Again, 10-1 is the score line. Our Team Exploit going to be able to make it 10-2. Maybe the curse will be activated that we saw in the NAVCT. Still trying to keep in a little bit of hopium for Team Exploit. We know that's highly unlikely, but still, we are casters as being neutral observers. We want the competition to be a little closer than it is right now. And Team Exploit, okay, they're actually looking to make it a 10-2, make it 3-on-2 situation. They have also a lockdown available, CA, so they can try and go for a retake here. Enigma Gaming, they're looking pretty comfortable, even though they do get the sight in the hand.
I don't know,
It's the
though.
Team Exploit.
King has got his Hunter's Fury ready, so the minute RVK tries to set up that lockdown, the Hunter's Fury is going to come out to trade. The only thing Enigma might get out of that trade is the position of King right now, who's playing that cubby, expecting someone to push in through and looking
Logs.
to surprise them.
Oh, King's
Not
position
gonna
again.
commit the lockdown here. Okay, there we go. Finally
There we
committing
go.
the lockdown. The trade should immediately come through from King. But instead, he's
No
going to
one
hold
knows,
on to
no
his
one
position.
knows.
This is key. Doesn't need to take
Yeah,
down the
there we go.
lockdown if he takes down the frags. Using the aftershock instead, if you notice, to take down the lockdown. King
sides.
able to hold on to his position and clearly establish that Enigma, they got nowhere to run in that round.
Man, overall, again, that discipline right there from the side of Team Exploit was really good. Shaka was the one to actually just straight up just B-hop in the B right there. But he also created a decent amount of distraction for his team. So overall, 10-2 is the scoreline, ladies and gentlemen, and moving inside in the second half. We're going to be moving, of course, in the pistol rounds. And now if Team Exploit, if they're actually able to win this pistol round, this is going to mean quite a lot and maybe a little bit of chance more to add on for a comeback.
Pistol round very key here because, as you said, any hope here lies attached to this, but already a shock dart combination, I think, from Rexy has taken HSB down extremely low. And you can see Exploit, they're looking to get aggressive, but they're just getting caught out instead. Zaryub separated from Soul because of one nano swarm. RVK using his utility to perfection and isolating these duels, but King is able to help Soul as they trade out RVK. But look at Enigma, all of this chaos they cause on B main by RVK. They've used that time to now push into the A side.
There we go. 3-on-4 now. Team Exploit just moving inside the site slowly and steadily. They do realize the A side control's given away. And okay, they're actually able to get the trades.
One enemy
That's
remaining.
quite huge. Another fragment out, and Excali catches the players off guard. And the Hopium's gone now. There's no way Team Exploit are going to be able to win this map anymore. We might as well just conclude it.
Yeah, and for all the Team Exploit fans, as Necro
One
said, the
enemy
Hopium
remains.
seems to be gone. You gotta now replace it with some Hopium as you start thinking about the lower bracket matchup that Exploit will have set for themselves, playing against the winner of the matchup that we're gonna see later at the end today, Khumbu and Gopi. But hey, 11-2, I mean, the reason we're saying it, the Hopium is gone, is because it's almost impossible to pull it back from here, but Exploit certainly have some hope, Necro. They're not going for the forced buys that we would normally see in this 11-2 situation. They're just going for the eco, playing for the overtime, and that's risky, but that's also ballsy, so I'll give them that. They still have confidence.
Oh, the Iron Sheriff can be a good one. There we go. But Rexy just funnels them in his own crosser. Nice bait, though. King's able to trade it out. King realizes how crucial this round can be, but the trades are happening back and forth yet. Enigma Gaming, even though they do have the enemy. Okay, well that's a little bit of insult. Tell me how is that not toxic?
It's because she's saying it to her counterpart, you know, the opposing Astra, so it's okay.
Obscuring vision.
Okay, dude. All right.
One enemy
HSB
remaining.
still. HSB try to bunny hop on and try to get some frags on the board for himself. Zarya now the final man alive to substitute himself.
Spike
Is he going to be able to clutch it out? Being suppressed too. Excali's ready. He's waiting for him to just funnel in into tree side. As soon as he does, they're also trying to play off of some cross play. But there's a little bit too many people in the front. And we'll lift the spray too, CA. So that's it. That's it. 12 rounds on the board, and it's the match point.
I mean, I don't think that's it yet. This next round is going to be the buy round
come
for
on,
Team
nah,
Exploit.
okay,
No,
okay,
wait.
listen.
Hear me out. Like, this is going to be the bonus for Enigma, you know? So, there is an advantage that Exploit have right here in this round. I think they pull off this round, but yeah, for the map, that's most likely it.
Yeah, I'm talking about the map, yeah.
Yeah.
For the map, it's pretty much it.
I'm trying to give some copium to Exploit fans.
Imagine there's still like 0.000000001%. Yeah, but there's a lot of zeros there though.
Hey, but a lot of zeros. If it was after the 1, could be amazing, but it's actually the 1 is after the zeros, which is not amazing at all.
Yeah.
But hey, hold on, talking about amazing right now. HSB catching one out, and Soul reads the soul of Excali. Knows exactly when he's going to have the utility in his hand and gets a double frag on the
Last
pistol.
player
That
standing.
should be
Oh,
a simple
how is
enough
he-
round for Exploit.
Down B.
How is he getting these frags even though he's so low and Soul? Okay, flawless round 2, CA. Maybe the 0.000011. It's now changed to 1-1. That
Two
round
ones.
win added a little
Player
one more
standing.
one.
We got
Spike down
1-1
B.
before, now we got 2
Flawless.
ones before. If they win one more round, they got 3 ones, but still a lot of zeros.
Still a lot of zeros to go through, yeah.
Oh, but look at this. Rafael and Rexy both invested into full buys in that last round, so they're not going to have the buys. And again, questionable decisions from Enigma. When you've got such a big lead, I think they should just go for the eco instead of trying to go for a force right here the way they're going with Rexy on the Marshal and Rafael on the Sheriff. But hey, who am I to say, because they're won
confident.
that last round. Yeah, exactly. They won their last map on a thrifty, no less too, right? So they can definitely make the plays happen. We're talking about plays right now. It's Soul making the plays happen. Already shutting down Rafael will mean that Enigma, they're down a key appendage of their attack. They're going to have to be careful with how they approach this.
We'll have to be careful. Also moving in pretty close, CA, so.
Concealment.
Ooh. Smokes out to block the vision. Team Exploit being really disciplined. They've also got a man advantage on their name. It's the man himself, Rafu, taken out. So no more fuel in the tanks of Enigma left. Maybe a couple of drops are there, which are 4 drops available for them, and they will need to count on every single drop now. Smoke will come through again. There we go. The crowd who else is going to be going on the board soon, but no. The problem is the Cosmic Divide, he just does not really hear any of the audio
30
cues,
seconds left.
but Team Exploit Soul has found himself the sweet tuning in the team. And Shaka too is going to let them have the side control. Finally flashes in a great flash from HSB to combine it with Shaka's push. But still, that's not going to matter. Enigma's
enemy
cracked
remaining.
aim is able to seal the deal on this
Player
min.
standing.
And there we go. RVK to follow it up again. Final man
10
left
seconds
alive.
left.
King having a lot of pressure.
Oh
he will be
my
shut down
lord.
to a clutch
Attackers
from
win.
RVK to shut it down, ladies and gentlemen. A 4K on the board from that man.
Yeah, you can see again. I read those lips, Auntie. I know exactly what you said, but unfortunately.
Wait, what did he say?
I cannot say it on stream. So explicit. The second word was man. The first word I cannot say. It's basically him being like, bruh, how do you pull off these clutches? You know, that was the context of the play right here. I think Auntie is also getting ready for an interview, I assume. That's why he's put on the headset back. But again, like RVK playing off of his utility perfectly. He did this even in the first half in a 1v2 where he played off of his turret to isolate the duels and get that clutch. And then again, right here, playing off of that lockdown, he had 2 HP. He could have just panicked and gone for the full spike plant, but he knew that his best chance was to try and surprise King right there and there, where King's focus was in trying to take down the lockdown. As soon as King eliminated the lockdown. RVK eliminated him, finding a 4K, the top fragger for Enigma in this game. I think the only person upset over that is going to be Roth. You'll be like, bro, I'm trying to get $1,500. Can you please not?
He's like, I've got a lot of dreams, man. Come on. You're just spilling a lot of water in my dreams. But yeah, it's just jokes. RVK this time just stealing the top fragger role from Rafuel. So yeah, as CA mentioned, Rafuel's definitely going to be a little unhappy of that. But on the other hand, it's the HSB who gets himself 10 kills. And Team Exploit, of course, not really able to show themselves that well today, having an off day. But maybe, hopefully, from the elimination brackets, they're able to bounce back, CA.
Yeah, definitely. And I think we'll have to hope that Exploit, once Shooter is back too, the entire team gets back into form. I do want to reiterate, Shooter's presence doesn't have as much to do with the individual itself. Like, this is not Zaryub's fault as much as it is that the team's comfort seems to be with Shooter playing on that jet, with Shooter playing around HSB, setting him up for success, because we didn't see that coordination in this map at all.
There we go. The scoreboard is in front of you guys. And the headshot percentage this time, Team Exploit, they're like, all right, you guys were cracked out of your mind. And last one, we'll at least try to outnumber you in the headshot percentage in this one. And they do with 28.26, but still pretty close, man. Just like 0.1. Like,
yeah, the difference in that headshot percentage was the chances of Exploit coming back.
Yeah. No, that's still a lot of chances. I feel like this should be 0.00001. Those are the chances of them coming back. The objective wins right there. That was their chances of coming back. Yikes! Moving it forward, the MVP of the best of 3 series in front of you guys as well. It's going to be RVK with 36 kills and 18 deaths and 4 assists. Consistency is the key factor, and RVK proving that.
Exactly. More than proving that, I think RVK was absolutely phenomenal. He found so many clutches. He was also very aggressive today, so I'm definitely going to look to find out why he was getting that aggressive towards that mid angle. Definitely feeling himself, you know, popping heads left, right, center.
Yeah, so popping heads left, right, center. CS said. Talking about popping. I also like popping heads, but moving forward, team card off the entire Enigma Gaming in front of you guys, and we were talking about Rafuel's in the run for the MVP too, and he's doing a great job with 277 kills, 164 deaths, and 28 assists with the ACS of 297, a 35% headshot percentage. But you talked about Rexy. This man has the most cracked headshot percentage, just 1% more than Rafuel's. He has 36.74 if I'm not wrong. But brackets in front of you guys as well. Now Team Exploit taken out, and now they're going to be moving down to the decider match of the elimination bracket. But before that, we'll have to go through the matchup of God Particles versus Khumbu Esports to find out who is going to be facing Team Exploit.
Yeah, exactly. That's going to be a third matchup of the day. But before that, we're going to go towards finally getting to see a Val Clasico. Throughout this tournament, we thought we could get it to see in India Qualifier 1. Nope. In India Qualifier 2. Nope. A real team made it through Qualifier 2, so we couldn't see it in Wildcard. And finally, finally, do we get to see the Val Clasico happen all the way in Grand Final playoffs. And damn, I am excited for it, man.
It's like, I don't know what it is. Like, all the other matches, right? It's okay, they're on another level, but as soon as you hear the Val Clasico, VLT versus Global Esports, it's just something different that hits you. It's like, it's a wave of energy that comes into your body, and you're like, oh my god, is that really happening? 2 of the best teams in India, or at least 2 of the OGs teams in India, they're going to go against each other. This is the matchup I'm pretty sure a lot of viewers have been waiting for, but you guys don't really have to wait for a long time. But before that, we have a short interview with the winners of the first best of 3 series of the day. It's going to be Enigma Gaming. Let's find out what they've got to say.
थैंक यू जो आई एम प्रीटी श्योर आज भी आप खुश हो गए जीत के बट थोड़ा सा सरप्राइज्ड हो क्योंकि ये मैच ऐसा लग रहा था क्लोज रहेगा एंड यू गाइस स्टॉर्म्ड इट
एज आई सेड बिफोर की गाइस एक सेकंड तो एज आई सेड बिफोर की हम लोग का जो प्रिपरेशन रहता है वो हम लोग गोल सेट करते हैं जी और वो गोल्स था कि यू नो प्रीवियसली कि वीसीसी के लिए मतलब प्लेऑफ्स के लिए क्वालिफाई करना है और अभी गोल था कि प्लेऑफ्स से ग्रैंड फाइनल्स के लिए क्वालिफाई करना है तो आज वो गोल कंप्लीट हुआ और कोई भी मैच हम लोग खेलते हैं तो हम लोग स्कोर प्रेडिक्ट नहीं करते ऑल्सो कूडोज टू टीम एक्सप्लॉइट उन लोग ने एक स्टैंड इन लेके खेला है इतने बड़े इवेंट पे तो इट्स आई नो आई एम अ प्लेयर सो आई नो कि कितना डिफिकल्ट होता है कि आप अगर एक प्लेयर को सब्स्टिट्यूट करके खेलते हो ठीक है एंड तो इसके लिए बिग शाउट आउट टू देम और हम लोग जस्ट अपना गेम खेले. स्कोर्स जो था इट्स लाइक इट्स जस्ट आउटकम ऑफ द प्रैक्टिस एंड द हार्ड वर्क.
जी, एक और सवाल पूछना चाहूंगा कि आपके जो दोस्त अभी बाजू में खड़े हुए थे, इशारे कर रहे थे, उनको आप क्या खिलाते हैं ब्रेकफास्ट में? क्योंकि ऐसा लगता है किसी मैप पे कोई डर नहीं, आगे चलते चले जाते हैं और कोई रोक भी नहीं पाता है एक्सकैली को. व्हाट आर यू फीडिंग हिम?
नथिंग यार. लाइक एज एन आईजीएल मेरा वही रहता है कि अगर मेरे सारे प्लेयर्स अपने स्ट्रॉन्ग पॉइंट्स पे खेले और वो जो स्ट्रॉन्ग पॉइंट्स रहता है उनको कैसे मैं मिक्स एंड मैच करा के एक गेम स्टाइल क्रिएट कर सकता हूँ. तो एक्सकैली जो है, रफ्यूल, आरबीके, रेक्सी, सब लोग अपने स्ट्रॉन्ग पॉइंट्स पे खेलते हैं.
पीछे खड़े हैं अभी.
दे आर आस्किंग मैं तुझको क्या खिलाता हूँ. कुछ नहीं, उसका ट्विटर पे रहता है खाली ऑल द टाइम. आई थिंक दैट्स हिज स्ट्रांग पॉइंट.
आई थिंक वो भी एक स्ट्रांग पॉइंट है, वो भी आपको कंसीडर करना चाहिए आपके आईजीएल में.
आई मीन ही इज एक्सकैली, कुछ कर नहीं सकते.
ऑब्वियसली अगेन कुछ अनऑर्थोडॉक्स भी हमने देखा है, बिकॉज हमने बहुत बार देखा था वो आगे कुछ ज्यादा ही बढ़ के खेल रहे थे. क्या ये आपने उनको बोला था या फिर आपने सिर्फ इतना बोला था ठीक है जैसा खेलना है वैसे खेलो, वी आर ऑलरेडी विनिंग?
सी मैं सब प्लेयर्स को फ्रीडम देता हूँ, बट देयर इज अ बाउंड्री. ऑफ कोर्स अगर वो क्रॉस होता है तो ऑफ कोर्स मैं बना करता हूँ. बट मेरे टीम में सबको फ्रीडम है सब कुछ करने का, बिकॉज एट द एंड ऑफ द डे वी आर एंजॉयिंग एंड लाइक वी वांट टू प्ले, वी वांट टू पार्टिसिपेट, वी वांट टू कम्पीट. तो उसके लिए फ्रीडम बहुत जरूरी है सारे प्लेयर्स को. तो अगर फ्रीडम नहीं मिलता है तो कोई अपना 100% नहीं दे पाता है.
वेल एग्जैक्टली. और ये फ्रीडम जो आपने अपने प्लेयर्स को दे रखी है और जो प्ले स्टाइल आपने सेट किया है, इट इज जस्ट डूइंग अ फिनोमिनल जॉब इस वीसीसी के अंदर. एंटीडोट, थैंक यू सो मच फॉर जॉइनिंग अस. कांग्रेचुलेशंस ऑन द विन एंड कांग्रेचुलेशंस ऑन बीइंग द फर्स्ट टीम जो हमारे टॉप 4 में एंटर करी है. सो ह्यूज राउंड ऑफ अप्लॉज फॉर दैट एंड ऑल द बेस्ट टॉप 4 के लिए, क्योंकि नेक्स्ट लेवल कंपटीशन का आप पहुंच चुके हो.
Yes, thank you so much, Johnny bhai. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much.
Thanks for having me. Bye bye.
Well, you guys heard it. Enigma Gaming is the first team that has entered in the top 4, and clearly Antidote was really happy. But I also like, he won my heart when he said he understands as being IGL, playing with a substitute is one of the biggest thing that can handicap your team. Overall, he is paying respect to Team Exploit, and it makes a lot of sense because Team Exploit is one of those teams that do deserve all the type of respect because they have made it up till here, CA.
Honestly, yeah, I agree, but my attention was all on Excali doing that because it was like all talk, no play, but 100%. First into the top 8, Enigma Gaming. First into the top 4, Enigma Gaming. Now first into APAC Challengers Playoffs, Enigma Gaming. That's the next goal.
Exactly. There we go. First into there. Is that going to be happening or not? But before that, you guys will have to wait. And after the break, it's going to be the Val Clasico itself, ladies and gentlemen. So make sure you guys are sticking around because we'll be right back after a short break.
One man single give a sign. I pull your gun, finger trigger. Gun, finger trigger. Gun, finger trigger. Gun, finger trigger. We turn all of the fire. It's a one man single give a sign. I pull your gun, finger trigger. I pull your gun, finger trigger. Pull your gun, finger trigger. It's a one man single give a sign. Pull your gun, finger trigger. drop bombs, yes. I drop bombs, yes. Let me see you go off like a bomb.
The moment you've all been waiting for is pretty much here, ladies and gentlemen. The Val Clasico. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to NODWIN's Valorant Conquerors Championship with Gillette as a grooming partner. And now, without wasting any more time, we're going to be talking about the Val Clasico, because after this talk, we're pretty much going to be jumping inside the first map of Val Clasico soon. But before that, we will also have to take a look at the map selections create. And what do you think, CA? How the map selections going to be looking like? Just like how it looked like last year, or a little bit of changes?
Definitely a lot of changes, because both of these teams have drastically changed. So I think from the side of Global Esports, I'm hoping they don't ban Fracture, because VLT's Fracture is not necessarily the strongest. They don't look like they've polished it entirely. I want to see a Breeze ban from Global Esports, giving the respect to VLT that, hey, you know what, we acknowledge this simple fact that overall VLT does seem to be the team that is ridiculously strong on Breeze. So go for the target ban, because we've seen it work out so well for Enigma.
Exactly, and that's a great point. VLT overall in the map of Breeze, they just look like they're way much in control of every single part of the map, no matter it be on the attacking side, no matter it be on the defensive side. It's really hard for any other team to find any kind of loopholes. It's hard, I said. It's not impossible. It's really hard for any teams to find any loopholes. Again, Global Esports is one of those teams that they have the players capable of winning those initial duels, and if they do, then again, it's not going to be really that hard to at least find a couple of loopholes. But again, we're talking about duels. The odds can be 50-50.
Yeah, definitely. And I really do want to see if those odds are stacked even more so in one team's favor because of the map veto. Because if Global Esports chooses to ban Breeze and they're the first ban, then suddenly VLT is put in a tough spot. Do they ban Fracture? Do they play mind games with Global Esports saying, I don't think you're going to pick Fracture. I think you're just trying to not ban Fracture. And that's where things can be very different. But it seems like I'm the only one on that global stand. And I will say a lot of this is dependent on the veto, but all of our other casters going on the VLT bandwagon, it's okay. I've got the fans on my side, so I'll take it.
Listen, man. VLT have been looking strong. You can't deny that. The way VLT has been rolling through their opponents, VLT definitely has been looking really strong. But if you compare their mentality to Global Esports, who has went through a little bit of more down curves compared to VLT, then I would say VLT's mentality, of course, moving inside this matchup should be looking a little bit stronger, especially the addition of Deathmaker has been proven absolute wonders for them.
Yeah, most definitely. But I think one concern for VLT will be their match yesterday against Exili. A lot of loopholes revealed in the map of Haven, right? So you have to wonder now going into the veto, is that something that they have fixed? And is that something that Global Esports will look to exploit in itself? There's a lot of ifs and buts coming into this veto, a lot of mind games that can be played with both of these teams. For example, coming back to the Fracture conversation, if VLT actually see the Fracture not being banned, do they give up their normal Ascent or even Haven ban for the Fracture ban? Because that will give a teensy bit of an advantage to Global Esports in terms of winning that veto.
Exactly, and keep this in mind, ladies and gentlemen. Any of these teams, if they do lose here, they have another chance in the elimination brackets to try and bounce back. So again, fair bit of chance to make your name again back up there with some of the best teams and back up in the top 4. So overall, you will have 2 chances to try and bounce back. And if you don't, well, it's a GG's for you. Get better luck next year if there is some VCC happening. But moving forward, CA, we're going to be, without wasting any more time, let's just straight up head inside the map selection. And it's the ban of Ascent coming in through from inside of VLT. And then Breeze instantly being banned by Global Esports, as you predicted.
Yeah, so One thing though, which is very interesting for me, which answers one of my questions immediately. The Breeze ban, yeah, I most definitely love it, the target ban coming out. But the Haven pickup from Velocity, just basically throwing a gauntlet out there to all of the fans, supporters, as well as Global Esports. They're effectively telling Global Esports, you could have looked at our match against Exceedi yesterday. You can try to find loopholes on the basis of that. But you know what? We did too. And on the basis of that, Velocity clearly establishing that they're feeling extremely strong on Haven. And I feel like this is a double-edged sword. If Velocity pick up the win, it's going to give them so much confidence in their pre-match preparation, knowing that they came with the right plan into this matchup. But if they don't win, that's going to add an extra layer of hesitation, an extra tinge of doubt, and you don't want that doubt against our defending champions.
You never know, man. Maybe VLT, they just didn't really play their A game on the map of Haven yesterday, and now today they have some different game plan. Again, you guys need to understand, strategies vary from a team to team. Moving it forward, maybe they have probably researched against Exceedi, but now they have probably known how Global Esports like to play, and VLT thinks that facing Global Esports probably has to be the map of Haven because they have some kind of different strategies made for specifically a team like Global Esports. So again, as I mentioned, the map veto as well can vary from team to team.
Yeah, most definitely. So we'll have to see if VLT is prepared against Global Esports or not, because one point that you mentioned, very important, which is that simple fact that right now, VLT as a whole, they're much more accustomed to playing against Global Esports on Haven. This was continuously a map that was contested between both of these teams when they were on the top. But with no further ado, ladies and gentlemen, let's get that WoW Clasico started, because boy, oh boy, these are two giants, these are two titans, and they are looking for that second spot right besides Enigma Gaming in the grand finals.
Exactly. There are two Alpha Titans CA, but there can only be one at the end of the day, and let's find out who is it going to be. And there we go. The first round's going to be starting soon. Deathmaker again, as always, going to be on the aggressive notes and a quick headshot. SK Rossi said bye-bye and put down to sleep. This time it's going to be Deathmaker pretty much doing the Deathmaker diff over here, and Rossi is still going to be staring at the sky and trying to figure out what just hit him. Another peek coming through from Deathmaker. Is this going to be expected one? Kappa is going to peek out, but he doesn't really spot Deathmaker just yet. Kappa's down quite low. One bullet onto him should seal the deal, but Deathmaker whiffs this time. And I feel like he should retreat back, and that's what he exactly does. Global Esports in this pistol round. Things are looking quite blurry, but it's fine.
Look at the push coming in from Velocity Gaming, from Garage, as well as Long. Four knows exactly where they are, but the turret is going to reveal his position. Lightning fast able to shut him down. But Hellfire on the other side, his C-Long push paying dividends. He drops the spike carrier, and just like the round back in control. But do they know that Lightning fast is coming from the back? Little bit of a whiff, but he does secure that kill. Now trying to retrieve the spike again. VLT focusing all of their efforts to try and deny that.
Oh, he actually hits that shot too. Amaterasu is down low, but it's fine. Deathmaker, all he needs is one bullet, and there we go. The first round being secured by Velocity Gaming, ladies and gentlemen, and you can clearly see the blood pumping. Yeah, and this shot right here, and the Jet voice line too, just adding on a little bit of salt. Saying bye to the enemy Jet. And the funny part was, Rossi was actually trying to find the recon dart that was scanning him, and he was looking at the air, and while he was doing so, he just got shut down, so, yeah.
Let's get this done.
Absolutely. A key round picked up for the side of VLT, though, Necro. Now they get to go onto the anti-eco. Deathmaker picking up that Marshall, but the rest of his team goes for the Spectres. Thought that shot might land for a second, but no. Right now, though, again, Global Esports focus on that damage.
Yeah, it was a little too late to react on that shot, but it's fine. There we go. LFF finds the opening with just some swag. And LFF, again, is not going to peek out, or either not going to try to be overconfident. Instead, it's just going to try to keep the garage control. If the spike goes down, Global Esports' main objective is checked. All they needed was to just get the spike down on the board, and they also have the B-side control now. They're ready for the post plants, but this suppression is going to be a key one too. They will have some limited amount of time to push in, and that's what VLT does. Matarasu finds the opening. The flashes comes out too. The crossfire shut down, but it doesn't matter. Skill bounces back.
suppression very key right there, because as soon as the Killjoy gets suppressed, the A-Link turret that she has set up gets deactivated, and it enables an ease of access for the side of Velocity coming in there, because with that turret giving contact to Global Esports, they could have done actually some more damage. But with just one gun being taken down, all 4 Spectres continue to thrive, and a full bonus to come through from the side of Velocity Gaming. 2-0 on the board already. It's all about this buy right here. If Global Esports cannot pull off a strong buy without losing too much in terms of weaponry, I feel like Velocity will just start to run away with the map. We know how well they thrive on that momentum.
Shutting them down.
Again, a quick info at the start of the round. Nothing really reported from that. That was a great shock dart before Ridley forced back, and that's also the utilities off the board, but he's still able to turn around and slap him. Somehow, he's able to get the kills on the board, and now it's just Global Esports being hauled off at bay with the Nanoswarm. A lot of time being bought for VLD to try and capitalize on this fact, but still it doesn't matter. Global Esports, they get a quick stroll in sight, 4-on-3 situation, and they're also situated for a quick post plant. Now VLT, they were on a bonus round, so they can try and go for this one again. Deathmaker, if he finds the kill on the Kappa, this is going to be a huge one. And now he will have to go through skills. Skills with the off angle, catches Deathmaker, so he was not able to retrieve the Vandal. Still a 3-on-2 situation. This is looking highly unlikely because Global Esports, they're looking on point.
I'm not even concerned about the round. All of my attention towards that dab that Kappa sprayed before he died. Penguin dab for the win, boys. I want to see some penguin dabs in the chat. But no, in all seriousness, a key round picked up for Global Esports. They only lose one key weapon too, because Rossi was carrying a Spectre. So they get to go on into this with effectively full buys on their entire team, as you can see. But the same can be said for Velocity Gaming. That was their pure bonus. Deathmaker is now upgraded into the Big Daddy Sniper. He's got the Operator for himself, and he's going to look to become the Big Daddy of Global Esports.
Operator's on the board. Trailblazer's out too. Deathmaker's going to hold this peacefully. There we go. But he doesn't really know that there's another man posted up on close right.
He should, though, because the 0 point revealed Rafuel's presence and he saw the cloudburst, so he should expect Rafuel to be somewhere around. Sorry, I'm still stuck in Enigma Gaming. He should still expect SK Rossi to be in that position because the 0 point did reveal that jet and they were able to push on through. My bad, man. Too many great jets nowadays. Keep confusing between them.
Too many players in the MVP runner-ups, man. It's really hard to keep track of names now. Rafuel, Rossi, Ruski, kind of same names.
Don't try peek. Don't do it, Hell Ranger. You have a guiding light. Use it! Okay.
Oh, there we go. It was a quick peek. I'm not going to lie. Deathmaker reaction time, though. I mean, with Sheriff is looking great, but with the Operator, it's kind of off. But okay, I'm going to retreat. I'm going to take back my words with that shot, but still is taken down quite low. 22 HP. You're not really supposed to approach it like this. He did hear that retreat coming through, but Skills was just posted. Oh, right to A still able to cross it correct and also get that frag on the board. Now we're left on a 2-on-3. Global Esports having no other option rather than to commit, and even though he's blind, he still finds both of them with the spray. And look at the look on face of right to Ace.
Out of charges.
I couldn't.
Yeah, I was like, it also paused at the right time, right? The way he looked.
Comeback stream? Question mark? Interesting.
What just happened?
Question mark again?
Things are falling apart.
Not in the Val Clasico, guys. Come on, not in the Val Clasico. Okay, thank you. I think if I scream enough, then they will bring it back.
It's like the heat is so much that even our feeds are not able to handle
PCs
it.
Can't handle it.
Yeah, it's just too much, dude. It's overheating out here, guys. It's winter and I'm getting hot. Man's hot.
Standing ahead.
Talking about mans that are hot though, Namaker with some key frags and that discipline you mentioned, the patience showing up with those frags. Now 3-1 on the board. Velocity get the win in that buy round, forcing Global Esports into a bit of a semi-buy here. It's effectively an eco. They have to play on Rossi, just trying to create some space. I think he is playing the Hero Vandal, if I'm not mistaken, or the Hero Phantom, whichever one he prefers. But again, the setups drastically changed for Velocity Gaming. They're playing on Depthmaker's ability to anchor down A side solo by himself, allowing them to double stack the C side as well as Garage. And Amaterasu pops their head. Hellranger with some nice tracking gets the trade.
But it's fine. Vubor's got his back. That's the big man out of the game too. So yeah, now we're left on a 3-on-4. Defenders have the man advantage. Attackers now are going to start to sweat. Kappa is a little separated out from the rest of the pack. It's going to be really hard for him to bounce back from the spot he's found himself in. And I honestly feel like he should not have let Kappa slip by from that spot. But still, LFF tries to play things a little safe. Catches a bullet through the smoke too.
They should rotate.
Yeah, but Deathmaker, oh no, he's just funneling him in the garage area. Quick kills on the board. Kappa now all by himself. Is he going to be able to live up to his name? Not really having a lot of HP. Odds stacked against him, and yeah, it was highly unlikely too.
I think what Global Esports really need to start paying attention to is the way the 0 point comes out, because that was a key tendency that XELI were able to exploit. Knowing where the 0 point came out, they were able to decipher Velocity setups. And again, because that 0 point comes out so early towards that A lobby area, you can instantly decipher that the KO is playing either mid or garage. When that KO is either playing mid or garage is usually when the operator is playing A, and if the operator is playing A, then you're likely to only have Deathmaker solo or Deathmaker with the Sova to back him up, and that's something you can rush down and punish.
Talk about rushing down and punishing, man. Trailblazers out. Now pretty much clearing out short too. A little too over aggression from Rossi this time. Easily read out by right to ace. He's the man you wanna watch out from. There we go. VLT. They're just so disciplined today. It's something different hitting them. Disciplined. Pretty much doing perfect in all the different aspects of the game too. Deathmaker as well gets spotted by the Aldrone. That's a quick shutdown too, and a nice gravity bell. And Deathmaker is just gonna try to line him up on the short time this time, but no, it's Kappa who's gonna put an end to his story. Quick recon dart, but a quick shutdown from the recon too. Not a lot of info gathered. Kappa is gonna be a little disappointed because they were heavily relying on that recon dart. The recon dart being shut down, not really gathering any info. Global Esports left crippled in that round.
Global Esports. No, before.
Okay. See, I don't understand. Why was Rossi? What happened? What did I say?
No analysis. The board left Amaterasu hanging on the fist bump. The board left Amaterasu hanging on the fist bump. Can't do that with the board.
It's okay sometimes, you know. Sometimes you gotta leave people hanging on the fist bump. Now let me tell you the mentality of leaving people hanging on the fist bump. If you do not give them the fist bump, if they make something good happen, that means they would want to again try to get another opportunity to get a fist bump, and they will try to make some insane plays again. That's the mentality behind it. But yeah, again, Rossi being caught out. The over-aggression is being punished all the time, and we've been talking about this, CA. If you do get a grip on how Rossi plays, then you're going to pretty much get a grip on how Global Esports function.
But that's the thing, right? Like, against this KO composition, you don't really want to force your playstyle. You want to... No, not again, before. There we go. Yeah, sorry. This one's reported. But yeah, back to the point. Like, against this particular KO composition, you don't want to be able to allow Velocity Gaming to play the map on their terms. You want to continuously force them to get desperate that they're not able to get as much information as they want on that KO utility. So again, at the start of this round, pay attention to where that 0 point comes out, because what I'm expecting is now a Garden 0 point or an A lobby 0 point from the side of Velocity, and that will reveal. You see that again, A lobby 0 point coming out, revealing that that KO is playing from either B or Garage. As soon as they acknowledge this, they know that on one extreme side, Deathmaker is alone. They need to start punishing Deathmaker together a lot more.
Wubor is like John Wick, the man of dedication, determination, and focus. He does not get distracted by some casual fist bumps, guys. Come on.
I've got your trail.
He will only give you fist bumps when you actually win the map.
Oh, hold on. The Seeker is key. It's revealing... Yeah, it's only revealed the Garage and ceiling position, because now they know that the B site is actually empty, and that should tell them as soon as they see this alarm bot that the Killjoy is playing on the lockdown to try and retake this A site. So Global Esports with an opportunity to rush it down and play on their own post plant because they have the Hunter's Fury to trade out the lockdown retake.
Spike planted. You should.
He tried his best to deny the plant with the shock darts, but again, man advantage heavily favoring VLT. They can always go for an easy, but the counter lockdown as well comes through, and Hunter's Fury as well. Oh, heavy investment. It's gonna be really hard for them to actually bounce back from this, and now we're left on a 2-on-2. The KO's still being almost taken out, and there we go. The KO gets taken out, but the problem is Lightning Fast gets detained, and now it's all down to skills. The man himself, the controller player, to clutch it out. The defuse is being stuck. They still don't exactly know where skills is gonna peek out, but a well-played situation from VLT.
You failed.
Right to Ace was being the guardian angel.
Again, very weird. I want to see how Kappa ends up dying in this situation, because that Hunter's Fury was key. I think he ends up dying to the flank on Amaterasu, which is why it's very weird, because Kappa should not be peeking ever. He needs to be that last person alive right there. So small errors in decision making. And even skills right there, he has 2 stars available to him. He can go for a stun and then peek rather than just dry peek. He can place the star and go for a smoke on the spike and have his team spam the exact location that the spike is planted and spam that location. Instead, just dry peeking, and Global Esports, they're throwing it away. They're throwing away this basic tendency that VLT had exploited when they played against Exili. Because if you remember Exili, they were always disciplined. They always played around SS Sami being set up with the utility. But GE is just dry peeking them and honestly disrespecting VLT right now on their map of choice.
I mean, it doesn't really matter though, even if you are disrespecting them, because look at the scorelines here. It's 71. VLT, they have all sorts of cushion for themselves. They're able to play really well, but this time the opening frags are being found from Global Esports, so maybe another round of the board potentially, but they still do have the Cosmic Divide available. Global Esports looking really in sync in this round, but this suppression as always, and this is where Amaterasu now will just push in with the suppress. Gravity will allow two to try and flush out the man all the way from the back. Flash points out as well. The openings being found from the side of LFF is just lining these bodies up as if it's nothing. Now we're left in 2-on-3. Right to Ace as well, we'll find another one. And just like that, blink of an eye, a quick retake from VLT, and they're just looking unstoppable.
And man, I have to point out Hellfighter, because that's one POV we did not get to observe, but if you were paying attention to the map, Hellfighter reading Global Esports like a freaking book, knows exactly as soon as his team's Cosmic Divide is set up by him, by the way, here someone is going to try to wrap around from Garage so they can push through, using the fact that that Cosmic Divide actually separates the Garage window, so you can't hear someone pushing in through Garage if you're playing on C-Link. Hellfighter playing on that door is able to catch out Rossi, who's now starting to get completely overwhelmed. I think Rossi losing all track of the general idea where Global Esports is the one leading the charge. Global Esports is the one continuously taking control. This time, Velocity, they're like, you know what, you can have the site. B is the easiest for us to retake because we are able to maintain garage control. We are able to maintain A-Link control. And that's something GE really need to start improving. If you're taking B site, you need to capture either A-Link or C-Link, because otherwise you're never going to be able to hold it post-plant, especially against the KO.
Man. Technical break on the board, CA. VLT, they were looking really good. They have a huge momentum. They have a cushion too, and now because the technical break, CA.
1 second, Necro.
What happened?
Velocity is on the defense. Global Esports is on the attack. Now this means Global Esports will be on the defense in the second half. And the scoreline is very close to a 9-3. So if it ends up being a 9-3 here, oh boy. There's sure to be some trauma for VLT.
Are they actually ordering food? What's going on? I do see someone standing behind them.
No, I think they're trying to fix a small issue. Yeah, that's Marzil. No, that's Euphoria. Yeah, Euphoria just making sure that their setup is fixed up. So they're just going to fix that issue. And I think they will be back real quick. I think it was a cam issue. So they should be back real quick. But yeah, I want to see if Global Esports can push for the 9-3 curse now. Get Rossi on the operator, on the defense. Bring back the Ascent vibes from VCC1. Because damn, if that happens, that's going to hurt for VLT. It's unlikely though. It's very unlikely.
Indeed unlikely. But still, yeah. VLT, I don't know what they've had today for breakfast, but they're just able to steamroll it through against a team like Global Esports. This is clearly not the Global Esports that we've known, that we wanted to see. I don't know what is lacking in Global Esports. But again, as we mentioned, even if they do go down in this best 3 series, they're going to have another chance.
I think it's very obvious in the sense that Global Esports usually play aggressive compositions. Even when you look at, for example, their split composition, they play Breathe Sky as a single duelist on the Jet, which is not at all meta on split, but it works beautifully for them because that's the style that Rossi is very comfortable on, with his support players continuously setting him up, and that's where all of Global Esports look at their very best. Now they're not playing that enabling style. They're not really trying to set Rossi up. Instead, they're playing a little too slow, and when they play that little too slow style, the KO is continuously going to be a nuisance because every single time he's able to shut them down. Even if they take the sites, the suppression comes through. They don't have post-plant utility to play on the post-plants. So again, I think Global Esports just need to be extremely aggressive, not just when they take the site, but in the post-plant too. Rather than playing on defensive positions in the post-plant, convert the chokeholds that you have, like for example in B, the A-Link and C-Link funnels, and try to play on the aggression right there. So the suppression, it doesn't matter as much.
And look at this now. Oh, places the turret. Deathmaker too, man. He's just holding a really slick angle. Peeks out, spots him. Deathmaker's not going to take any more chances. Instantly repositions on the short. But Skill finds an opening, but instead it's VLT replying with 2 quick frags from their side. And now a 2-on-4. This round should be a done deal. Rossi, again, no matter what, Rossi's just not able to do anything. He's not able to get any frags on the boards yet. And I don't know what the reason is for that. We haven't really been seeing a lot of Global Esports cam as well, so like at least from the facial expressions we can say something, but Global Esports, they're just not present. It feels like they're just not in the game.
And you have to give props to Velocity Gaming. They dropped this map yesterday against Exili Esports, but since then they seem to have cleaned up the small issues they faced in that particular map, and they've come back with Haven looking extremely strong for them. Deathmaker on an absolute tear. Amaterasu able to continuously read into what GE want to do, making sure that him and his team is one step ahead. Again, in this default, knowing that is the buy from the side of GE, they go for the aggressive A main control, and Amaterasu able to get into a key spot now. I did notice Rossi's got himself an operator in that group, and that's only going to slow GE down. I'm not sure if that's what they need.
Concealment.
Flashes out to the man on the backside's blinded. Global Esports, they found the entry, the opening kills, and that's going to be opening a lot of opportunities for them. SK Rossi, as always, is going to being over-aggressive, and he will be shut down. 2 quick kills on the board for Rapport. He's being gifted these kills for free. Operators out for Deathmaker as well to try and be the difference maker over here this time. But oh no, he's actually going to go for a shutdown, so the lockdown now has been destroyed. So yeah, Fragman's out too. That means Hellranger will be posted back a little bit. Again, Global Esports, they had the site control, but the retakes there so quickly that even Global Esports, they're not able to wrap their head around. How are VLT so proactive against Global Esports? How are they able to get these reads on their executions? And I honestly feel like SK Rossi, I do understand you're a man who likes to go really aggressive, but against a team like VLT, maybe you should try and be a little bit more with the team.
Yeah, exactly. I don't think the aggression is the problem itself. I feel like it's the issue right here that we're facing is, even on this replay, as you can see, Rossi peeks out, but there's no one checking the platform angle with him, right? Like, this is, I'm going to assume, a case where Rossi is informing that he's going to peek for CT, because if he does come, then surely Global Esports has to make sure they cover his back or get the trade. But instead, they get a 2 for not right there, VLT. Not just Rossi taken down, but skills as well. And it's starting to tumble away. This is why I said right after that bonus, the buy round is key. Because you give VLT a taste of victory, and they just feel that victory. They feel the velocity, and they start pushing on forward.
Oh, they do feel the velocity, but this time, even though in between of the gravity wall, they're still able to plays him well, and how is he able to find these kills right away? Stunned! And still able to connect those kills. Amaterasu, yeah, on the flank, it's a crucial one too, but being shut down this time. It's Rossi replying back in style. And Global Esports finally seems like some things are in sync. Oh no, right away he's missed his shots. LFF now. He is a cracked aimer on the side of VLT. We've seen him pull off some insane clutches for sure. The spike still not planted here. Time's ticking by. They have 1 minute in the end. And look at this. Just trying to play some mind games. I think LFF realizes what exactly is going on. His presence was known on the defender's side spawn, but now he's trying to rotate all the way from the back. He's trying to create a flank angle. Global Esports 2 trying to take their sweet little time. There we go. You see, he's playing mind games.
Yeah, I think but it all did come down to the flank because now they should just be able to play as a duo peak together, because I really hope they don't end up isolating the duos the way they are right now. Kappa's gonna get caught off guard. Skills is on very low HP, but still he finds the clutch. Man, that's by the skin of their teeth. That's not the kind of perspective they want to be looking at, because those are not the kind of rounds still that is going to give GE much momentum. But hey, I think they will be happy that they're at least able to secure a 10-2 on the board. Nevertheless though, it is most definitely Velocity Gaming still in control of this map. Most definitely Velocity Gaming with the ball in their court and with the pistol in their hands to try and finish it off right here, right now. You win this pistol, you're effectively guaranteed the map.
Yeah. This pistol round's going to be a key one for Global Esports. 10-2. Again, 10-2 as well. We've seen some comebacks happen from this core, but if you talk about the likeliness, it's highly unlikely. Again, it is possible, but it's highly unlikely.
9-3 was also unlikely.
And 9-3 is a little bit more likely.
12-4 was also unlikely.
9-3 is a little likely, but okay, there we go. The trades are there on the board, CA. Recon darts giving a lot of info away. The shock darts are just raining from the sky. And skills, single-handedly creating a lot of difference in these duels. There we go. Trying to isolate the duels. Getting shot from left to Matarasu, misses a couple of shots and will fall down finally.
And at this point, again, I'm just gonna state this because it is very much a possibility. Any other team 10-2, I'd give it away. When Global Esports, they've come back from 9-3 in this very VCC. They've come back from 12-4 down against God Particles. This is a team that is able to come back against all odds. Their motto, GE Fighting, very much innately present within every single player. You cannot count them out, and really they've learned this lesson the hard way in the VCC Grand Finals Map 5 in Series 1. I hope they don't forget that, because right now they're making it just too easy for skills. Granted, it was a Spectre versus the pistol, but I think long-range Spectre versus pistol is an equal battle.
It really depends on how well you're able to control the burst as well. This fight, should be one. And Global Esports, this should be another round in the pockets without any more troubles, without any efforts. Nice shot from Rossi. And there we go, flawless round. Of course, as expected, whips out the areas too, Sia. You like to see it, right? There we go.
Oh yeah.
Thanks, Kappa.
Yeah, 100%. I think even when on my stream I had Kappa on, he's like, don't worry, Sia, I got you. In certain maps I will most definitely pull out that Ares. And this goes back all the way to Sinatra. If you remember, before he had his controversies going on and when he was a part of Sentinels, Sinatra was one of the OGs who pulled out that Ares in Garage and was just able to slam people left, right, center with his wallbang angles. So definitely a capable weapon on this map, especially with then Lakia showing all of these new cool wallbang spots in Reykjavik. Right now what is key is Rossi's operator hasn't been able to activate himself this entire map. It's now or never. Rossi, bring back the vibes of the 9-3 or GE. They cannot contend fighting whatsoever.
Yep, that's a quick flash too, but Amaterasu this time wins the duel.
He dodged
it. Was the battle of IGLs. Yeah, that was a quick dodge too. Headranger clearly disappointed. He was like, wait, how? I just heard him getting blinded, and how was he not blinded? That's impossible. But yeah, still, battle of the IGLs. It seems like VLT is IGL. It's the IGL diff right there, ladies and gentlemen. But yeah, Global Esports now. Left with 4 players to work with, but still, even if you do lose out on a player, you are defending, you're just holding the sides. So the attacker is what's going to matter quite a lot, and this is what exactly he said. Now Vibor goes down. That's the kill choice. That means the post planner now, they won't really have the post plan that strong anymore, CA.
Going for the B-side push, though. If you notice, there's a nanoswarm set up to deny the plant, but Rossi's still going for the
30
aggressive
seconds left.
peek. Now he's going to get revealed by the recon unless he goes back, and he does exactly that. The nanoswarm delays them just a little bit, forces them to get into A-Link, and just like that, Skill's able to wrap up through Garage, drop them, and now in a 2v2, Global Esports
literally
trying
run
to
and
hold
gun.
on for dear life.
Oh, he's just driving by with the Spectre. He's able to find one. He's able to find both of them. It's the run and gun right there. It's the Spectre power. Just better, man. Can't help it. That's the skill diff right there.
Talking about not helping, and no, this round certainly not helping the loss of these chances or their momentum. This was the buy round, Necro. Skills is spray and pray, making sure. Well, to be fair, the first 2 kills he got were just extremely good control. So he showed us all spectrums of possibilities with that Spectre. The first 2 kills with some clean bursts, and then the last 2 be like, I will just RNG this out of existence. RNG for the win, baby. But talking about the win right now, the comeback seems to be most definitely on, because 10-5 on the board, velocity forced onto an eco, and they are dropping. They are forgetting that GE fighting is the motto of this team for a reason. They are not one to give up. So velocity, they need to clean up their act, because at this rate, 10-2 will become the new 9-3.
Oh no, 10-5, yeah. It indeed is getting close, and it seems like Global Esports are able to get the momentum in the game, and we've known how good they are when it comes to utilizing the momentum. Oh, barely able to get back to safety in the nick of time, and also now won't really have any more eyes locked onto himself. That's a nice shot through the smoke. Skills will be forced back to safety. 5 HP only, CA. Oh no, that's a little sad moment. But look at the execution now. It seems like VLT, they are going to go for a B site take again.
Yeah, but look at the stack from Global Esports. The read almost there that they're going to go for the Garage or B push. So they were stacked up around that area. But now backing up, making sure they don't give up A-Link control for free. They've got VLT cornered on both sides. Now these duels are key. Even though Ace finds one, the trade makes sure that A-Link control is maintained.
That's a nice shock dart.
Get a key advantage. But just like that, he's going to be taken away to Global Esports now. They are in commanding control of not just this round, but the momentum in this game. But can Amaterasu make a difference?
But still a lot of damage has been done. See, a lot of gun taken out there. Hands and Amaterasu is able to clutch, and this is huge! And now this clutch pretty much secures this map as well. See, I'm telling you, this clutch was really necessary from Amaterasu.
I think, yeah, exactly. As you said it, this clutch most definitely secures the map. Global Esports getting some memories of their loss against F4Q in the APAC LCQ. You do not need to peek one by one, my friends. That is never a scenario that needs to happen, especially when the Killjoy turret is going to get you that information. They did not have time running out against them. They had time on their side. They could have waited for the turret to give them the initial peek. But they fall prey to the same RNG that Skills got them the round win. They get shut down, and now VLT is activated. Now VLT's got the momentum back for the win.
Yeah, now VLT is just like, go stupid, go crazy. We don't care. Just get the frags to the board, and as long as you're able to do so, that's all going to matter for us. I mean, Kappa's being trapped inside the site, even though he's the defender. Rossi still somehow connects an inhuman shot, and now it's all down to Skills. It's a GG moment for sure. 12 rounds on the board, and also a match point for VLT. They smell the blood, and they're looking to take him down.
Captain off Amaterasu with the clutch, leading from the front. Rossi with a nutty shot, I'll give him that, but that's all it is, Necro. The round is what matters. The match point is what matters. And the lead in this series is what really matters. And once again, it's the man, the legend, Amaterasu, detailing out the instructions on what to expect in this round for Global Esports. Now you have to remember, Global Esports on broken buys, I think Amaterasu has to be telling his team that you can expect some aggressive rushes. So we're going to push on one front, but on every other angle, I want you guys to play defensive supports, and that's exactly what they're doing. Spotting out that mid garden rush with the turret, they're just gonna back up now, but Rossi?
Huh?
Same.
Okay, how is he able to flush? How is he able to flood through like that? Right to Ace is right there in the corner. Right to Ace might just have a little key positioning here. Rossi down to 30 HP. Right to Ace being spotted. Not really good news. Right to Ace had a key positioning, but just because he now is spotted. Nice shock darts. 55 HP in the hands of him. I don't feel like he's going to be able to win this duel for sure. Spots out a little glimpse. Taken down quite low. Whiffy spray, but it's okay. Her Ranger's going to recover. And now VLT, it's all down to Deathmaker to be the difference maker in this game, but he is trying his best to do so. 70 HP in the hands. It's looking highly unlikely to clutch it out. The Champion's Vandal's glowing. It is looking to glow some enemy skulls as well with it. I was actually about to say, just because they whipped out the Spectres, now they're going to win. Spectre is just hitting different in this WoW Clasico.
I know, right? Like, the Spectre is just on an absolute tear. But again, the mid push over there that was spotted out by the turret, they didn't account for the fact that while the mid push went back, Rossi didn't. Rossi was able to get to window and then able to flush on in out of there. And because Right to Ace was holding a very narrow angle, his objective clearly to cover just a main, the team needed to know that nobody had their back from window. A key angle not covered, and Rossi able to get full value out of that. Now forcing Velocity into an eco themselves.
Oh no.
Both of the Jets in a 1v1 anime battle, and it's Rossi looks to come out on top, but the neat flick backed up by the Hunter.
And oh my god, there we go. He's also getting a lot of support from his teammates. He's taking a lot of shocks. But it's okay. Even though he's a duelist, he's a tanker, man. Tanks so much damage right there. Oh, that's nice spray.
Spectre diff.
I'm telling you, man, it's just the Spectre hitting different in Val Clasico. You don't need any other weapon. Don't even buy rifles at this point. Just go with Spectre. It's able to do so much damage in the close range. And you look, again, just a run and gun from skills. This gun, no matter how, it's just like classic. No matter how many nerfs you give it to the gun, it's just gonna be good in all the scenarios. It's just too good.
In the Val Clasico team, right? This is when we saw Velocity and Global in the past, it was all like Galacticos and Messi on Barcelona and all insane players popping heads. I can't even English anymore. Popping heads with the Phantoms and the Vandals. But now it's the state of Barcelona and Madrid right here, where Atletico, which is Enigma, I guess, in this scenario, whipping them and popping heads, and Velocity and GE relegated to the Spectres.
At this point, the battle of Spectres. Let's find out who's better at running gunning. Oh my god. At this point, it's like playing on a Vandal is just giving your team a disadvantage. Literally. Yeah. Don't even play on a Vandal, please. Just go ahead and play on something like Spectre or Phantom. I guess Phantom is as close, like it can kind of get close to a Spectre when it comes to running and gunning, but still. Not as close though. Spectre is just overall better.
Out of charges.
I'm not even lying. In my ranked team, I've had a person, and I'm not even talking about some like normal silver elo. I'm talking about like plat 3 elo, plat 3 ranked game. I've had a guy who was playing Reyna, and all he was using was Spectre in my game, and he was actually top fragging in my team too.
Spectre OP. But in all seriousness,
Placing swamp grenade.
they didn't have the money in that round. They do have the money now. A tech pause here for Global Esports does give both of the teams a moment to breathe, and fortunately us too, because as slow as this map was in the first half, it's gotten exponentially faster in this second half as both of the teams almost on a desperate run to get to the finish line. Global Esports, they're much further than Velocity Gaming, who just need one round to finish it off right here. But you can see Velocity Gaming, they want to pick up that one round now. They have the Killjoy locked down to try and set it up. As soon as that drone clears off a shot, I feel like the Killjoy could rotate on and do exactly that. But no, instead, they're just going for a hard burst, Necro.
Oh, that's a nice shot from Deathmaker.
Oh,
unfortunate. Yeah, that's the A-side control taken as well.
Spike
Doesn't really have a lot of stars available. Currently only has one star in the hands of skill. It's going to be a little tough. And yep, it's gone. It's done. It's call it a GG. Go next. It's down to Clutch Pack, and look at Kappa as well. He's just shaking his head, and he knows it's done. 5 seconds, Kappa. Darts out. Position known. Hunter's Fury out. Kappa now is pretty much getting bullied, but he doesn't catch any charges onto himself. Finally, he does. Uses the Recon Bolt too. And now there we go. Has the Odin in the hand. First taken down. Almost gets the second down too, but it's okay. A valiant effort from Kappa, a valiant effort from Global Esports too, but a little too late to go for a comeback because you guys have already given away a lot of rounds. And VLT clearly happy and pumped up after that win on the first map against Global Esports. And talk about Global Esports, this is going to be affecting them quite a lot. If you talk about the friendships as well that they're going to be having, if you talk about the communication issues after this one they're going to be having, there's going to be a lot of like overall, just problems being created after that, because I do totally understand, man. This is a matchup that you don't really want to lose. This is something that also is connected with a lot of pride for both these teams.
I think it just comes down to 2 points. Either one, they did not WOD review at all and they had no idea of the 0-point defaults that Velocity was playing, because Velocity didn't change much, or they overthought it, where they were like, okay, because they know we know, they won't do what we know they did, and that's too many no's and dids and stuff like that. That's how you know you're overthinking, guys. You need to play real simple and try to just play your playstyle inherently, because especially on the attacking side, that's the strength of the Sova Sky combination. It gives you a wealth of information which was never employed by Global Esports, and you have to wonder if it wasn't a 10-2 half, if it was a 7-5, 8-4 instead, maybe we would be seeing an overtime right now.
I mean, there's a lot of things to talk about. Clearly, the WOD reviews, the research, it seems like it's lacking by a huge. But again, I'm really worried for Global Esports moving inside the second map. I'm doubting their mentality quite a lot, because Velocity, they look fired up. They're pumped. They're looking happy. They know that how much it's like, how much difference they have defeated Global Esports. Even though later on they started making a comeback, it was because VLT did realize that, okay, and it was also because they were also getting a lot of confidence that, okay, we're getting really close, this is looking really easy. But then later on they got things under control, they got things under a lot of groove, and they started to win the rounds again. And VLT with 13-7 taking the lead on the first map of Haven. But here's the scoreboard, CA.
Yeah, that maker was absolutely phenomenal, whereas on the other hand, you can see Rossi seemed to have completely disappeared. And not just Rossi, I feel like Hellranger and Rossi, a key part of their momentum was, again, that attacking half, where they were just not able to find any dice. Again and again, the simple info that KO 0 point was able to get and set up that maker for success got VLT into this position in that 10-2 half, where even though they dropped a few rounds, as long as they were able to reset back, with the help of a sick clutch from Amaterasu, they pick up the map win.
They pick up the map win, and pretty much proving a team like Global Esports unparalleled in all the aspects.
Like, you can see the timeline, right? I believe it was that 16th round that he clutched right there. So imagine that round goes the other way around. Again, Velocity's economy is in a dicey position. Instead of a 12-6 scoreline right there, or even a 10-6 scoreline, 11-5 scoreline, what does end up happening is that Velocity keep going on a down curve, and maybe that comeback is possible. So you can see immediately, even statistically, how important a single clutch can be to the entire team.
Oh yeah, indeed. A clutch can boost up team's mentality, and that Amaterasu right there, the Amaterasu clutch right there with the Spectre, that was the key one for VLT's success later on, because in the second half it did seem like things were slipping by a little bit slowly and steadily. They were starting to lose the grip, but that clutch itself made sure that they're keeping Global Esports in their fists.
Yeah, exactly. And keeping Global Esports in their fists is what they will persevere to do going into this next map, because this map certainly raised some big questions, Necro. If Global Esports is not able to set up Rossi on Jet for success, will they be able to do it with Rossi on Raze? Because that's what he's going to be playing going into that next map of mine.
I mean, it's going to be really hard to set up success for Rossi on the Raze. I mean, we've seen the struggles sometimes, but lately we've seen Rossi kind of also improving quite a lot on the role of Raze overall. So
yeah,
maybe Rossi is going to be able to implement some new styles, because again, we have seen a couple of switcheroos coming through. When these two teams start playing against each other, they start to also switch things a little bit. But from VLT, we did not really see that happening in the previous map, but maybe on the map of Bind, we'll see that happening from the side of Global Esports and also from the side of overall VLT.
I think the important thing, though, I 100% agree with that point, that Rossi has looked really good in recent history with his Raze pick, but what really hasn't looked as great is the way Global Esports play around that Raze. They seem reliant on Rossi's ability to create space on the Jet, right? So that is going to be a big question mark, because going into that map, it is going to be the Jet for Depmaker, where he can continue to present himself on this dominant note that he started off on Haven. So I want to see how like the way VLT plays around Depmaker, can GE do the same thing for Rossi in that race?
Ladies and gentlemen, the upcoming map is going to be the Bind map. So before heading inside Bind, we're going to be taking a quick break.
So high in life, without you, I don't feel alive. So I'll just keep on being higher than the sky. Tell me, are you there for me even when I try? Keep on being high, without you, keep on being high. Without you, keep on being high. I know that you're feeling forsaken, mistaken, wish you were another man. I remember feeling awakened, mistaken if you thought I'm in that place where you want me to be, but I don't want you back. So it's easy to see when give me my shot, give me my shot, give me my shot, keep it on. I don't give a damn, I don't care, I don't care.
Dominating win on the first map by VLT, moving in forward in the map of Bind. We've known VLT is quite a strong team too, so I don't know how things are going to be looking like. Global Esports as well, equally dominant. They have been looking, but if we talk about the mental edge, this is what VLT is going to be having. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to NODWIN's Valorant Conquerors Championship with Gillette as a grooming partner. CA, moving in forward in the map of Bind. Go ahead and tell me, what do you think is going to be lacking from the side of Global Esports, or what do you think Global Esports should try and capitalize on VLT?
I think it's really the calling that it's coming down to. Again, my two key points where I was talking about the attacking side on Haven was either they haven't really reviewed what VLT like to do, or they're overthinking. And honestly, I think the likely option is number two. I am pretty sure that GE have put in plenty of time into understanding the way VLT play, and now are just overthinking it on the basis of that. Whereas on the other hand, Velocity, they look like a team with freedom. You know, Amit Rasu clearly giving detailed instructions, but it's more along the lines of what Antidote said, where he gives his players freedom, but freedom with boundaries where they cannot go beyond a certain line. And that freedom is where the players do seem to be thriving. Deathmaker's popping off, Ace is able to give key supportive plays, and even Hellfighter able to find these key reads on the micro reads on what Global Esports is able to do. So that's exactly what's got to change for Global Esports. They got to stop hiding inside their own brains almost.
And correct me if I'm wrong. I honestly feel like VLT on their side, it looks like every single player is able to activate themselves at the right time, or pretty much every time. They're actually able to hold down the site pretty well. They're able to get the frags on the board. On the other hand, Global Esports, it's like there are only some key players that are able to step up at some certain amount of time at the map, right? It's not like every single one is able to step up on their individual site. It's like they just have that one single player all the time who's able to step up. That's what we saw at least in the previous map. Moving forward, though, we want to see a consistency between all the players in the side of Global Esports. And as soon as the consistency is built, that's where Global Esports will start thriving and they will start dominating. But again, this also means Global Esports is one of those teams that they do thrive on momentum, and the consistency will only start hitting them when they start getting the momentum back in the round.
And yeah, the same point for the individual players as well. We've talked about this before. VLT is much more of the quote-unquote super team as compared to Global Esports. They have cracked individuals all throughout, and that's why a lot of times you can see them relying on those individuals. Global Esports, on the other hand, is a full-on team, wherein they rely on each other to be at their perfect self, and it gives them a bigger potential, in my opinion, but at the same time, a lower low, because a single member disappearing on a certain day can mean the entire team just crumbles and collapses. In this case, I believe it was Hellranger and Rossi just not able to create the plays the way they wanted to. It almost felt like Rossi was getting suffocated because of the way VLT was playing, and because of that, you could see hints of desperation in him trying to create some hero plays, make some hero moments, and that's where VLT were happy to punish him.
I mean, VLT, it's not even about punishing them. It's like Global Esports are punishing themselves with the play they're making. And we've seen Rossi on the attacking side. I do understand he's the player who likes to get the opening frags, but sometimes, man, okay, I understand you try once, you tried twice, you tried thrice. If it's not working, that's when you start playing with the teams and you want to play off of trades. Even if Rossi doesn't find the opening kill, his teammates are supposed to get the trade. But Rossi is just being so aggressive, it's really hard for his team to keep up with him.
Yeah, exactly. And it's either that in terms of Rossi being too aggressive or his team not being aggressive enough. I don't think us as neutral observers can particularly point out which side of the spectrum GE are falling on right now.
That's
because
true.
either way, the issue is in the synergy and the comms. If Rossi wants to be that aggressive, I want to say Global Esports backing him up, Global Esports playing for the aggressive note. But if the Global Esports want to play in that slightly more defensive note, they want to play more around rotations, they want to focus on the macro aspects of the game, then Rossi's got to rein himself in.
There we go, the agent select, ladies and gentlemen. In front of you guys, moving in forward in the map of Bind. Global Esports now, things have been slipping by in this best of 3 series, but this is their chance to get the grip back up on this best of 3 series. Again, Rossi as always going on the raise, and then you have Skills 2 on Astra. Pretty much normal compositions, but on the other hand, they're letting Deathmaker stay with the comfort pick. Now, this is what I really like, right? I do understand race is really important, but they're not letting the man let out of his comfort zone.
Yeah, and this is what we are talking about as well, right? The biggest difference in these compositions being that Deathmaker sticks to his jet, but what they inherently end up lacking because of that is the sky. Velocity, without that sky, they're going to rely on a lot of quick bursts. They're going to rely on a lot of movements in the mid parts of the round where they're not necessarily playing on information gathering, more playing on information denial. And that's where Global Esports do have a bit of an edge with their composition. But that edge really comes through if Hellranger and Rossi are able to be proactive with that sky pick. If that sky pick ends up being as unimpactful as it was on Haven, then the double duelists that Velocity have, that extra layer of comfort that Velocity have, will allow them to be that much stronger.
Oh, there we go. First 2 shots connected. Deathmaker looking really dominant. SK Rossi out the charts. And but Rossi at least gets the trade. So that's kind of like the revenge being taken on the Deathmaker right there. But on the other hand, it's 2 players taken down for the side of VLT, so now the defense is going to be looking a little shaken. Right 2 ace as well is on the flank, including Amaterasu. Amaterasu's flank is going to be a key one for sure, but he spots out. Well, at least he hears the TP coming through, so now he's going to be changing his mind and pretty much going back. But I do like how they've left Kappa on the A short angle. Babor might just be caught off guard, but oh no, he spots out the back. And Kappa as well is well aware of the facts, but it doesn't matter. Babor has a little crispy aim, and he will shut it down. Snake bites out. 2 is pretty much choked now. Hellranger isolated backside. His teammates are there to try and provide him some cover fire. Lightning Fast as well is going to be followed up with kills. And now it's all down to the final man alive. It's right to Ace, but not anymore.
Yeah. Crucial round picked up for Global Esports. Crucial because they need the momentum from the very start. They need to try and build off of this and ensure that whatever happened on Haven was simply because they were not necessarily as comfortable on the map as they are on now the map of their choice, which is Bind. Now, we're going to have to look at the defaults presented by Velocity Gaming. If you notice in the last round, it was that Poison Cloud setup in Hookah with the Viper, and we saw how effective Lightning Fast was able to be with a judge on that particular setup. But given the fact that GE played themselves, I wonder if the judge does come out eventually later, does GE know how to break it apart? Right now though, GE focusing on this Showers approach with that deep wall setup already. They're going for that aggressive execute on their anti-eco.
Here we go. Should really be that hard to get the side control in the hand unless Deathmaker connects some insane shots, but that's a great burst coming through. Deathmaker not really getting a grip onto his movement. Will fall down. Global Esports, easy side take as expected. No sweat coming through from their side. Aries on the board too. HellFF might just be able to catch a Kappa here. But is he going to be expecting him to be there? Yep, he hears a lot of footsteps giving away. Misses a lot of shots there too. Kappa will turn around and shut him down.
Yeah, Kappa able to shut him down and just like that. Esports with a team ace nonetheless, picking up this round and making sure they do it without much damage in terms of weaponry. They get to continue on with the exact same buys, which means it's a pure bonus for the side of Global Esports and Velocity under pressure. Because remember, again, with this composition, when you're playing the double duelist, the operator is a key part of your defensive setup. That's where the Jet is really able to thrive on the defense. Without the operator, she doesn't feel as impactful as, like, say, a Neon would or even a Reyna. Because, by the way, for everyone in chat, Neon is enabled. This team's just not playing it.
Yeah, you can play Neon, but...
Wait, what?
No.
Because that gravity well was also G's. So Rossi dies to his own gravity well and his own nade?
I don't know, that's some kind of like a new strategy, I guess. I don't know. What just happened?
I vibrate. What?
What was that? It's okay, the trade's on the board. That's a big trade too. That's the duelist out from the enemy team. Oh, you should have not turned your back like that. And Hellranger clearly raging on his teammates, I guess. Or at least that's what it looked like. Did you see Hellranger Cam? He was pissed.
Yeah. Just unsure about what exactly happened in that round.
One enemy
It's
remaining.
unfortunate we don't get a replay of it, but I guess the production trying to make sure they don't rub salt into the wounds of Global Esports. But it's fine, I guess it was just their bonus. Not the way you want to lose your bonus. But okay, it's time to reset and move on because now Global Esports onto the bye round. Honestly though, I'm not sure. I think that emote perfectly describes my reaction to what happened. Just face bomb. Just really face bomb.
Headshot.
Okay. Okay, there we go. Fired up. Deathmaker.
Deathmaker doesn't want to face bomb, he wants the bullet bomb. Bullet face. Yeah, that's better. Bullet face.
Nah. Oh. Vapor. Okay, there we go. Pain shield's out. Duel's isolated. Rossi has no other choice rather than to keep marching forward. Will be shut down. 2 on 5. VLT look at making it look flawless. Oh, slipped by here, but it doesn't matter. It's the Spectre in the close range. It's unbeatable no matter what gun you got. It's going to be next to impossible. Unless if you have a judge, then maybe you'll be able to stop it. I want to see them get their hands dirty. Just play the judge, please.
It's just very confusing. How many rounds in a row does Deathmaker have to kill them in this Showers position for them to realize you can't dry peek Deathmaker, man? Commit a drone, commit a Trailblazer, at least the guiding light before you dry peek him in that Showers angle. He's just gonna do it again. He's like, okay, they're giving me free kills. Why shouldn't I take it? I
It's
really
again-
hope they don't try pick him again.
It's again more so the fact that if he's able to get those kills with some raw aim, why aren't we able to get the kill with the raw aim?
Revealing area.
And again, it comes down to the mental edge that Deathmaker is having over here, man.
Okay, finally. They commit a smoke, they use the recon, then they move in, start giving Deathmaker those right peaks. But on the other hand, look at VLT, they pushed in through B long and they surprised the heck out of L Ranger. Man, the calling from VLT, the reads is just on another level today.
I want to see Deathmaker. I want to see Hellranger's webcam now. Yeah, oh, another shutdown. Lightning fast trying his best to fight back. Shock darts out too.
One enemy
Bathroom
remaining.
control given away. Oh my god, another
Spike
shot to
down
follow
A.
it through. Deathmaker's able to click on heads. Like hits, nothing. Final man left alive, it's Lightning fast. Left in some impossible clutch scenarios. There's no other choice rather than commit, and that's what he's going to do. Nothing really much left, taking decent bit of damage from the sneak by 2, and Deathmaker, yep, the precision Deathmaker has is on another level right now. Look at Wabor, man, like, they're doing so good, but this man just has, like, this calm, steel, like, you know, cool demeanor. It's insane.
It's just very weird from Global Esports altogether. They haven't really set up any defaults. Their defaults is to try and kill Velocity Gaming. That can't be a default, you know, that's the objective of the entire round. You need to try and set up Sova Sky defaults where either the Sova is continuously droning the showers or the Sky is guiding lighting that 3 or 4 rounds in a row, and then you need to play around that or do the same on B long. But instead they're purely reacting to what Velocity is doing. Velocity is every single time one step ahead. Like for example, again, the B long push coming in, but this time with the setup flipped where the Viper's pit is set up at A short, so Deathmaker is the one making that B long push happen. But Skills with the key frag, how did he even spot out Hellfighter? I wish we could have seen that.
I wish we could have done too, but...
Was that like random spray?
Okay, again, Deathmaker, oh, he's just able to find these little openings, and that's creating some loopholes to try and shut down Global Esports.
On target.
Oh, that's a nice shot from Kappa, though. Shutting down the entire Viper's pit, CA. Huge play coming through from Kappa. A key shutdown, too. Seeker's out as well. We're trying to gain a little bit of info for them. But Kappa, again, oh, seems like this man's turned on now. It's going to be hard for him to be shut down. Rossi as well with the operator, trying to be the playmaker. And he does find a kill. Deathmaker. The champion Vandal's glowing. It's certainly not looking impossible for this man to clutch it out. And he has the caliber to do so. But it's too many players in the front to face. And they are posted up for the post-plant scenario too. Deathmaker will need to dodge his utilities and also dodge his death in the eyes of Global Esports. Slowly and steadily checking the angles, moving forward. Esker Rossi is what he's going to meet. Shuts him down. Instantly solo peaks given away by Global Esports, and this is not what you want. This is not what you want to do. Solo peaks again. Duels isolated. Deathmaker also gaining a lot of confidence boost in this one. There we go. Almost could have taken down Hellranger, but that's a nice flick.
Yeah. A really nice flick to make sure the round does end up stabilizing the momentum as well. But again, what is important is Rossi is playing off on the attack, and that's what they seem to be defaulting back to. It's what they defaulted back to on Haven as well, right? When it seemed like none of their standard setups were working, they're just like, okay, Rossi, go kill on operator. Which is why I kept saying that I'm not sure about this race comp for Global Esports. If they want to end up defaulting to that, then just play the way Team Exploit do or the way Dot Particles do, where they play the exact same double controller, double initiator composition, but instead on the jet. When you have that raise, you need to, at least, for example, when you look at Enigma earlier today on Bind, remember Excali on that raise, every single round for the first 4 to 6 rounds, he was playing on the hookah default. He was using his boombot to clear out hookah, creating space a lot there, and he became such a nuisance for the defenders that they had to react to him. That's what you're supposed to do as attackers, make the defenders react to you. So right now it's just E3. So I really want to see Global Esports if they're able to use this stack and make that happen.
Yeah, did you hear the
Pings?
voice? Yeah, pings as well from Sky. That means Hellranger was marking something out on the map, and he was explaining his team what they want to do.
Maybe a burst. in this round because they have 4 key ultimates.
I don't know. We heard a lot of here. So
Spike's there.
Yeah, that's usually the case when they're trying to rush, right?
yeah, no. Maybe it's like a calculated aggression. He's like, okay, I'm gonna flash in from here, try to create some distraction. Rossi, you go in from here. Kappa drone here, something like that. I don't know. Probably.
Yeah, it seems to be exactly that, trying to create some fake presence towards Hookah before they burst onto site. The Seeker's available as well. It's Hellranger who picks up the first blood, and now they're not even committing ultimates. They're just gonna now look for the plant.
Yeah, Rossi
should have committed them.
Rossi's just pressing W, and there we go. They finally committed the Viper's Pit. Found themselves the entire site control. 2 Kappa realizes they still don't. Okay, that's some great lineup. I'm gonna use that in my games. But here we go. Showstopper's out. Deathmaker also has his ultimate available. Okay, misses out on that. It's okay completely. Deathmaker's low too. We'll need to heavily rely on the Blaze Storm that he has. SK Rossi having the full control of U-Haul as well. Deathmaker looking to shut it down. At least try and do something over here. He has the blades. He can go for right click to shut down Rossi quickly, and that's what he exactly goes for. That's a great shutdown from Deathmaker. 28 HP, and it seems like VLT within a blink of an eye. This retake seems possible, but again, the clutch pie is still alive. He can clutch it out for sure. We've seen him do this! If he was able to connect the spray, it could have been, again, clutch ball living up to his name, but no.
Just so greedy from Global Esports. The minute Rossi is not able to take out Deathmaker, I feel like the Seekers need to be popped right then and there, acknowledging a simple fact that, you can't push through. I do believe Hellranger was not alive, but that's what I mean, where if you're going to play that aggressive to try and get onto site and get traded, then maybe you need to pop those things out early. GE end up investing the Seekers, the Viper Spit, the Cosmic Divide, I believe as well, and the Showstopper, all for naught. Again, nothing out of that round. Velocity, all they invested was a Showstopper and a Blade Storm, and they'll be happy to be able to pick up the round on the basis of that. And this is not a case of us saying that GE are not playing well. Don't get me wrong. It's just the case of us judging GE on the fact that they're the defending champions. Well is not what we expect from GE. Outstanding and just surprising is what we expect from GE.
Yep. And the astonishing factor clearly missing, man. Coming inside 2022, I expected GE to elevate their game to another level. I expected them to be way better than what they were last year. Don't get me wrong, yeah, they have learned quite a lot of new things, and they do seem overall better, but they're not as better, or they're not as upgraded as the other teams are. But, oh! Quick opening, 10 HP left in the hands of Deathmaker. Waits for the recon. Finds out the recon isn't really on point, so it's not being spotted just yet. 4-3 is the scoreline. And VLT in full control of the entire map. Deathmaker, even though he's on 10 HP, that's not going to matter quite a lot. The Pain Shields are point 2. That's perfectly placed. Pain Shields going to get some kills, and look at the crossfire they have set up all the time. It's like they always have a man after the man watching someone's back, and flawless round from VLT. No loopholes being left.
Exactly. No loopholes being left by Velocity Gaming right now. And that's exactly what I want to give props to for a second, because we've been criticizing GE so much. We have to remember that Velocity, they're making so that GE is fumbling and stumbling. They're making sure that these defending champions, they are desperate. And at this point, Velocity need to be given so much props, because when you think back to Qualifier 1, where this team did not look even 10% to what they were, the fact that they were sick now clearly showing up, the practice coming in, this team looks so much better, Necro, in every single regard. Amit Rasu's calling is continuously one step ahead, but the casted curse is real because they seem to have curse Velocity.
Oh my god, okay, that's a nice shot through the smoke. But still, you never know, man. VLT, it's like, it's really hard to get the site control off of their hands all the time, so they're always able to hold on. Okay, maybe not anymore. Right to Ace has the Hunter Sphere available. CA caster cursing VLT out. So I guess everyone in the chat, if you guys want GE to win, if you guys are fans of GE, just tag CA on your social medias and be like, caster curse them again, please.
No, but in all seriousness, I think one key factor for GE's success in this round, you saw Rossi just pressing the W. That is normal. The team right behind him, That was not what we got to see in previous rounds. So they're just like, okay, you know what? Screw this. Let's stop reacting to what VLT is doing. Let's just play our style. And my biggest question mark is, why didn't they do that so far? Because that's the strength of global esports. They're rarely ever the team that anti-strats, you know, they're rarely ever the team that tries to read into another team's setups that much. Yes, of course, they try to get some reads going, they try to outthink and outplay, but usually it's on their terms. It's on their playground, their sandbox. So I'm glad they're back to just the simple fundamental Valorant. Flash, Rossi move, we're going to try to take the site, and then we'll see mid-round if you want to rotate or not.
Compy callouts, pretty much. Nothing really special. Try to just keep things simple as if it's a normal game of Valorant.
I am with you.
Oh, he's getting his hands dirty this time, CA.
Hey, Judge.
Judge being whipped out. That's quite scary. Scarier than an operator, ladies and gentlemen. Make some hype for the Judge. It's in the game, finally.
Obscuring vision.
Judge is on. The hype is most definitely here, and global esports are going to just continue on their aggressive stack. 5 stacking into sight. Raze or is Jet or no Jet for Rossi. He's going to be the entry, trying to now set up and get the plan through. But the Hunter's Fury coming out from Kappa is what they're using to clear out U-Halls. But a single tag is all they got, Necro. Instead, the counter Hunter's Fury from the side of Kappa didn't get much. Sorry, I switched the names around.
Yeah, I was
Ace actually ended up getting one tag, and Kappa didn't get much.
Ace actually got a tag onto his own teammate.
Yeah.
But yeah, at least he got a tag, so he can at least say that, okay, I did get a tag. It doesn't matter even if it's teammate or not. As long as I'm tagging someone, that's all that matters. Isn't going to waste. But yeah, VLT slowly moving on. Site now. Look at the amount of control global esports have had, but this can also lead to their demise. They might just be trying to chew a little bit more than what it's on their plate. And there we go. Deathmaker finds the opening. Snakebite's out to try and deny. He's gotten it to half, and that's quite huge. But the time's taken away quite quickly. Another Snakebite's on the board too, but this time it's Deathmaker who's holding the defuse, and he's gonna make it through. A clutch coming through, and VLT they're able to sneak through another round. Global esports. And keep this in mind, that was a lot of commitment being made from the side of global esports too, man. Close.
Party's over.
Close indeed. The momentum is going to be absolutely gone for the side of global esports, because VLT, they're able to pull it back against all odds. Oh my god. I can hear my heart booming really hard. I can only imagine what's going through these players, but nevertheless, Necro, with all of those weapons down, VLT did suffer a decent bit of economical damage, so hopefully G can reset off of this and just look to play now on this simple advantage that they have in terms of shields, because Deathmaker has got a no shield op online. The Judge on Hellfighter, though I consider that as equal to a Phantom in certain positions. Vibor, where's your judgment? Come on, you can't be playing hookah without a judge.
Yeah, you need a judge, but it's fine. Maybe Vibor trusts his headshotting skills a little bit too much. Oh, try to shut it down, but no, a little too late. Oh, look at the flank from right to Ace. Oh, catches 3. That's it. That's done. Global esports.
That's trauma right there.
Yeah, that's.
If you remember the match, Scorpio versus GE, it was the Sova getting a 3K from a flank that they did not cover. Once again, a flank that they did not cover. GE at this point just start playing Sentinels on bind.
Spike planted.
Oh my god.
One enemy remaining.
Just blows, and there we go. Now it's the Judge on the action. Also gets Vandal in the hand and misses the shots too. Global esports, you can't ask for anything worse anymore. Things are as bad as it gets for them. And VLT, they're happy exploiting and abusing the heck out of global esports.
Why isn't anyone wanting showers?
Last round remaining.
Why are they 5 stacking onto A short? And it just feels like such a puggy game from global esports.
I mean, you said this, right? They're just making some normal calls. They're like, all right, we flash, we go in, then we decide if we're rotate.
I mean, that's fine if they actually just go W all the way through. If they're just going to wait and watch, then what's the point of that? Like, if you're gonna W gaming, commit to W gaming. If you're not gonna W gaming, then play your defaults properly and watch.
Kappa pulled out a Judge. Oh.
Yikes.
Highly unlikely to see it on his Sova, but let's see if he's able to do something.
I mean, I don't mind it on a Sova, but a Sova on attack?
Yeah.
Question mark, question mark, question mark.
Yeah, I mean, that's what I was pretty much wanted to say, but I forgot to mention attack. Yeah, Gravity Well's out. Trailblazer's out too. U-Haul should be pretty much cleared, and VLT, as always, able to open things up. It's Rossi all the time. It gets found, and oh my god, it's the lack of the duelist. That's going to hurt him quite a lot, and there we go. Vibor now is just going to stack them up on top of each other. Doing such a great job on the Blaze itself. Seeker's out too. And it's the final man alive. Lightning fast, 21 HP, right to Ace himself with a 2K to close it out. VLT
if Rossi
unstoppable.
is going to press W that hard, then why not commit the Seekers early into the round? I'm really confused as to what the comms are like right now for Global Esports, and it's very clear what the comms are like for VLT. You can see the way they're setting up crossfires. I just want to give a chef's kiss to their discipline overall, because VLT are playing on another level. The biggest issue with their composition will always be their lack of flashes, right? Which is why retaking for them is extremely hard. They're committing to that idea that we don't need to retake. We're going to set up these crossfires. We're going to use these utility combos like the gravity well with the nade to hold down and deny them the site altogether. And Global Esports is just not able to find an answer to that. VLT dictating the terms with which they play this map. Absolutely phenomenal right now, destroying the heck out of our defending champions and making it clear they might have lost out on that throne once. They're not going to do it again.
Yeah, they're indeed not going to do it again. And it's Deathmaker finds the opening all the time. VLT, they're able to sneak these openings through. And Global Esports, they're just given these openings. SK Ruski will need to start actuate himself as quick as possible, because he's always been the saving grace for Global Esports. Or either the Clutchpa can try and make a comeback happen. But there we go. Easy side control, quick stroll in Summer's Day. But SK Ruski now is able to find the opening. There we go. But instantly gets shut down too. It's a 2-on-2 situation. HellFF as well, trying his best to fight back. In a 1-on-2 now. It's Frenzy in the hand. Frenzy is pretty good. Connection is not being found. And in longer range is the Ghost chiming through.
A key pistol picked up for Global Esports again. Let's not forget the fact that they're not out of this map just yet, but they have looked much better on the defense than they've looked on the attack. Today, Global Esports just don't seem on the same note on the attack. On the defense though, they seem to be playing much more comfortably on their individual setups and therefore look better. But again, Velocity, I think when it comes to the buy round, they're just going to start going for those quick bursts with Vibor and Deathmaker, and we've seen Velocity not just on this map, on multiple maps, show us how good they are with those quick bursts. The way they're able to cut off multiple angles together in a synchronized fashion, it can be quite scary for the opposition team. But let's see, maybe GE have an answer. Velocity still very much in control. Not for this round though, GE have the better weaponry.
CA, what should we do to make SK Rossi activate? What should we call him? Vibor finds
You gotta call him SK Ruski.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, hashtag SK Ruski in the chat to activate SK Rossi.
Map 3.
Me too. I want to see map 3 too, man.
But at the same time, I kind of feel like the way VLT have continuously been one step ahead of Global Esports, they might just deserve this win. But hey, let's not get too ahead of ourselves, because right now Global Esports, they are playing absolutely phenomenally.
Okay, there we go. But yeah, Jesus. Overall, it's just now Global Esports, it seems like in the second half looking a little stronger. At least this map is going a little closer compared to the previous one, but yeah, Rossi overall, I don't know. It's being shut down. Global Esports, even if they're finding the success somewhere down the line, this isn't the Rossi that we saw. This isn't the Global Esports that we saw. But at least they were able to get the 2 rounds on the board. But now this buy round is going to mean quite a lot. If they're able to get this buy round in the pockets too, then maybe Global Esports are going to have an equal chance to bounce back.
Exactly. This buy round is crucial for both of these teams. For Velocity Gaming, it's making sure that the looks of a comeback, the glimpses of a comeback that we saw on Haven does not happen here once again. And for the side of Global Esports, is trying to pull off that exact comeback. Now, given the fact that this is the bonus from GE, It's quite surprising that they're not playing much more aggressive, and finally they get aggressive, but a dry peek from Hellranger. That maker punishes the heck out of him. He's shutting him down and waiting for this peek from Rossi. That maker flicking onto his head. That's some nasty mechanics here.
Oh no, SK Rossi pretty much shut down, and now is SK Lassie. Unfortunate. Champion Vandal's glowing.
Lassies.
Me too, I like Lassie. I like SK Rossi too, that's why I called him Lassie. But yeah.
One enemy remaining.
Okay.
Only a single weapon taken away.
Okay, there we go. He
That
just
too?
cursed him.
Yeah, honestly, at this point, it feels like whenever I say PLT is playing amazing, that's when they flunder. Like, Castle Curse does seem to be real, but again, the buy-round victory with just 2 weapons lost is not significant damage, so we'll have to look through the next round to see what Global Esports is able to accomplish. Does still mean, though, I think with that Velocity will have to sacrifice on... Oh no, they don't. I thought they would have to get onto Light Shields for DM. I wonder if he's not gone for Light Shields because he doesn't have all of his utility, but they seem to have enough money, so it's just a full buy straight up. Whereas on the other side, Global Esports don't have the money to be able to pull it off, which tells us that they didn't go for the bonus. They went for the buy. Again, questionable decisions being made. Okay, the TP being taken by Lightning Fast. He sets up that Viper's Pit to shut down Hookah entry right here, allowing for a 3-stack on the A side. So let's see. Maybe with this semi-buy, Global Esports can at least do some damage here.
They need to do some damage, man.
Now, look at Velocity, right? The key difference, neither team has a Sentinel, but Velocity clearly marking every single angle, clearly marking every single flank. Now, later into the round, you keep an eye on the way they move. When they go into side, they're all going to go together. This is what I was really confused by the lack of from GE, where it didn't seem like they were committing to one particular playstyle.
Look at VLT, they just seem to calculate it now.
Exactly.
Keep this in mind, they do not have the HP advantage. Look at Vabor and look at the SOA, right to ace. Both of them are down quite low. 1 bullet on each, and it'll be shutting him down. Maybe 2 bullets in right to ace with a Vandal. Just 40 each. We have our calculations right, ladies and gentlemen. I'm not that bad at
30
maths.
seconds left.
But yeah. Moving forward, Deathmaker again, trying to make the entry happen, trying to open a lot of opportunities, trying to open the floodgates on the B site. The recon darts out, but does not dash inside the smoke. The smoke's a little too far away for his comfort. But Hellranger single-handedly takes down 2 players and pretty much shutting down the aggression of VLT. Amaterasu trying to make his presence known on the site. HellFF as well trying to move in. Oh, what? Did not check the left. Got shut down. SK Ruski with the final kill. And that's it.
Okay. A key round picked up for Global Esports. Remember, this was just semi-buy, so they play very well into the regard that they use that ultimate to sort of compensate for the lack of their buys. I think Lightning Fast especially was just playing on a Spectre. With that, they have broken the economy of Velocity Gaming, who, as you can see, now going to be forced onto an eco themselves.
Up I go.
Having said that, though, Deathmaker on that Blade Storm, that's a sight to witness, and I want to see Velocity going for those quick bursts now, because I appreciate the defaults they're playing, like you said as well, very calculated in their approach, but I think it's about time that they started getting into the face of Global Esports exactly like that, and using Deathmaker's tear of form that he is right now to shut them down.
Oh my god, what?
Okay, that was not what I was expecting.
Bro, it's just like Kappa can just go Papa form anytime, like
randomly.
Yeah, he can just like switch between forms. Sometimes he can. Most of the times he keeps on capping, but then he just like turns like he's just like Kappa, you know. But then instantly it's just like
He's
something
either
clicks.
or slapping.
Yeah, he's either capping or slapping, or he's either Kappa or Papa. It's either both of them.
Yeah. I think we can save the Kappa and Papa for the Hindi desk. I prefer the cap and slap.
Okay, clapping him.
We'll use both.
But yeah, now 3-on-4 CA, and Global Esports at least having a man advantage. Let's see if they're able to convert it into a round win. Spray's a little iffy. Oh, nice opening found from Rossi. Attack comes in through his wall. Quick flick onto the man, but LFF. Oh, 2 quick kills on the board for the Sheriff. Look at the aim. Jesus.
Yeah, I think all of the momentum. Global Esports lost on the attack, starting to come back now round by round. And in this round, particularly due to Kappa, because if he doesn't find that 2K, even if he gets traded out, that's a Vandal picked up for Velocity Gaming, and they continue on their rush. They most likely take Shower's control entirely, and then they change that into the site by setting up Heaven Smoke. But instead, Kappa with a huge play, those 2 kills, turning that around. Having said that though, that was just the eco of Velocity Gaming now on the full buy. Once again, playing on the standard defaults, expecting the proactivity, the aggression from Global Esports. But Global Esports, they are being disciplined. They're not stepping out of their corners just yet. Instead, using the excessive utility they have in the sky to gain information. And that's exactly what happens. The Trailblazer forcing out the tailwind to Deathmaker will mean that now Global Esports should be aware that there's push coming in. Typing fast on Judge.
Oh no, the Judge is just so scary, man. Oh no, he took a lot of damage. And at this point, he's like, alright, I've taken enough damage. I'm done. I'm just gonna go ahead back again. But yeah, there we go. Flashes out too. Trying to blind the enemies. Held Ranger realizes that there's a lot of layers of smoke to try and go through. Nice ult from aboard. Shuts down the man underneath. The Judge not really coming through. Held Ranger down low too. A nice shot. Oh, talk about reaction time, man. That's at its finest. Yeah, Seeker's out too from the Lang, and now Kappa. He will need to activate himself. Kappa, this is the right moment to go Papa mode. If you do, you're going to make your team proud. And what a shock dart, CA. Look at that, dealt quite a lot of damage on the right to Aces. This is going to be a so diff moment. He does have a full HP in his hands. And he can try and make some plays happen, but oh no, this time he gets shot down, and now it's Held Ranger in a 1-on-2. Not a lot of HP to support himself. He uses the blinding light too. Guiding light. Oh no. VLT just... It's the aim duels, man. VLT are able to win.
And you can see Ace is fired up, man. He was literally in the frying pan in that round. The shock dart, as you mentioned, did a ton of damage. But thank you very much, VLT, for doing in one round what... which team was it again? That Global Esports played yesterday. Union Gaming, yeah. Union Gaming could not do in 10. A simple drone with the help of a gravity well and a nade, and you can see that Judge immediately shut down. I don't think they're going to play that Judge default ever again, acknowledging that VLT is not the kind of team to fall prey to that fact. So even the fact that we both checked that bottom angle, making sure that his team didn't get caught off guard. Velocity now back in control with that buy round. And it does seem like the party is indeed over for Global Esports. The Vandal is once again glowing, Depthmaker is flowing, and ain't no stopping this guy when he is.
Yeah, Rossi goes down, then Lassie falls on the floor. I don't know.
Oh my. Why?
There we go. At least they're able to bounce back. Trades are there on the board. They will also retrieve a gun in the end. Oh, skills! Should be a little careful there. Deathmaker, though, he has spot 2 players in the front. Not really a lot of damage being inflicted, so it's good. Spike pulling down.
A lot of time for his team, though. The delay of that Astra Viper, the fact that the Astra wasn't really able to place any utility during that time is able to get them a free spike plant, and now they have a ton of utility to play around for the post plant. The Hunter's Fury available, the Stars as well for the Gravity Well, and the Snake Bites means this should be a simple enough post plant for Velocity Gaming.
There we go.
Oh, especially with TM now pushing a shot.
Oh no, what is going on? How are they able to find these picks with the shock darts and stuff? LFF, that's a really great blind onto him. Global Esports, the Sheriff, they're able to make it work, and they're able to make their heads ring. Amaterasu lets the man slip by from his vision. Hunter's Fury out, but the pings are not really on the point. Skills taking a full advantage of that. The pings! VLT losing track of where they actually planted the spike, and Rossi laughing exactly because of that.
Oh my god. What is going on? How did they ping the spike wrong?
Last player standing.
How? Because
a bruh moment. It's like bruh.
Going to Astral to do them Astral Guardian things I do.
Yeah, that's definitely a bruh moment.
Bruh. Like how can it ping a spike wrong? Come on.
Playing with my hearts. How? Yeah, like how? I mean, I don't think if it's solo queue people get it wrong. So
I'm not even gonna lie. It's like even in competitive, if a normal solo queue you're playing, you're like, if you just open your mic and say, "Please ping the spike for me," even they ping it correctly. I don't know how VLT mispinged it. All right.
Surely they mispinged it, right? It's
Yeah,
not
no,
nice.
they did because the Hunter's Fury was on the right side and it wasn't really perfectly on the spike too.
'Cause I didn't see any pings. That's what I'm confused about. Like, we
I
would have
mean,
seen the
okay,
pings
even
on
if
the
they
map.
did not ping it, then it's their fault. Why did they not ping it?
Exactly.
It's overall, it's just their fault. It's them to blame, not us.
I mean, we're never to blame, but
That is true.
I'm so confused with what is going on. This most definitely feels like a, you know, the Val Clasico of today with respect to where Real Madrid and Barcelona are right now, as compared to the Val Clasico of, say, 10 years back, where the teams were in pristine form and they were doing everything calculated. But hey, it's just small mistakes. VLT still in the lead, but now on to the Global Esports with a chance to equalize this lead. From 8-4 down, they seem to have pulled back this round lead that Velocity had. I paused for a moment because I thought that Vivor was able to just aggressively push on forward, but it did not happen. Instead, taking their time with this push, trying to get hooker control, but do they know that GE have a 3-stack here?
This map is getting a little too close for comfort, and I'm not gonna lie, this is also getting so scary that I actually want to pee.
What? What?
But I can hold it in. I've got it in me, I believe. Moving forward.
Bladder control.
Yep.
Does not have W control, but has bladder control.
Yep. I'm the man of control, man. But not the W control. My keyboard the only key my keyboard has is W. But yeah, moving forward. 10-9 is the scoreline. This is getting a little too close for comfort. Deathmaker's right there is looking to light some skulls up with the Sheriff. Lightning fast, you better not peek out because your life's going to mean quite a lot for Global Esports. If you do go down on the site, that means it's a key player, it's the key controller, not really in the game anymore.
30 seconds left.
I really like this Viper setup for Global Esports on this site. The Viper one way over on B long, make sure that there's no hoop. And with the double anchor over the Race playing a shot and the Astra holding down a defensive angle, it's simply just waiting for VLT to fall into their traps. A flawless round picked up, and you can see the smiles are back on the faces of Global Esports. The momentum has been pulled back, and Velocity Gaming.
One enemy remaining.
You have to remember that this could have happened on Haven too if it wasn't for Amitarastu's clutch. So is that what they need now? Really? A clutch to pull it back?
10-10, dude. 10-10, CA.
10-10.
No,
I
no.
don't know.
Now, talk about some cringe statements, and that's one of the most cringiest things
See, that's like a reactionary thing, man.
that has ever happened in the
10-10 so
VCC.
many times I just say bet.
Actually, just because you said that, I also got reminded of the title track of the same cartoon. And it used to be my favorite cartoon as well, but I'm going to hold on to my words for now because Ruski's found the opening. Oh, what? A whack moment.
Replay, please, production, after this round, please. Need to see that again. But hold on, let's focus back onto this round right now because Velocity Gaming, once again, playing on defaults. It's quite concerning that not a single round they've gone for the hard rush into a site. Like, I understand the idea of taking slow control in the early parts of the round, but hold on to that thought. Amitarastu trying to find a lurk. He doesn't find anything. It's all for naught, even though Hellfighter found a couple. Right to ace now. Has an impossible task on his plate. But let's see, maybe he can live up to that moniker of right to clutch.
Oh, man. 1-on-3 CA.
I have the spike.
Really unlikely to clutch it out this time, but his name is right to clutch, or pretty much the second name, a nickname. 30 seconds left in the clock, just as the announcer announced. And they have the Showstopper and Hunter's Fury available. They can try and go for the plant denial. But right to ace as well, approaching the site slowly. Luckily, the site's clear for him too, so it should be a clear plant. But again, I'm pretty sure they're going to try to play it off of the Hunter's Fury, or maybe going for the Hunter's Fury play would be a little too much investment that they can try and rely on later on. But a nice snake bite though, CA. Covers both inside the tube and also a little bit outside. Recon darts out too, all the way on the defender spawn. Nice read coming through from his side, peeks out into two players. And, oh no, doesn't know who to shoot.
Yeah. Just a simple round picked up for Global Esports. Again, on the back of the discipline that they're showing by not over-aggressing. Because normally with this comp, you'd see Global Esports going for the sky push on B long, using that to set up a default where they use the guiding light again and again to get info and take control at the same time, or even in showers. But this time acknowledging that Velocity Gaming, they don't have any flashes, Necro. So the only way they're going to be able to disturb the setups of Global Esports is if they go for hard executes. Now that's where I am a little confused, because I would have expected Velocity would have at least tried that by now, once or twice. Like for example, if you want to go for a B-side execute, have your Raze take control of hookah, 3 players with the Sova taking control of long, and then you go for the aggressive execute from both angles together, because you have the double duelist. You can have one duelist entering from both angles and therefore covering much more at the same time. Now you can see Amaterasu seems to be detailing out some sort of instructions. Maybe it is for that rush. We'll have to see.
Yeah, you see he's also pinging on the map too, and look at how much detailed information he's giving. And then right to it, he just turns around and is like, "You serious?" From that Spider-Man meme.
Talking about Spider-Man meme, they're gonna have to look back to what they were able to pull off on Haven to pull back this map right now, because Global Esports is in full control, Necro. Velocity Gaming for the going for the semi-buys in this round, quite interesting. It's not exactly the save that we usually see, not exactly the force that we usually see. Trying to play the best of both worlds could be the worst of both worlds.
Recovering it.
Yeah. Look at the utilities, the amount of ultimates Global Esports has already. Hunter's Fury, Cosmic Divide, Showstopper, Viper's Pit 2 to deny the entire A-short control. And VLT. It's going to be really hard for them to now get the A-short control back, just because that Viper's Pit. They will need to be flushed back on the other side. Yeah, the rotations as well coming through. 2 players on the A site, but 3 players present on BCA.
I think by default, a team should try to force a Viper before they go for the rotations to make sure that a 3-stack is not available on the other side. But they don't actually put any pressure on Lightning Fast, so he can solo hold down this area. But given the fact that they've left Ace, I think maybe they're going to look for trades here. If they can't find it, then go back to Ace and try to execute Ace side.
Oh, man. The VLT. Oh, that's a nice shock dart. Blade Storm's out too from Deathmaker. And he's trying to be the playmaker in this round for VLT. So that's a nice smoke and dash combination on the site. Rossi finds the first pick. Hellranger's able to follow it up from elbow. Another one on the board by Rossi. And they're just looking really unstoppable after that. Global Esports are able to equalize the scoreline over here with that kind of a performance. 10 seconds left in the clock. At this point, it's pretty much a gone case. Right to Ace just trying to fight for the pride. And he will be taken out.
I think they should TP right there, because as soon as they take the ult orb, right, they should know that Global Esports very likely to have at least a 3-man setup there. And that's exactly what they do, especially considering the fact that Rossi has his showstopper that you noticed. The TP might have been more worthwhile because Ace was able to get him deep into that showers angle, so it would be a much easier fight for Velocity on that A side. No, okay. Okay, I thought it was
match point.
Operator. No, it's almost triple operator. It is double operator. It works very well against VLT because they have no flashes. And they're not bursting.
Yeah, they're not bursting. They're actually playing on complete executions as well, so. But yeah, CA. Match point for Global Esports to try and move on forward on the third map on the decider. And there you go, switching over to the judge, making sure that no one's going to be able to get the U-Haul control in their hands. There's also been forced back Hunter's Fury out from the side of Kappa to try and deny as much as site presence as possible. Judge is trained to not peek out into his crosshairs. Lightning Fast is ready to light you up. And he's just holding the angle.
Don't do it!
Rightfully, there we go, the peek out, but unfortunately the jump peek throws him off, and LFF instantly gets the trade. That's a nice peek coming through. Double peek again, playing to perfection. And now it's a 2-on-2 situation. Hunter's Fury out from the side of right to Ace. Try and stop the entire aggression. Nice shot from Rossi, and now it's a 1-on-2. I'm pretty sure Kappa's going to catch him here. And there you go, they do. That's a GG. Global Esports getting the second round in their hand, and now the scoreline is 1-1. And clearly the smiles on the faces of Global Esports are back as well. They deserve this second map. They fought for it. Hashtag G fighting indeed.
Exactly. Like, I'm not sure about the attack still, but the defense was pristine. The discipline was amazing from Global Esports, and I think that's what you need to do against this comp. Again, I do wish we get an interview with both of these teams, because I want to ask VLT, why no burst till the last round? Imagine this exact burst like 4 or 5 rounds back. It could have worked out for them. Maybe wouldn't. We never will know, you know, because they never tried it. But either ways, props to be given to GE, because as you said, this is a team that never gives up. They continuously persevere, they fight back, and they get the map win right here, taking us to split, which is exactly what we wanted to see as neutral observers.
Exactly. That's what we want to see as neutral observers. And now 1-1. The decider map's definitely going to be an interesting one. It's going to be full of roller coaster of emotions, ladies and gentlemen. And I'm pretty sure after the third map too, we have a little surprise lined up for you guys. So you guys would want to wait and watch for that. So a lot of things to make you guys happy overall. We've also had a lot of giveaways as well from the past, from the exclusive merchandise. But I'm pretty sure we're going to be taking a look at the scoreboard of the second map soon. I'm just waiting for the call for the productions. But yeah, overall, man, I do want to say how Global Esports looked a little bit more in sync when they moved on forward in the second half, and this is what I feel like we really need to talk about.
Exactly. Like in the second half, they looked so much more in sync. They were focused on their individual defaults, and the calling itself didn't seem helter-skelter the way it might have felt in the first half. And no overthinking, really. You know, I think that's what the biggest check mark for me was. They were playing simple defaults. When they had the Viper Spit, they used it to shut down one angle. They went for the 3-stack on the other side. These simplicity plays is what Global Esports really thrives in, because the strength of Global Esports lies in their ability to adapt mid-round or to change what they're doing on the basis of what their opponents force them to do. Since VLT didn't really force them to do anything, Global Esports just ran away with the map entirely. That discipline more than paying off.
Yeah, let's take a look at the scoreboard and let's find out how things really looked like. It's, of course, Deathmaker with 21 kills on the board, and then Rossi as well, able to activate himself. It's all because we started talking about Ruski. Yup, you pointed it out. It's because we started calling SK Rossi SK Ruski. That's his activation keyword right there, ladies and gentlemen. That's the password to activate SK Rossi. SK Ruski.
SK Ruski coming out on top right here now. Okay, SK Rossi just definitely playing well, but again, I want to point out Hellranger, right? Because of the way these two are intrinsically aligned, which is the fact that Hellranger is the playmaker for the team. When Rossi is doing well, so is Hellranger, and vice versa. Which is why you miss this sorely on Haven, on the attacking side especially. And now coming into Split, it becomes that much more important, because you have to remember the composition Global Esports is going to be playing on Split, purely dependent on playmaking. Breathe Sky with that jet, all about enabling Rossi for success. So if this is the kind of synergy we're going to get to witness, then I might actually get some hope back in my own prediction. Because I went for 2-1 GE, man, and after that first map, I wasn't so sure. Not gonna lie.
Yeah, no, GE has been one of those teams that have been the most strongest, or looking the most strongest on the map of Split. So I don't know what to expect, man. Both these teams are honestly really good. Again, I'm expecting a tough competition, just like how it was on the map of Bind. But moving it forward, take a look at the headshot percentage and the damage as well. Of course, Global Esports leading the charts in damage, but headshot percentage a little higher from the side of VLT.
Yeah, headshot percentage definitely looking slightly stronger, but nothing else. Frag and objective wins both better for the side of Global Esports, and a tale where you could see, unlike what we usually see, because when we see these double controller setups on Bind, usually the teams are much better on attacking. Even in all those GE Gorpy matches, attacking seemed to be the strength of all the teams, but this time it's actually defense. So clearly the Val Clasico is just, you know, a tier apart. I'm not sure if it's above or below anymore, but definitely a tier apart.
Indeed. And Deathmaker, though, overall, man, I don't know what to say. The consistency from this man was just throughout the game. But later on, as you can see, from 20 to 22 round, it just dropped down somewhere. So that's why problems were there a little bit for the side of VLT. But in the defensive half, I feel like VLT were doing really phenomenal. But then later on, when Global Esports went on defense, they were also doing pretty phenomenal. So it's really hard to say. It seems like both these teams are equally good when it comes to the defensive side. So I feel like Split can be the best decider here.
Yeah, exactly. Split is going to be a hell of a map to witness because the style velocity play too, the double duelist, double controller style without the sentinel, it has a lot of room for exploitation, especially by a comp like Breed Sky. But at the same hand, if Velocity is able to stay disciplined, if Velocity is able to stay one step ahead of Global Esports in terms of the reads like they were on Haven, they might just pull it off. I think it's 50-50, perfectly balanced, Necro.
Yeah, it's going to be a perfectly balanced map for sure. Moving on forward, taking a look at the viewer rewards. Exclusive merchandise for you guys. All you guys need to do is make sure you guys subscribe to the YouTube channel and also go ahead on your social medias and make a post saying hashtag VCC and also tag at NODWIN Gaming in that post for a chance for you guys to win the giveaways. Also be a little creative. You guys can also tag us on your posts too. The socials are right here. If you guys can see. Right here, there we go. But after the second map as well from this best of 3 series, we have wrapped it up on the second map, but the upcoming map is going to be the decider. It's going to be played on the map of Split. To find out the result, what exactly is going to be happening, and to actually watch the map as well. Before that, we will have to go through a short break, so we'll be right back. Oh man, the competition's going on neck and neck, and now we're going to be moving on forward to the decider map in NODWIN's Valorant Conquerors Championship with grooming partner as Gillette. Decider map is split, CA. Pretty much at this point, if you do want to make a prediction, I feel like it would just be based off of luck because we honestly don't know what can happen. Okay, go ahead and tell me. Give me your predictions.
I think GE is going to win this. I was very scared.
Why?
Coming from Haven because I'll tell you. So coming out from Haven, I was very scared because for me, the reason I made that 2-1 prediction for GE when the rest of you all went for VLT was because I believe in GE's ability to be proactive. And I think that's where VLT have always struggled against them, right? And GE's ability to just sort of stick to their core identity. Now, coming into Split, there is no better map for comfort for Global Esports where they play the Jet Breed Sky combo. And I think this combo itself is more than enough to secure the map in the bag for the side of Global Esports, especially because we're going to start seeing Lightning Fast enabled a lot more. He's going to start lurking in a lot more because of the fact that there's no Sentinel for Velocity Gaming.
The Sentinel, but it's really hard for me to say, man. It's like I do understand you went with 2-1. I went with like 2-1 VLT. But even myself at this point, okay, somewhere down the line, my predictions, I went with 2-0 VLT, I think so, if I'm not wrong. So, no, I think so. 2-0 VLT. 2-1 VLT. I think so. Yeah, I think so. I went with 2-1 VLT. So it's really hard to say, CA, at this point. Even though I went with VLT, with how things are going to be looking like in the third map, we know both these teams are equally good. Even though if some team is missing out on a Sentinel, even with VLT they are missing out on Sentinel, it's still going to be really hard to say because we've known VLT is one of those teams that are really good when it comes to the map control. They're actually able to keep in sync with each other, and they're really good at getting a grip, especially on the defending side and even on the attacking side. But previously on the attacking side, somewhere down the line, things look kind of iffy.
Yeah, that's the thing. I 100% agree with that point. We saw VLT's discipline on their attack, on their defaults, the way they're able to control the flanks, make sure that the lack of a Sentinel does not affect them. But what they were really lacking was their ability to set up bursts. Now, when we look up to their last split maps, they play the same double duelist, Deathmaker, Vibor, Jet, Raze. But now with the Sky on right to Ace, they're a lot more comfortable going for those aggressive plays. And I think that will open up them a lot more. But when I say I favor GE, I don't mean like it's 100-0. I mean more like I think it's a 55-45 split right now, 55% being in favor of Global Esports. So it can definitely go either ways, Necro. Especially a clutch or two can make that percentage swing like 10-20% on either side. So it all is going to come down in this Val Clasico to this final map. Let's see which player is able to really step up and X Factor.
Which player is able to do that? Let's find out, ladies and gentlemen. The decider is going to be started in a couple of seconds, and we'll be able to find out who's going to be able to kick things off pretty well on the pistol round. So, Global Esports is what CA went with. I went with VLT. And it's not going to be that far away to find out which team's going to be looking dominant. Now, both these teams going for the Jet in their composition, but on the other hand, Vapor, as always, is going to be playing on Raze, and the map is split. The double duelist sometimes can pay off if you're really well on the aggressive note, and the Raze as well kind of adds on a little bit of more control on the side of defense. But if you talk about the breach, it can be good on offense and also defense. So yeah, it's 50-50 in my mind.
I think slightly more for me, but hey, I definitely agree that they're beautifully matched for us as neutral observers, because we are going to get to witness a hell of a roller coaster of a match here. Every single round likely to go down to the wire. This map, I hope it gets us overtime, because after this map is where the anthem comes out too, so I feel like an overtime will just set us up for success with the anthem.
No, man, I wanted to keep it a surprise for the viewers that are watching. Yeah, I know they know, but still, I'm pretty sure they forgot. Listen, I'm pretty sure a lot of them have forgot, okay? We're gamers, CA. We forget. When we start watching a couple of games, we forget about anything, especially an intense matchup like this. Especially intense matchup like this. Oh! Talk about not forgetting, though! Deathmaker's lining the skulls up and is putting those skulls in his skull collection. Amaterasu as well with 2, and what just happened? Global Esports, things fell apart in the pistol round within a blink of an eye. Were they even present in this round? That's my question. The crosser placement from Deathmaker, man, just on point. Impossibly shook him off, and right click hits him hard.
Yeah, that's the thing. I don't think like the shots itself are that hype, but the reason we get that hype is because the way he's able to do it consistently is so nutty, dude. Like, look right here. Just knows exactly where they're going to turn up. Bobs ahead, the reaction speed as well. As you said, it's all down to crosshair placement, and Deathmaker, he makes it look oh so easy. But when I go try it, it's not oh so easy. It's very, very hard. It's very, 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 very hard.
It's easy for me, CA. Maybe I'm just good.
Sus.
Okay, you'll always just find it sus. I don't know what to say.
Yeah, because
But yeah, moving
sus.
on. Moving on. Boombot out to being destroyed. Pain Shield's out to gain a little bit of more mid-control, but the stun is pretty good, and this is why we like Breach. That initial stun can be so scary with the aftershock as well, to force out the enemy from their comfort spot. Guiding lights coming through, a good blind from the side of Global Esports, but still at least right to Ace is able to get those 3 kills.
They get weapons.
Yeah, they also get weapons, a decent amount of damage dealt, and Deathmaker is not going to be missing these shots. They're just going to straight up funnel into his crosser again. The crosser placement's a point. A little bit of under peak though, CA. That throws him off a little bit. Deathmaker did not really expect that. He was hoping for a wide peak. But there is players available on both the sides.
I think
Deathmaker.
Nakra, I think they're waiting for the fault line cooldown. As soon as the fault line cooldown comes back, Rossi most likely to flood in from B main, because they know that at least one player is going to be rotating from the CT side or still in A. They don't have definite confirmation of where Hellfighter is, but they do know Deathmaker is alone
30
right
seconds
now
left.
in the site. But given the amount of time they've waited for this to go through, they're expecting, I assume, the rotation to come through. But look at that! Kappa actually ran to Wentz, made a lot of noise, faked his rotation, and now with Rossi clearing out B side, he's gonna walk to this side. Kappa playing the mind games might be the reason a Thrifty comes out right here
10 seconds
for
left.
the side of Global Esports.
Spike planted.
Yeah.
One enemy remaining.
Oh, there we go.
One enemy
First
remaining.
shutdown coming through.
It's
And there we go, the
blunt.
second. Oh my god, it's a 3k2 for SK Rossi. It's a one-on-one now, 30 HP. HP not really a factor, working in his favor. And LFF aiming out the exact time. And there we go. This should be won by LFF. Whiffed a couple of initial bullets, but is able to get things back on the board. 20 HP only. Too close for comfort. Did not really expect this one to be that close. But also, they are not going to be able to go for the bonus buys anymore, so yeah.
And the mind games though, almost Kappa playing with VLT's hearts and
Planted.
getting them around. But some key shots
One enemy
from
remaining.
Global Esports ensures that even though they don't win this round, they get the plant, 3 weapons taken off, and Velocity Gaming, they're gonna have to buy here, but they don't have the money to buy full weaponry. You can see Amaterasu playing on the Judge, though I will say the Judge is full weaponry, but it's Hellfighter and Vibor who are actually suffering. Hellfighter, okay, he's carrying on his Spectre, so it doesn't matter as much, but Vibor relegated to just the Spectre does mean that he's gonna look to get aggressive, find some fights so that he can go for the trades, and either his team
Judge.
gets a 1-for-1 trade or he gets a better
There.
weapon. It's not gonna
Yeah.
happen though, because GE, they're just not giving him it.
Yeah, Split has to be the most
Judgy map.
effective. Yeah, it's like Judge is the most effective on the map of Split because it's just so like close rangey kind of. But yeah, LFF. Oh no, turns away in the nick of time and pretty much gives the opening to SK Rossi himself, and kills are just flooding on the board now. And VLT, they're not able to put a stop to it. Skills again, it's just holding the flank angle right to Ace, not really expecting that. Oh, but he's able to move all the way up to Rafter. Did he get spotted or not? That's my question.
Yikes.
Yes, he did. Head Ranger shuts him down, and now it's the Judge on the board. Skills still holding the flank. He's going to hear the switch of coming
Spike
through, so
planted.
Skills now will try to peek out, and there we go.
And the buy round picked up for Global Esports. SK Rossi is pumped up. And he's probably just telling his team, guys, can you get this map over real quick? I want to see myself in it.
Last player standing.
Nah, I'm kidding though. This buy round crucial for Global Esports because, again, remember the damage they were able to do on their eco? Forced Velocity Gaming onto a buy. And now where you normally expect in the 4th round for the team that won the pistol to come out with their buy, Velocity Gaming don't have it anymore. They're forced onto an eco situation and Global Esports get to equalize the scoreline.
They do. And look at G now. Winning the buy round. Stars aligned in their favor. Looking great overall. Nothing really
Offensive
compromised
defaults.
for them.
Expecting aggression from Velocity on their eco. That's normally the aim of the game for the eco team to try and pull off something so they can get the phase, and Velocity doing so, but they did it mid-round and it surprised VLT. Sorry.
Yo, it did. It's too.
surprised GE.
It's trades happening back and forth though, so yeah, now we're left with 3-on-3. SK Rossi 2 moving in. And this should be a quick round as well. That's a nice quick shot from Deathmaker. Is able to at least deal some damage. 69 HP enhanced lightning fast. Not really something that they can work off on a comfort note. But still is trying to make his presence known on the heaven. Still hasn't really found the entry from the rafters. Aftershocks out too. And they're slowly and steadily funneling themselves in heaven. 3-on-3 situation. Keep this in mind. They also have the Blade Storm available and also a lockdown. Moves in. Lightning Fast is showing his presence. Yeah, it's all about the map control at this point, CA. And do they know is there's someone all the way on the right side? HellFF, his flank's going to be meeting quite a lot as well, but Global Esports, they're able to strike him down. HellFF's flank, as I mentioned, is going to be an instrumental one. 10 seconds left in the clock. Lightning Fast will need to make some plays happen. 69 HP, no time. Yep, has to go for a save.
It's just so confusing again from Global Esports in a 3v3 when they know that they've got at least not 3 players on that A side. They knew that there was 1, if not 2 players. Look, 3 players push out right here. They know that the 4th player is the Viper in that Wentz position. Even if they did not have information of that, at max they can expect 2 players on that A side. So why not just burst into sight? They slow down, they're expecting Velocity to overpeak, and it's almost like they're like, okay, we are going to wait for Velocity to make a mistake. And that becomes a mistake on their behalf. Waiting for Velocity. Velocity is like, no, we're going to stay disciplined. We're going to wait for you to come on the site. And they make their pay. Deathmaker with some beautiful tracking, shutting down Lightning Fast, who... Little questionable there. I'm not sure why he was trying to jump across.
Oh, getting stunned too. Again, Breach showing its dominance on the map as always. They have the Blade Storm available again, but the problem is the lockdown's being shut down, CA.
I just realized that Lightning Fast tried to jump across because he had the Cloudburst set up by Rossi. So it's actually a bit of a mistake from Rossi there because the Cloudburst was not perfect. Left a gap.
Oh, Seeker's out. Positions revealed. Nice paint shells. Didn't know there was someone just posted up on close right. Head Ranger not really taking out, or at least taken down that low, but it's okay. The operator is what's causing a lot of menace for Global Esports. They will need to try and shut it down. Just hold the left click. He will be able to shut it down. Operators heard now. They exactly know what's going on. They're just going to flood into over here on the site, or at least on the heaven side, with that flash dashing in. Oh my God, Deathmaker in close range with 2 insane no-scopes, shutting both of them down in Global Esports. Now with a blink of an eye, this site take looks next to impossible. 3-on-2. Rossi is still on the site, but Kappa keeping his hopes and dreams alive. Global Esports. Oh no, both of them are down low. It's the final man alive. It's a one-on-one situation. HellFF. Both these players have cracked aim.
Rossi has no idea where Hellfighter is coming from, so he's going to try to play on that surprise factor. The timing comes so clutch here. Rossi playing that disciplined approach. Dashes away and now looking for the repeat.
Oh my God, Ace.
Necro, you said the side takes looked nearly impossible, but impossible is what Rossi thrives in. Impossible is what Rossi made his name with the 9-3 comeback, and it's impossible that he achieved right here, getting around that. Honestly, that Necro should have did almost secure for Velocity gaming.
CA, but I feel like the real MVP of that round has to be Kappa.
Yeah, 100%.
Like, Kappa literally, even if he just has that one single frag on the board, imagine the utility utilization from the start to get the heaven control, and then later on, setting up Rossi and then getting that one frag on the board, helping the team to get that round in their hands. Kappa pretty much, again, going for Papa moments, and oh, Lightning Fast, a quick flick on the man, but it's fine, Deathmaker will find a trade.
Wait, a sus on the turret right there. I'm pretty sure it's shot towards A main. So the turret reacted slower than Lightning Fast is what I'm guessing to the player pushing in. And that's why he assumed, like you could see he was looking towards A main because of the turret, but Deathmaker was actually on the left. So need a replay for that. Sus on the turret. Imposter turret.
But yeah, look at Kappa though, man. So calm, composed. Waiting for any kind of peaks from the enemy team. Rossi is well moving in slowly. No one expects him to be that deep in the site. Global Esports just surprising, bringing in that astonishing factor that we talked about, CA. And now VLT, they're being surprised, and this should not be the case in the game. Talk about the control, it's not really there in the game anymore for VLT. They're losing control, they're losing grip of this map.
Obscuring vision.
Oh my god, how does he win that engagement?
And this is where you can see G is now... Every time, like when you think back, Haven attack, when you think back, Bind attack, G honestly seemed a little close. But this is why, Necro, I gave that 5% edge in terms of the victory to Global Esports. They seemed so much more in control of what they wanted to do. I will say that one round a little weird, where the Thrifty was pulled up for Velocity Gaming. But besides that round, they've looked in control of their destiny. They've looked in control of the way they want to play their game. And that's really because of this Breach Sky composition. It's not meta whatsoever, but it works so well for Global Esports.
Yep. Technical break. But it's the Rossi's cam being shut down for a while.
Snacks time.
No, it was Rossi's cam was shut down, so I don't think it's Snacks time right now. Yeah, you see, Rossi's AFK too. So he's trying to fix his cam.
Lightning Fast is complaining like, bro, why only Rossi is getting snacks? Get me snacks too. Kappa being like, okay bro, okay, calm down. I will get you snacks. No, I'm kidding. Guys. Not like try to get snacks. Oh, okay.
What is he looking at?
Oh, they're trying to fix Kappa's camera. Or
Is
they're
it Kappa?
trying to...
No.
Yeah, I think Rossi is taking Kappa's camera to fix for himself. Oh, okay, I think I know what happened. I think SK Rossi was using his phone as a camera. And his phone may be turned off, so I think he just went to go grab the charger, and then he's gonna turn on his phone, turn on the camera, and then the game will be back on.
Does Rossi
Yeah,
have
see,
a
Vatsal
webcam?
also came back with the phone. It's definitely that.
Wait, so Rossi does not have a webcam? Is that what you're
Is that
trying
an
to say?
extension cord? Yeah,
Wait,
that's an
it's-
extension cord.
That is, but
I'm right. I mean, I'm sure he has a web camera, but a lot of the players prefer to use their phone to make sure that there's no random FPS drops, you know? So, I think Rossi's phone just straight up turned off, and now they're setting up an extension cord. Rossi just took Kappa's charger, and they're just trying to get the camera back on. Ha! I'm a detective.
I don't know, weird. I honestly feel like webcam's better when it comes to phone, because if you have phone camera on for a while, it starts kind of laggy.
Well, the point is, they don't want the game to be laggy. They don't care if the camera is laggy.
Man, they probably have like... I don't even know. They probably have like the best graphic cards in the... I don't know, world.
Even then, like there are random moments where just the idea of rendering two different things on the graphics card or putting even a teensy bit of extra load on the CPU can cause the frame drop only for 1 second even maybe. But this is an important match, you know. I'm sure they don't want that even 1 second of frame drop. So I definitely understand. I think this is a common practice for all pro players, just using their phones, and it's why we give them the option. In terms of production, we give them the option to come on the link on their phone. You can see Kappa with the smiles, and yeah, I think this is definitely nice to see that all of Global Esports players on Haven, they looked very lost. They looked almost panicky, you know, in their faces. But now they're all smiling, they're thriving, and they are back in control, but only in terms of their mentality. Scoreline-wise, still equal. Like.
Yep. Scoreline-wise, 3-3. VLT as well. Just, I don't know what's hitting them. VLT, it seems like the control that they had in the first map, we're not seeing the same VLT in the other maps. This just not being able to replicate. VLT now, they will need to start wonder what exactly is going wrong for a team like VLT. What can they do to try to start dominating again? Global Esports, don't get me wrong, they're doing really great. But again, it's just that Global Esports are able to get a read on VLT no matter what. And now VLT is like, all right, you guys take a technical break. Now it's our turn to take a technical break too.
Yeah. They're like, hey, you want technical break? We can do one better. We will turn our phone off and get chargers on ourselves. No, I'm sure there is some different issue for the side of Velocity Gaming. But either ways, we should be back real quick And yeah, it's exactly that. We're back real quick. Rossi picking up an operator. I like this now because they played very aggressive with their defaults in the first 6 rounds. Now they can use the same default. Like for example, the aiming and guiding light that they've been continuously doing, do that and let Rossi get into advanced positions, then play on the rotation based on the basis of those defaults. But it is a little risky, Necro.
It is. It is indeed quite risky. But yeah, we're not going to be seeing any shock darts on the board because souls are not being played, of course. I don't know why I said that. I just wanted to say it. Oh, but there we go. The battle of operators, the battle of duelists, and at this time, Deathmaker proven
Here.
SK Rossi unparalleled. Nice flashes as well to flush out Deathmaker from his op. And now VLT, at least they found the opening frag. That's the operator out the board too. SK Rossi, a big threat being neutralized, CA. But now what Global Esports has over that is the mid control. If they're able to keep this mid control, this is going to mean quite a lot. How are they showing their backs to heaven like that? There you go, finds the man fading away. Paint shells as well in the close range. Now Vapor is the man on a mission to try and stop this entire push coming through. It's all down to the final man's skills. If he's able to get it, okay. Well, I was actually about to say if he finds out where Vapor is, then maybe it'll make it as 1-on-2. But Vapor with the 4K, saving the day for his team.
Yeah, saving the day and more. The technical breaks putting a rest to the momentum factor, but this is why I'm not so sure about the operators from SK Rossi because, yeah, I get the idea of playing slightly slower defaults, but the point being that Deathmaker did, besides those 2 no-scopes, which granted, that was just pure skill, a little bit of luck attached, definitely. But besides that, the Breach Sky were able to continuously stifle Deathmaker's operator. When you're not doing that anymore with the Jet, it feels like you're letting Deathmaker get back into his groove, which, given what happened on Haven, it's not something Global Esports wants, I think.
Yep.
Oh, they're gonna go for a rush.
Are they though?
Yeah.
So lockdown invested. Shock dart. Oh, I said that perfectly. Come on. You gotta give me. Yeah, there's no here, but I still try to make my own, okay? I'm trying to be an agent myself. But yeah, nice flash to flood through. Also Aftershock. He's also being dragged in the Aftershock. Oh my god, that's played to perfection. Rolling Thunder invested as well. It's like each and every single piece of utility being used.
I have a question.
They still have the Cosmic Divide available though.
Why didn't they do this on Vine? Like this exact thing,
God.
so systematic with their utility usage. This is what I was expecting from Global Esports. Just perfectly done here, Necro.
Yeah, they did it really good. Gravity well to force him in the Aftershock range too. That was something.
Exactly.
That was big brain, but
planned every single possible thing that VLT could do, but not happen on bike.
Oh, run away, please, please run away.
Yeah.
Please run away. Don't give your, you need these guns. I don't know why he's actually going for an ego chow right there.
And he will get them.
Oh, there we go. Now it's a 2-on-2, so yeah, at least 2 guns taken off, so that's going to be helping them a little bit. Deathmaker able to dash away to safety. And there we go. Another round of the board for Global Esports, but still decent damage done, but not enough.
Huge round, I would say, even though they did drop a couple of unnecessary exit frags right there to VLT. A huge round, nevertheless, for the side of Global Esports because now they get to truly put Velocity's economy to the test. Now remember, Global Esports on defense, also they're extremely strong with this composition because it gives them the ability to retake any site at any point while being proactive on one side. So they can truly put VLT's no sentinel flank watch to the test with their comp when they go onto the defensive half. And if that's not enough for you, I will just say 2 words. SK Rossi operator.
Oh, look at the instant dash coming through. Rossi able to find the opening on a Hell of Fef. Right to it, still not being spotted. He's like, turret, please don't look at me, please. He's just praying to the turret, and there you go, catches the man off guard. Nice tracking coming through from right to to shut him down. 3-on-4 situation, Seekers out. 2, the man caught off guard in the mid, and it's Wubor who lights him up on fire.
Oh, the dodge.
Guiding lights out too. Yeah, great dodge.
Enemy
But
remaining.
the Seekers from the side of VLT is going to be a huge distraction. And Amaterasu aims on point.
Yeah, the aim is on point from Amaterasu. The dodges too, man. It's not just one map and he's done it on every single time. He just times those dodges to perfection. But yeah, right to ace, I would say. I would applaud the most in this
Enemy
round
remaining.
for being that sneaky person, because if he actually ends up going down in that position, then the A site is opened up for GE and that's where they would most likely rotate. But now calling for a timeout, GE understanding that every single round given or taken can mean the win or loss right here. We'll have to see how they want to approach the rest of this attacking side, because they are going to be forced onto an eco right here. I want to see them playing for all-top control. We know the power of that Rolling Thunder on the attacking side especially. So if they can play for all-top control a lot more, get Kappa's Rolling Thunder online much earlier, it gives them a lot more options to try and execute onto the site. But these pings,
Yeah.
are they just going to try to walk into ramps? Is that the plan here?
I think so. Because Hellranger is making some callouts here. We did hear a lot of here.
No, but the pings were from Astra, which is skills.
No, the pings were from Sky.
Oh yeah, never mind. My bad. You're right.
See.
Which is Hellranger. Correct.
Yep. But yeah, Viper's wall out too. So overall, VLT is ready. The operator's posted up too, so they will need to try and flush it out. I'm pretty sure the breach is going to be stunning soon. There we go. The stun comes through. Shots being missed. Does find a dink though. So Rossi is taken down low. Call should be given away soon. VLT now on a man disadvantage. That's the first duelist taken out. They still have Deathmaker to try and make some difference in this round. But again, for that, he will need to find some peaks. If he doesn't, then it's next to impossible to make the difference here.
Now expecting Velocity to get really aggressive here while they go for the slow rotate. The Trailblazer will make sure that a presence is established towards ramps, and Rossi can just hold that presence and wait for his team to get them the calls. But Ace and Deathmaker, they drop the spike, and suddenly GE lose all semblance of control that they'd gained in the early parts of the round. Lightning Fast should be able to recover the spike though. It's all now down to Rossi and Hellranger. They need to try and make space over there in the A side, because Amaterasu is holding it down like a ship anchored
30
down in
seconds
the
left.
deepest of the storms.
He's holding it down like a hook in the sand. Ooh.
Huh? Why is there a hook in the sand?
To anchor something. But yeah. He's holding it down like a boat tied on the
10
bay.
seconds left.
But yeah. There we go. Nice 2 quick kills. Left on a 3-on-2 now, CA. They have no abilities available, or no ultimates available for both these teams, but Deathmaker, as I mentioned, he has to be the playmaker for VLT here. Even if they do have the man advantage, they cannot give the solo engagements, but it doesn't matter. Deathmaker has some extra vision, and now the man advantage again returned over. Taking a lot of damage. Look at Lightning Fast is going. What? Oh my god, what is that shot? Deathmaker, you've got to be kidding me.
Bro.
What is that shot too? That's so quick.
Shots.
Yeah, that's so quick. Did you see how fast he flicked on the left?
Both shots, not just that one, even the cracking of Rossi. I hope we get to see that on display. Yep.
Enemy remaining.
Cracking him perfectly, man. And then a bit of a
I
whiff
gotta
there
visit
from
the
Lightning Fast. And he instantly quickscopes him to death. Deathmaker pulling back around that. Honestly, with Rossi's 3rd kill, it looked like it might go in the favor of Global Esports, because especially with Lightning Fast sneaking up on them through his own nanoswarm, that's not something they were expecting whatsoever. So Deathmaker doesn't line that shot, and Lightning Fast gets even 1 kill, it would suddenly be over. And now a huge round picked up for Velocity Gaming. They've got the momentum back in the bag, and finally it does seem like Global Esports are going to try to get a lot more aggressive, but it doesn't work out.
No. It doesn't work out indeed. And at this point, 2 rounds lead for VLT, so they're looking pretty decent. Lockdowns utilized, and I'm pretty sure HellFF this time is not going to be going backside, because he has the trauma of what just happened last time when the same strategy was used. So Global Esports overall getting 2 kills on the board. Amaterasu as well on a quick flank. And now he has the Phantom in the hand too to try and equalize things out. There we go. First frags on the board. This leaves them in a 2-on-3. They have 2 ultimates available. Blade Storm and also Viper's Pit. But again, I'm pretty sure the Viper's Pit's only going to be used when they get the site control. Yeah, what's up, CA?
We'll get to that again in a second. Sorry, Necro, but yeah, I don't think they're going to use the Viper's Pit, but it really does come down to this pop flash here.
Nice flash. Yeah, that's a great flash, but again, the trade's there though. Deathmaker, oh no, in a little bit of a tricky situation. Talk about isolating duels. Deathmaker doing his shot to perfection, and he clutches it out. A huge 3K, and also secures the round clearly. That's the same reaction that I have to right now.
Meanwhile, Ace detailing out the issues that they're facing in the initial site holds, but the question I was asking is, what is Skills looking at? What is he looking at?
I thought maybe someone. I think so. He was actually trying to play sneaky because he thought someone's gonna be coming in from the defender spawn to heaven. Yeah, that's what he was looking at. So he was just from stairs. Yeah.
Okay, but then he can do the same thing by looking at his flank. He's looking at sight, which is really weird. Like, at least his crosshair is towards sight. I do get what you're saying. He's trying to just hide behind those boxes and be heaven and waiting for a stairs push, but okay. A little weird, but once again,
he wasn't really waiting. He was expecting the push. Like, he had a little bit of itch in the mind, probably, that, okay, there is going to be a push coming through. So he had the crosshair lined up as well. He was aiming at rafters, thinking that if there is someone who goes in, probably he will have to go through rafters, or even if he does try to clear him out, overall he will just step into his crosser in general. So he was playing off of crosser placements, and he was really confident. Yeah, the read gone wrong overall. Yep, the read was what was just really wrong.
Once again, it is Deathmaker gone right for the side of Velocity Gaming. Back-to-back rounds, finding some insane shots. In that round too, the dash coming in, I think once you hear that dash, you're fully expecting him to have dashed towards site and try to go for the defuse. So Kappa naturally checks to see if Deathmaker is still there or not, so that he himself can try to go for the ramp. But Deathmaker with that failed dash, playing mind games with Kappa, staying one step ahead, finds the 3K. And
get out of my way!
This is what I talked about, Necro. At the start of the map, it was a 55-45 edge for me in the favor of GE, but I mentioned about how clutches like this can change that entirely all the way around. Now Global Esports in this last round of attack, they need to change it back. Rossi's got able to find right to Ace right here. They're just going for a hard rush.
It's actually working out for them. There we go.
Wow.
3 kills, man. It's such a quick stroll on the side too. Look at the flank. Oh my god, trigger discipline. Oh no, don't let him go away from your line of sight. There we go, finally. Shuts him down. The trigger discipline actually not really working out for his team. But it's fine now in a 3-on-1. And VLT, okay, surprising, he's actually going for the clutch. Switch thought it was actually a phantom. But yeah. It's a reload through. Nice peek. But took a little bit of shots onto himself. Really quick on the reaction time right there. And what is going on? Why are you doing this? Stop. Stop. He knows he's dead. He knows he's dead no matter what. There we go. Smiles on his face.
G going back to simple comfort at the end. They set up Rossi for success and they say, Rossi, go kill. And Rossi, well, he rarely ever does not deliver. Picking up the initial frag. It came down to the wire, though. I think it was his last knife that secured the kill onto Ace. And if he actually ends up whiffing there, the entire round could go completely differently. But Rossi making sure against all odds, he's able to pull it back. Oh, and thank you for that POV.
Yeah, we really needed that. Or peaked a little bit there, dude.
Yeah, I would have liked to see the attacker's POV in that situation when Amithrasi was trying to jump peek, so I'm glad we got to see how it looks like on the other side of the wall, you know? But 7-5 on the board right now. Velocity Gaming still very much in control, so we'll have to see if Global Esports can bounce back, and this pistol is going to be crucial for both of the teams. Ton of utility invested into mid control.
Yeah, a lot of, and I mean, this is the name of the game, right? On the map of Split. If you have the mid control overall, imagine how many things they can flood into, right? You can also go through vents, then you can also go through overall heaven, trying to get the B control. So mid control is one of the most like key factors in the map of Split.
That's why I think like it's slightly favorable for Global Esports how much utility was invested because they have a Sentinel now to try and hold it down. But
oh, nice shot!
Rossi,
oh my god!
in the back of,
oh my god! What?
6 shots.
He's like Deathmaker. Not just you can go monstrous mode. It's me as well who can pop off. And yeah, Rossi just 3 quick kills on the board with the Ghost. Shuts them all down, and also their hopes and dream in this round. That's the info peak from Skills. Now they pretty much know there is someone right there. Global Esports now, look at Rossi. He's out for blood. A 4K for Rossi. They're trying to steal his kills, and Rossi getting a little paranoid for it.
Exactly, right? Rossi's like, no, I will not let you guys catch up to me. I will get the pace for myself, and he ends up crashing to his death. That's okay. We like the 4K Rossi meme, and we want to keep the 4K Rossi meme alive.
30 seconds left. One enemy.
Single-handedly, effectively now equalizing the scoreline, Necro, because with this, Global Esports get to play on the anti-eco. SK Rossi with the Vandal full buy, holy moly.
Yeah, I mean, he's got a lot of money.
Yeah.
CA. And look at the frags, too. 22 freaking frags on the board from this man. Oh my god. Talk about being the fragger.
You know what the moral of this story is?
If Rossi's activated, G's activated.
Exactly. So GE should play comps where they help Rossi and get enabled, where they set up Rossi for success. Like I keep saying, this comp is not meta, but it is the best comp for GE right now on Split.
Hell yeah, because Rossi is a playmaker. Oh, nice peek coming through. And yeah, Skills. Astra pretty much just saying, yep, just stealing my words from my mouth that I'm not supposed to say as a caster, but hell if Astra said
Can't say it now.
One enemy remaining.
yeah, I can say it now. But oh my god, the spray. And there we go. They're just mowing them down in the second round. 2-7-7. CA is the scoreline.
I kind of want to know if Skills is laughing for that voice line too. Because it's exactly what I was thinking with Deathmaker speaking here. Not the word, maybe, but the thought, definitely that. Why is it?
Solo player standing.
If you want to pick it, at least go for a double, you know? Because that's usually, if you've noticed the way Global Esports like to play this Bleed Sky composition, it's usually the Astra anchor, so wherever Skills goes for a deep smoke like that, he's usually lurking inside the smoke, and he wants to try and get value off of it, especially in anti-ecos where he has a Spectre or a Surge.
Poison's gone.
Ooh!
Ooh.
Blocking vision.
And look at that. Another one. Quick trades on the board from them. Instantly a Vandal retrieved in the hand too. 7-7 is the scoreline.
Scout destroyed.
And wow. That's the Trailblazer taken out. Yeah, at least he did get the info, yeah.
He only spotted out right to Ace though, so he doesn't know Vibor is there yet. And they have no idea the Hellfighter's got himself. Actually, they do. Hold on, I'm wrong about that. I think they just pinged Hellfighter's position right here, so Lightning Fast at least has some sort of spidey sense telling him that Hellfighter might have got the look on to A-Rams.
4-4 though.
3.
And Rossi is now out the game. And look at Global Esports. It seems like, oh no, but it's just VLT trying to play mind games here, CA. They're coming back to the B site, but Hellranger, it seems like he's ready with the flash out in his hands. There we go. Peeks out. Oh no, it did not really use the flash. He should have used it. But now it's a 2-1-4 CA. Again, this was just a bonus round for them. HellFF catches the man on the flank. And a great stuff coming out. VLT is now pretty much going to get this buy round in their hands as they need it. But again, this was just a bonus for Global Esports, so they will get another chance to try and equalize the scoreline.
You can see Hellfighter with the smirk. He's like, I don't care if it's 100% in me. But yeah, I'm a little confused right there with respect to why Hellranger does not pop that flash. Because if he does pop the flash and takes down right to Ace, it does mean that he can just hold on to site and play for spike denial while his team comes on the backup. Either way, so that was the bonus of Global Esports. Now they get to come on to the full buys. But with not
Checking the
having
situation.
damaged velocity to a large extent, it will mean that both of the teams on an equal footing in terms of weaponry in this round. Now the early Trailblazer from Hellranger, it doesn't spot out much at all, so he's going to have to invest the guiding light to make sure that there is still people over there. But while he's doing that, none of that utility available for mid, so mid control taken by velocity. They're going to look to just flood onto the B side with the Seekers.
Yeah, that's what they're exactly doing too. That's the blinds out too. Just gonna shut the Seekers down, but now we're left in 3 on. Okay, well, scratch that, make it a 2 on 5. All the players are live, and Global Esports now going for a save. They have no other choice. It's gonna be 9 rounds on the board for VLT with that save. But still, you can see the players on a mission, and I'm pretty sure VLT realizing the exact fact that Global Esports is going for a save. They're probably gonna send at least 1 or 2 players on hunts.
This, they are going to go for the save right here, and it shows you exactly the kind of top position Global Esports have been put in, because in that position, as soon as they lose a frag in B Heaven, they lose a round. Their entire composition revolves around their team being committed to one playstyle. The way they're playing A side, for example, happy to play on the retake, is because they want to stay committed to that B side. So I want to see in the next round, maybe Global Esports can start getting a little aggressive. They were setting up the initial B main aggression with the guiding light, and they turned that into a default. If they can do the same thing for mid, invest the utility the way they've been doing in the pistol, for example, to try and deny that mid control for VLT, or just give them mid control and play around the side, play around Hellranger's default to try and retake the side by keeping B main for yourself. I think that's the way Global Esports have to go, because in terms of anchor power, their composition definitely lacks in the Raze or the Viper that VLT has.
Did see the Blade Storm pulled out too. So they will have to watch out from Rossi. That's a nice flash. But still, Rossi's position now peeks out into a bit too many players. And talk about the trades, there's just no one to trade him out. But again, we talked about the players being forced on to Eco. They don't really have the suitable weapons to do anything. Oh, the double satchel boost kind of messed up, but it's fine. It actually works out in his favor. Gets the kill. It's a 3 on 4. And Global Esports, okay, Skills try to make some plays happen, but he got shut down. It's still 3 on 1. And if they're able to survive with all these 3 players on the board, that's going to be more than enough for VLT, and that's going to be not a lot of damage dealt from Global Esports.
And again, I have to give props to Velocity Gaming for the discipline they're showing, because one of the key questions we asked was the lack of a flank watch for Velocity means if they're not perfectly disciplined when GE get aggressive, they are going to get punished. But even right here, you see when GE get aggressive, one player is dedicated to taking down a Trailblazer while Amaterasu stays hidden. So Rossi is never expecting a narrow peak to be right there when he peeks out. He's fully expecting the player to be on the far side of his peak, and he gets completely surprised. Velocity playing their composition perfectly, covering up the weaknesses of their composition to a T.
Yep. And the way VLT is playing. Yeah, the way VLT is playing right now is it's looking really great. They found the momentum and they're now looking to work off of it. And they're able to use it to perfection as well. Both these duelists, Wabor and Deathmaker. Wabor's kind of like the impact fragger, and Deathmaker's kind of like the opening fragger for the team. So VLT overall, they're now like a well-oiled machine.
Operators on. This time the Trailblazer defaults from the side of Velocity Gaming to clear out the immediate aggression in those smoke set up. They're not going to find anything, but they know that the operator for SK Rossi is in their ramps. The guiding light spotted out someone, but who it is unknown just yet. VLT though, having positioned themselves in these advanced angles, waiting for the wall to come back up before they aggress. The discipline is key, but Amaterasu gets caught out, which means without that Viper, without that wall, it's going to be that much harder to execute, giving Rossi an option to peek.
Yeah. Rossi pretty much trying to make some reactor plays happen with the operator. When I say reactor, I'm pretty much referring to XQC. Any juicers in the chat? But moving forward, here we go. The floodgates now pretty much opened up, but oh, skills position and checked. And then Ranger pretty much played off perfectly with a nice crossfire and a flawless round. Blink of an eye, and Global Esports, they win this round in their hand. Nice defensive strats coming through.
Yeah, I really like the idea. Like, even if you look on B side, their utility all around denying B heaven, not around denying mid itself. So this is what I mean. The way Global Esports have to play this is to try and stay committed to their playstyle. They can't really afford to react to what the opposition is doing. So if Velocity keep taking mid control, the idea has to be, okay, let's just give it to them and play for sight, or you can test them heavily right then and there. And the call made to just give it to them and play for sight. It works out perfectly for them. A really nice contact swing setup between Skills and Hellranger as well to pull off that round. And I just want an overtime, Necro. What do you think? Do you think we're going to get one?
Man, it's really hard to say. At this point, both these teams are pretty much just equally good, man. It's really hard to say anything, CA.
Right there.
It's like both these teams are just waiting for each other to make a single mistake and then they instantly capitalize on it. You can clearly see on the top right too, CA, the first map of the Heaven was won by VLT with 13-7, and the second one was won by Global Esports with 13-10, and now we're currently playing Split and the scoreline is 8-10. Pretty close.
Yeah, and at this point, extremely close is what I want to witness. Again though, a technical break from Global Esports. I wonder whose camera turned off now. Probably going to be exchanging charges with that person. But on a more game-based note, looking at the pings that you can see from the side of Velocity Gaming, they're pinging the A main entry. Which is weird, because none of them are towards there. It's just one Viper, so I doubt she's going to try to get very aggressive with her lurks. Again, Velocity going back to their comfort, which was taking mid control and then looking for picks on the basis of that. If they don't find picks, then they'll try to play mind games the way they did in one round, where they first went towards A side, proc the alarm bot, and then went towards B side later into the round. But I think here what is especially important is Velocity, while they're trying to take mid control, Global Esports don't give them the peaks that Velocity so desperately want, because yeah, you can see the plan from Global Esports very, very obvious. Both of the nanoswarms and the alarm bot dedicated to denying B heaven entry. So they're just like, okay, we're not going to give you B heaven entry. Rossi is holding down sight and we'll play A on the retake.
Oh man.
Oh, Hellranger.
Boombot's out to clear the close angles in the Heaven. Okay, at least so now they know there's no one really camping the stairs. Moving forward, they again have the mid control, always realizing the depth of the fact that mid control is really important, and they're always going for it. That's what's really standing out to me. As it seemed like VLT, both the players just jumped down at the same time. A nice double peek coming through. Skills had his cross replacement right there too. Oh man, but Hellranger, how does he just mow him down like that? 2 quick headshots on the board. The luck as well kind of favoring him in that fact as well.
Rossi spotted out one on B main. 2 of the Seekers went towards mid and 1 went towards A. Actually, 1 of the Seekers went towards mid. The other is now going towards the B main player. So they know the exact positions of all of the remaining players of Velocity Gaming. This is a huge advantage in terms of information.
It is a huge advantage. Right to assist the spike carrier. Also gets spotted. Nice nano swarm, but from the back it's Hellranger. Trying to shut things down to VLT, but they're not going to let it shut down that easily. Amaterasu found himself quite a lot of map control already. Aftershock available, instantly goes for the Viper Pit too.
No time.
To also deny the screen control, but yeah, the time's just not there. And also Kappa shutting down the planner. VLT a little too late on the execute. They're also waste of Viper's Pit. Now they're just trying to get the guns off of their hands. VLT, they're gifting these rounds away.
Yeah. Very well played by Global Esports though.
Nah, this play right here, it was something else. I don't know, I just feel like Hellranger, okay, don't get me wrong, Hellranger is a cracked player, but in that scenario, it's all about luck.
I don't think so. I think he knew.
Yes, it is.
I think he knew exactly where the double peak was going to come, because Skills probably told him they both jumped down at the same time. I don't think it's about luck at all. I think it's about
No, I'm talking about the spray and the actual, like, the way he was on the ropes while he made that happen, and he was moving
but he
down.
wasn't moving.
He was moving down. I
No,
think so.
he moved down, he stood, and then he sprayed. He was not moving while he sprayed. Which is why I'm saying, I don't think it's about luck whatsoever. I think he wants to play that angle. Probably the idea from him is that I'll pick one and immediately leave. But as soon as he sees a double peek, he just goes for it. So maybe a bit of luck in the regard that he's actually able to land it. But that's where practice comes into play. But again, these Nano Swarm alarm bot setups to deny B Heaven Necro. Global Esports happy to give mid control, but they say that's where we will stop you. You will not proceed beyond mid.
VLT, man, they're just not really able to get a grip on Global Esports defense on the offense over here. And honestly, I feel like Deathmaker just should hold down the Sievers. Or the Vents. And he should just sit there while the rest of the team is just causing a lot of menace on the A site. Hellranger is always playing the key positioning.
30 seconds left.
Nice Cosmic Divide coming through, and Vibora as well with a double satchel boost. It's just going to flood inside the site. It's fine as long as they do get the site control, but they still do not have the site control. Skills all the way in the back is trying to defend, but he will be shut down too. Now they've got the site control. The plant will come through. The snake bite's there to stop the flood from the defenders and also buy a decent amount of time on the post plant. Amaterasu and Vibor's Crossfire is going to mean quite a lot, but Hellranger peeks out with a perfect flash from the breach. HellFF from the longest trying to be the playmaker, or the difference maker as you would like to call it. 2-on-3 situation, CA. Deathmaker on the Heaven side. He's doing quite a lot of damage. Right underneath him, a nice flick onto the man. Lightning Fast shut down. Deathmaker now being a bird in the sky. Dashes on the site. Now this is where it will come down to, but Rossi just proves him in parallel with the operator and will put an end to his story.
You can say, I was just trying to see what Rossi is trying to tell. But yeah, as you say, Rossi unparalleled with the operator, just holding on strong. Again, GE's plan very, very simple. They hold on to site and they hold on strong. Even though they actually end up letting the diffuse happen, the amount of utility they force Velocity to invest makes a very easy retake setup for Global Esports come into fruition. Rossi finishes it off with utmost flair, and Global Esports equalize the scoreline. But hey, this is a bye once again for Velocity Gaming, so
10-10, oh my god.
For overtime, Necro.
Oh,
I really
dude,
want to see
what is
overtime.
going on? What is going on? Why is this getting so close?
Because it's the Val Clasico, baby.
Okay, see, I know that, but... Okay.
Oh, wait, hold on. Look at that star right on the turret. I think they've predicted that the turret is going to be there. Maybe a Dissipate to come out to block the turret's vision. Oh no, just the gravity well to pull the turret out of position. Nice.
Great minds think like. Trailblazers out. Copper's position known too, so that's not going to be. Look at that. That's what I was exactly talking about. The paint shell's just so good. Kind of like does the work of an off aftershock quite a lot of times. Nice find from Rossi. HellFF will shut him down though. So the trades, as long as they're on the board, that's all that's going to matter. They line up, but still VLT somehow able to strike back. Now left on a 2-on-2. Cosmic Divide's available on the skills. He slowly knows the man's isolated behind the box. Oh, misses the initial shots, and LFF will punish him. Still isolated behind the box. Hellranger position now known. Flashes is what's gonna matter quite a lot for Hellranger. These two players will need to go for double peaks all the time. Hellranger, one flash available in the hand. Not a lot of utility, he exactly knows. He reads it, but he doesn't expect the second player to be there.
Small errors in the 2v2 setup. I feel like they should not try to deny the plant right there. So far, so great throughout this round. They go get the trades, which is amazing. But right here in this 2v2, skills in Hellranger, I believe, not on the same page. They could just go for the full retake, both of them going down the rope and then try to wrap around the pillar, knowing that the plant is going to be in that closed box position. Hellranger tries his best to pull out the clutch, but very well played from the side of Velocity Gaming. They make sure to move towards the pillar together, wrap around together, rather than checking both of the angles and being greedy. They go for the safe foolproof play, and Hellfighter, I just say foolproof play, and Hellfighter able to pull out the win right there. Now 11-10 on the board. Global Esports still have a healthy economic cushion, Necro, so full buy still able to afford. But I don't think they will be if they lose this round. So you lose this round, you lose the map.
Oh. He's ready with the rolling thunder.
Save it.
Let the Rockstar roll. Let the Papa come in.
Swarm grenade out.
But no. Denies it for now. You called it, man. Save it. Doesn't really have to full buys too, and he's waiting for the right. Yep, he wanna go for the most effective moment. Rossi misses that initial shot, and well, there we go. He will have to pay the price for that. Heaven control given away and gift to VLT. A lot of control in the map already established. Rossi only on 8 HP. Now we'll need to make sure whatever moves he make should be to perfection. There's going to be no room for error for him now. Bubor peeks out. A nice frag on lightning fast. Seeker's out too. The cabbage is going to eat the man alive.
Oh, but the rolling thunder has got the spike isolated. Ace has been left behind. But a 1-for-1 trade does need now. Velocity are trying to help Ace recover it, and they do exactly that. Velocity rallying back in time to save that lone Sky. Able to recover the spike and get the plant.
10 seconds
Pepe
left.
hands for Global Esports in that
planted.
one. Spike's planted too. Global Esports, man, it seemed like they were able to get the momentum through, but VLT. This is what happens, Global Esports, if you keep on replicating the same things over and over again, even on the defensive half, the same defaults. The enemy team will start to get a read on your defaults, and they'll start to read what exactly you're doing. But after this round win, they'll also have the match point in the hand. But Global Esports, they're really confident to make a comeback happen here, CA.
Rossi going for the smart option here. Honestly, the only option here with the save. But I think the economy will be gone, Necro. I don't think they're going to be able to afford proper buys in the next round. And Velocity Gaming, as you said, they are back on that vein of form. They are looking strong as ever.
Match point.
Able to adapt and really shut down Global Esports. It really shut down my mind too. And I do want to point out one simple fact, right?
standing.
What Velocity is doing, which is very different from what they were doing in the first few rounds of their attack, is where they were trying to force the issue on one particular power point on the map a little too much, which played into Global Esports' hands because of the way they were using the Alarm Bot and Nanoswarm. But now, it's like death by 1,000 cuts from Velocity. They slowly move forward, they slowly take control, and it forces all of Global Esports to play the round in small segments, which does not favor their composition at all.
Tactical timeout from Global Esports. And now they'll need to start getting things together. Vobor has always been the impact fragger for VLT. Global Esports, on the other hand, they're heavily relying on SK Rossi for all the facts. Was able to deliver quite a lot of times too, but this is where the rest of the team will need to start to step it up. We do have skills, lightning fast, Herd Ranger too. I want to see Kappa as well, somewhere down line, trying to at least step things up when it comes to the kill counts. 29 kills for Rossi CA. That's some heavy lifting right there.
Heavy lifting indeed. But right now he's got to get heavier with the lifting, Necro. Do see a couple of buys here and there for Global Esports. I'm not sure if they've got full buys all the way through. Yeah, Spectre on skills, so definitely he hasn't got one. But Velocity Gaming, they're going to keep it simple. The Cosmic Device set up, they're going for the aggressive burst. But look, Kappa has a judge. He's trying to get sneaky on the other side of the Cosmic Divide.
Nice aftershock.
Too late.
Yeah, too late. Yeah, the Cosmic Divide goes down too, and now they're just going to play off of post plants. Wow, VLT, they're just abusing.
Oh, look at the three-man wrap though, and Rossi's covering it from mid.
Rossi is covering it from mid, but now not Rossi's position is known. Rossi shuts down the second man. Two quick kills on the board, and now the judge is going to speak for itself. Kappa. Oh, okay, there we go. Yep, Rossi being shut down too. Just a nice pop flash. Switches over to the Vandal, but Hell Ranger reads into it perfectly. And GE, somewhere down the line, now showing us why they actually went for the save in their last round.
They didn't go for the save in the last round. This is just a half buy.
Finished.
As you can see, a judge, a couple of Spectres, only held.
No, by last round I mean like when Rossi was just alive with the operator.
Yeah, the operator definitely paying off,
Yeah.
but I would say even more than that, the read, I'm not sure if it was Rossi himself who made the call, or if Hellranger is like, we're going to pop the lockdown, 100% they're going to try to wrap around from mid, because that's the best play you can make against that open plant, which functions well from B main as well as Heaven. Either ways, though, the read was absolutely perfect. Rossi shuts down that wrap and now will shut down the hopes of Velocity Gaming to try and finish it off with this round, Necro. I think I'm going to get my dreams come true. Let's go overtime.
Oh no, these two have sneaked past. Hellraiser, that's a huge pass by from your side. You cannot let that happen. These two players can be a little
Rossi's
problem.
back is not covered.
But is that turret going to spot him? That's the question. If the turret does, then Hellraiser will be a little distracted for sure. They've heard the turret coming through. The turret does not spot. Rossi being shut down. And there we go. The problems start knocking their doors, and now they've found the easy flood on the A side. Hellraiser definitely being the IGL. Well, his teammates now will start pointing a lot of fingers onto him for sure, because Rossi being shut down, that's a key threat neutralized. But they're still trying their best to fight back. But the problem is the site control is already given away, CA.
Yeah, and they don't necessarily have some key ultimate to try and push it through. On the other hand, the Seeker is available. Velocity Gaming getting all of the information of where the retake is coming from, knowing that all of the players are isolated in this heaven, allows Deathmaker to push in from screens and keep attention distracted.
Oh my god!
Fighter holding down an A-main, nullifies the man advantage, and now in a 2v2, Global Esports with the health against them, they're just going to try to brute force it, but they're running out of time.
It's done.
It's done. Their destruction.
Oh my
Velocity
god.
Gaming against all odds, and you called it, Necro. That
2-1.
two-man push, Hellraiser not covering Rossi's back perfectly, that ended the round right there.
Yeah, okay, I don't want to be really sharp with that, but that round was lost because of Hellraiser right there.
Yeah, 100%.
100%. A huge fault of Hellraiser in the map loss over here in the map decider. But yeah, split being won by Velocity Gaming, and that also concludes the second best of 3 series of the day, ladies and gentlemen. Velocity Gaming are your second team in the top 4 of the VCC Grand Finals. Congratulate them, because they deserve all your love. And also, same thing goes for Global Esports. Do not forget, they are going to be moving down to lower brackets. Oh, look at that cute doggo.
I believe his name is Jard.
Jod?
Jod the dog.
Ooh.
But Jard is how I would describe the emotions I went through right now with all of these amazing plays.
Back and
Velocity,
forth.
so calm, Necro. I think that's the biggest buff that Velocity have gotten ever since we saw them in Qualifier 1, where they seemed a little all over the place. But even in Bind, when they were losing, my only criticism was that they were not trying different things, but never was there a moment where they were not calm or composed. Every single map or every single round they played, they seemed a lot more composed than Global Esports as a whole. And as for the Hellraiser point, I think I 100% agree. The only thing I can imagine him doing differently is giving the call to Rossi, like, bro, I don't have Wentz covered entirely. They could have sneaked in front of me. You need to watch your back.
Or honestly, I feel like he should have just held a little bit of more deeper angle in the Wentz and try to actually play it from the headshot angle, if you know what I'm talking about. There's a little headshot angle that you can use on Wentz, or maybe he could have tried to play it that. But yeah, the scoreboard's in front of you guys. 23 kills from Deathmaker, and this is what the exact difference is. On the other hand, SK Rossi has to do some heavy lifting. He has to be the impact fragger, also the solo fragger for his team. On the other hand, Deathmaker himself also is the fragger, but overall his team is also there in the fragging department.
Yeah, Deathmaker definitely popping off, but I would 100% say this was more of a team effort in every single way. Velocity Gaming clearly proving that when you play compositions like this, it's all about discipline. They did this on Bind as well, on their attacking defaults, where they're covering their flanks to perfection. Never was there a moment like the way it happened to Global Esports, you know, with right to ace lurking from showers and finding a 3K. That never happens to Velocity, irrespective of where they're playing this style of no sentinel composition. So discipline is the name of the game for VLT, and they do so in prolific fashion. Rossi is going to be extremely disappointed with the way that ended, man. 32 kills. The match MVP here, but not able to find the win, especially because he even got the first pick in the last round.
Yeah, he got everything done, and I'm pretty sure at this point, if Rossi is actually tilted at Hellraiser, he has all the right in the world to be tilted being a teammate right there, because he gave it all he had. He was there in the frag department. He was doing pretty much good all over the place. But Hellraiser, man, that initial moment right there could have tied things out, and they would have had a better chance of winning maybe in the future in the overtimes. But over here, VLT just proven Global Esports unparalleled in all the different aspects. But frag wins 7-7, somewhere down the line, tied up. But overall, headshot percentage too, VLT just leading the charts.
Yeah, headshot percentage, round wins, frag wins. every single way. VLT leading the charge. Deathmaker picking up the MVP of the grand final playoffs, best of 3 here. And as you said, Enigma was the first team to make it from the India region into the top 8. Velocity was the second team to make it from the India region into the top 8, and it's exactly that for our top 4 as well. Enigma number 1 making it through from the first stage, and Velocity joining them on an equal footing here. Both of these teams, they've guaranteed that they won't face each other now. They will be facing the bottom seeds coming in from their respective groups. So I'm excited to see that happen. Maybe that even sets us up for a potential VLT Enigma grand final. You never know.
Never know. Never know. So yeah, Deathmaker over here, 44 freaking kills with 298 deaths and 64 assists. So yeah, with the average combat score of 272. Now, if you talk about a man like Deathmaker, he's always known for that consistency factor. But Amaterasu as well, when it comes to the headshot percentage, is almost tied up with Deathmaker.
Yeah, almost tied up with Deathmaker, but I believe it's going to be an average calculation at the end of it also. If Rafuel or anyone from Enigma is watching this and be like, bro, we played so many lesser matches, don't you worry. It's all average. It's not about just numbers as a whole. But I've got some even more exciting news, Necro. The VCC anthem is now out. Make sure all of you go check it out immediately. It is fire. A lot of effort put into that anthem just for you fans. So I hope you guys love it.
Oh yeah, exactly. I hope you guys love it too, man, because as CA mentioned, a lot of time and effort has been put into it. And as CA mentioned, it's already out, so you guys can go ahead and check it out on the official NODWIN Gaming YouTube channel. And I'm pretty sure, just let us know in the comment section as well of the music video, or maybe go ahead and post it out on your social medias and let us know how much you liked it. Tag me and CA. But for now, we're going to hold on to our words because we are going to be having a little word with the winners of the final of the previous Best of 3 series.
सबसे पहला सवाल ये रहेगा, कैसा लग रहा है जीत हासिल करके? बिकॉज़ ये बहुत स्ट्रेस्ड आउट चली गई थी सीरीज.
थैंक यू सो मच. एंड स्ट्रेस्ड आउट तो सब है अभी, थोड़ा बहुत हाइप्ड है एंड अच्छा लग रहा है बिकॉज आई थिंक जी के साथ हम लोग बहुत दिन बाद खेल रहे हैं. एक्चुअली आई थिंक ये ईयर का फर्स्ट मैच है एंड हम लोग का थोड़ा ईयर का स्टार्टिंग अप्स एंड डाउन्स हुआ है. जैसे क्वालिफायर 1 में भी हम लोग क्वालिफाई नहीं कर पाए, तो अभी अच्छा लग रहा है थोड़ा रिजल्ट्स देख के जो हम लोग ने प्रैक्टिस किया उसका.
चलिए हेलेफ, बात करें आपके स्प्लिट के गेम प्ले की, वो कहीं ना कहीं दर्शकों ने सभी ने देखा, सभी ने अप्रिशिएट करा. व्हाट वाज गोइंग ऑन विद योर माइंड जब आप एसके रॉसी के अगेंस्ट वो डुएल्स ले रहे थे, ट्रेड्स जीत रहे थे, क्या कॉल आउट्स आ रहे थे?
तो टी साइड पे मेरे को अमरतरसु ने बोला हम लोग को स्मोक्स नहीं चाहिए, तेरे को डीजल फीड आ रहा है, तेरे को वॉक इन करना है, तेरे को लर्क करना है, तू कर. मैं बोला ठीक है, बस मैं लर्क करता गया. वैसे दूसरे वैसे बस वही था.
आई थिंक ये काफी इंटरेस्टिंग था कि खुला छोड़ दिया आपको एक बारी.
बोला अपने को स्मोक्स नहीं चाहिए एग्जीक्यूट में, हम लोग स्मोक के बिना घुसेंगे, तू सिर्फ बोलो का बैक स्टेप कर बस. हाँ,
आई थिंक काफी डेडली कॉल आउट था ये आपके आईजीएल की तरफ से, जो आई थिंक ग्लोबल ई स्पोर्ट्स को भी हमने उसकी वजह से परेशान होते हुए देखा. बट हेलेफ, एक मैप पीछे जाना चाहूंगा मैं बाइंड के ऊपर, क्योंकि बाइंड पे आप लोगों ने स्टार्ट काफी अच्छे से किया था, बट सेकंड हाफ में सिचुएशन बिल्कुल काया पलट दी गई थी. तो उस पे व्हाट वेंट रॉन्ग इन दैट मैप?
सो बाइंड बोल सकते हो. बाइंड हम लोग का स्क्रिम्स में भी और प्रैक्टिस में भी उतना अच्छा नहीं जा रहा था, 50-50 जा रहा था. पर हम लोग एक्सपेक्ट नहीं किए थे हम लोग सिटी साइड में 8-4 हाफ देंगे, मतलब बहुत अच्छा हाफ था. पर टी साइड पे अपना वही थोड़ा हम लोग कनेक्ट नहीं हो पा रहे थे, तो हम लोग को एक्सपेक्टेड था कि बाइंड टफ होगा अपने लिए. बट जब हम लोग जीतने लगे तो सोचा जीत जाएंगे, तो इसलिए वही मतलब एक्सपेक्ट कर रहे थे जीत जाएंगे, पर दिमाग में बैक में था कि स्क्रिम भी उतना अच्छा नहीं गया है, पर वो लोग अच्छी टीम थे, ऑफ कोर्स जी वन ऑफ द बेस्ट टीम है. तो वही
बेस्ट टीम्स की बात करें, एनिग्मा के बारे में थोड़ा बताइए, क्योंकि अभी रिसेंटली लाइनअप इतना चेंज हुआ, सडनली एंटीडोट एज एन आईजीएल, एक्सकाली कमिंग इन, एंड आई थिंक द मोस्ट सरप्राइजिंग टीम इस बार रहे हैं इस बार वीसीसी के अंदर, एंड दे मेड इट टू द ग्रैंड फाइनल प्लेऑफ. सो आगे जब एक पॉइंट पे फिर से आपकी मुलाकात होने वाली है, डू यू हैव एनीथिंग टू से टू एनिग्मा?
तो बोलना क्या है, मतलब वैसा कुछ बोलना नहीं. ऑफ कोर्स हम लोग प्रैक्टिस करेंगे, वो लोग भी कर रहे हैं अभी. जो उस दिन गेम में कम मिस्टेक्स करेगा वही जीतेगा, क्योंकि मिस्टेक्स तो करेंगे. और एनिग्मा का तुम बोल सकते हो, वो लोग का अभी शूटिंग सबका बहुत ऑन पॉइंट है, इसलिए इतना क्लीन लग रहा है. तो अगर बाई चांस किसी का डाई से गया तो हम लोग का अप हो जाएगा वो टाइम पे, अगर मैच हुआ वो लोग के अगेंस्ट.
हेलेफ, अगर बोलने की यहाँ पे बात चल रही है, मैं एक चीज जानना चाहता हूँ कि आपके जो अच्छे राउंड्स रहते हैं आपके कैंप में दिखता है, आप बहुत तेजी से पॉप ऑफ करते हैं अपनी चेयर से टीम को चेयर करते हुए, और कुछ बोलते हैं, क्या बोलते हैं वो जानना चाहूंगा.
वो नाइस ही बोलते हैं बस और कुछ नहीं। या तो अगर सनी ने मारा तो सनी का जो 1-on-3 था स्प्लिट में, बाप रे, उसमें तो सब एकदम बाल बाल नोच रहे थे सब अपने।
आई थिंक यहाँ
इंसेन था, इंसेन।
बहुत बहुत ज्यादा अच्छा परफॉर्मेंस आई थिंक जैसा आपने बताया डेथ मेकर ने डिलीवर किया और आपने भी काफी अच्छी फॉर्म आज मेंटेन करी है। सो कांग्रेचुलेशंस ऑन द विन हेलफ, कांग्रेचुलेशंस आपको और आपकी टीम को फाइनल्स पे पहुंचने के। यू आर इन द टॉप 4 नाउ एंड बेस्ट ऑफ लक फॉर द फाइनल्स।
थैंक यू एवरीवन, थैंक यू, सी यू गाइस।
Oh man, indeed, LFF was looking pretty stressed, not gonna lie. I mean, that was a stressful series, full of roller coaster emotions, as I mentioned as well before the map of split was about to start, because the split was a perfect decider for these two teams. A little mistake from Hellranger led to their entire demise.
Yeah, man, and I really, that clutch that he mentioned, that 3K clutch from Deathmaker, this is what I was talking about in the pre-show too.
Yeah.
That even though I initially favored Global Esports, clutches like that we've seen on this map itself for GE, the way they can change an entire team's morale, the way they can change an entire team's momentum. He was talking about how they were all just clutching their heads and they're like, bro, what the heck did this guy do? And that's the kind of momentum that Deathmaker was able to deliver. So hats off DM. Not only was he consistent, but he popped the heck off with those clutches.
Yeah, exactly. He definitely popped the hell off with the clutches. And I also want to talk about a little bit about the music video too. Now, the music video is out, CA. I'm pretty sure CA is also having a huge sigh of relief, because this man was working behind the scenes quite a lot as well on the music video. I think it's almost been like 2 months, if I'm not wrong, or more than that. 3 months, okay. Okay, 3 months of music video. But for us now, it's time to push to a break. And we'll be right back after this quick break.
Yes, so the people right now. Pegboard nerds must have you locking at the sound. All of the gal go passing when me boy I go drop them a coming. Murderers. Me are the burning fire and natural born killer. When me pass into flame, watch out some might sting. You better turn it, I am make the bad boy bigger. When they come around, we all go on them. Listen to the word and the fire you caught in the middle. When the flames get higher, put up your gun fingers. Return all of the fire, it's a bad man single, give a sign. Pull your gun finger trigger. Gun finger trigger. Gun finger trigger. Gun finger trigger. Return all of the fire, it's a bad man single, give a sign. Pull your gun finger trigger. Pull your gun finger trigger. Pull your gun finger trigger. It's a bad man signal, give a sign. Pull your gun finger trigger. Me are the burning fire and natural born killer. When me pass into flame, watch out some might sting. You better turn it, I am make the bad boy bigger. When they come around, we all go on them. Listen to the word And the boy you caught in the middle. When the flames get higher, put up your gun fingers. Return all of the fire, it's a bad man single, give a sign. And put your gun finger trigger. Gun finger trigger. Gun finger trigger. Gun finger trigger. Return all of the fire, it's a bad man single, give a sign. And put your gun finger trigger. Your gun finger trigger. Pull your gun finger trigger. It's a bad man signal, give a sign. Pull your gun finger trigger.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the final best of 3 series of the day, CA. And moving on forward, man, take a look at the final one. Previous, of course, Val Clasico. That left our heartbeats pretty much pumping quite a lot, but now moving on forward, it's time to at least calm them down a little bit. But again, do you think it's going to be calmed down or it's going to be amped up a little bit more?
Amped up. I think it's definitely going to be amped up a little bit more because both of these teams are playing for their tournament life, Necro. In the last 2 matches that we saw, they were playing for a spot in the grand finals itself. But both of these teams right now playing to stay alive in this tournament and get another shot to try and make it there. So definitely amped up in that regard.
Oh yeah, indeed. There's a lot of things on line for these teams, and especially God Particles being one of those teams that they do realize how much things are going to be on line for them. Coming in as kind of like the underdogs, and now pretty much one of the well-known teams out there in the India region. Khumbu Esports, of course, coming in from Nepal region. Now, God Particles, I honestly feel like if they do take down Khumbu Esports, the next matchup again, Team Exploit, which they last time lost 2-0. Again, it's going to be overall, the road for God Particles here is just filled with a lot of stones and a lot of spikes, and it's going to be really hard for them to walk straight.
Yeah, exactly. It's all about revenge right now, trying to set it up for God Particles. But I think the same can be said for Khumbu. Not about revenge, but about redemption, in the sense that they actually showed up very well against Enigma in their match yesterday. So it's not about trying to carry that momentum on forward. If they're able to take down God Particles, then maybe get a shot against Exploit for that final spot. It'll be a huge boost for the Nepal region, even if they're able to get this one win right here. Because I think what Khumbu displayed above everything else is that they're a very strong team with core comms extremely well set in place, and that's why I want to see them progressing step by step.
Indeed, a very strong team, man. I mean, Khumbu, of course, coming down from Nepal region, one of the regions that hasn't really been known quite a lot when it comes to especially esports. So this is Khumbu Esports trying to represent their country and also trying to elevate their esports in itself, because of course, if they do pan out to be one of the best teams, and of course, if they do pan out to be in the top 4 as well, that in itself can be a huge thing for the Nepal region. But already it's quite humongous that they've made it to grand final playoffs here.
Yeah, exactly. It's quite humongous in itself that they made it right here. But again, I think they're not going to be the sort of team that is satisfied with it, because the core of this team, NODWIN Gaming, they've already done this once before in the VCC 1. So over here, I think the aspirations of Khumbu Esports set much higher, especially with Ascent now coming onto the lineup. We saw him put up a stellar performance yesterday on his operator. So now going on into this map, I think I'm really curious to see what the veto is going to be like from either of the teams, because given Ascent's dominance on the operator, I automatically assume that Khumbu will be comfortable on the map of Breeze, and that's one map that we've seen GOP Particles be very strong on.
Exactly, they are definitely really strong in that map itself. But again, moving it forward, we talked about Shivy yesterday, and this after this he's pretty much gonna, like, I think so, quit pro play if I'm not wrong. He's just gonna give it up. So again, this means quite a lot for God Particles as well, and this matchup has to be a close one. Khumbu as well, for them this means quite a lot. For the entire region, for this means quite a lot. But for God Particles, it's for them to trying to send Shivy off on a good note, because after this VCC, or after this such a huge stage, Shivy is going to pretty much retire from the pro play, and it's going to take a back seat. Maybe he'll probably be the coach of God Particles in the future. We never know what will be the case over there for that man. But overall, Shivy has been doing a phenomenal job when it comes to IGLing his team, and I honestly feel like, if possible, just stay, man, because this team has a lot of potential. If you guys do get a lot of time in future as well to work off of with each other, I'm pretty sure next time you guys are going to come back even stronger.
Yeah, I'm sure though they won't be focused on what happens with Shivy, or even Shivy for that matter won't be thinking about what happens after VCC. While he has made the decision to not continue, I'm sure all of his focus now trained towards just making sure that his team is able to give the best performance right now, right here. And to do that, they need to take away this match series against Khumbu Esports and go into a strong setting in the match for Team Exploit. Now you can see all of us are expecting GOP Particles to take the win, but I'm expecting 3 maps, because again, I have a lot of expectations from Khumbu, because they did perform very well against Enigma as compared to today Team Exploit, which just got obliterated.
Yeah, literally. I mean, they did. They definitely did got obliterated. So if you talk about the mental when it comes to moving inside this one of God Particles and Khumbu Esports, I feel like it's going to be looking like equally the same. But again, we all went with 2-0 God Particles, because we know God Particles is one of those teams that has been tested through all the thick and thins. So I'm at least expecting them to have learned and also have done a lot of research over here in this matchup and take things a little bit serious, because they've got a lot of experience to back it up. Moving it forward, this is the exclusive merchandise viewer rewards for you guys. A chance to win this giveaway. All you guys need to do is go ahead on your social media accounts and type hashtag VCC giveaway, and also tag at NODWIN Gaming in the post. If you do all these steps, you're going to be eligible for the giveaway. Be a little creative with the post too. Getting back to the conversation though, CA, Khumbu Esports, as I mentioned, both these teams are going to be on an equal note. Both these teams are going to be on an equal note, so it's really hard to tell which team can be the one to actually win it out. But hey, show your hashtag VCC spirit. Gully Active X VCC.
These are some limited edition jackets, as you can see, available now, I guess, on gullyactive.com. All right, now we're going to have to step up our approach towards our project manager Necro. After this, I'm going to go be like, number 1,
I need
where
that.
is my merchandise kit? Number 2, yeah, give me that jacket, man. I need that.
Give me. I need that right now. So maybe if we do get it before the grand finals, I will actually wear it over here. I'll actually wear it and cast.
If we get it before the grand finals, I'll wear it on Aftermath. No, not our cast. No, not really.
Why not? Come on, let's do it, dude. It's pretty cool.
Does not fit with my vibe, you know.
The vibe. Okay, I'll wear it. I'll wear it. I'll go a little bit of casual and also a little bit of badass approach. But map selection in front of you guys, and it's Khumbu Esports picking up heaven, but the bans as well in front. So Split being banned from Khumbu and Icebox being banned from God Particles. Comfort ban, CA. Nothing special.
Yeah, very simple.
Okay,
right here,
I honestly,
Icebox ban.
I honestly feel like taking a look at the veto, I feel like Khumbu, this has to be a 2-0. Come on, you can't lie to my face at this point. God Particles are a pretty decent team when it comes to Heaven, and Khumbu, we have seen a lot of loopholes. Us as casters, we are able to spot out.
I think it's going to be a 2-1 Necro. I do think Khumbu are extremely strong
Breeze?
on the map of Haven. Breeze, no.
Okay.
But Haven, yeah, definitely. I do expect them to try and pull off a map. Yeah,
Okay,
I do
let's
agree.
see.
If they lose Haven right here, it's definitely a 2-0.
Yeah, this is going to mean quite a lot. But yeah, overall, the composition here too in front of you guys. And it's the, Breach being pulled out. And Levi, of course, is going to go on Astra. Pretty much normal compositions, but Logistic going for Cypher. It's been a long time I haven't seen Cypher on Haven.
Yeah. It's definitely been a while, but it's a comfort pick for Logi. He plays it on Breeze as well. Very similar this composition to their Breeze composition. The key change just being Ember on the Viper versus Ember on the Astra. He is still that controller player. Now, the reason I really like Khumbu Esports on this map of Haven is because it does feel like they play a lot more around the city. They enable him, they set him up for success, and I feel like that's where they found their most success overall. So we'll have to see if they can do that once again, because definitely God Particles, they're accustomed to playing against that aggressive Breach Sova composition. They've done it against Team Exploit, though they did lose that map, and then they have faced this in the past as well. So we'll have to see how God Particles is able to respond, because on this particular map, the Sova Sky, it gives you a lot more options, but the Sova Breach, it gives you a lot more comfort.
Yeah, comfort definitely will be there. And Breach, of course, is kind of characters that at this point team are pretty accustomed to. They know how to use Breach pretty well in the map of Haven, and Breach selection on the Haven is kind of like an OG selection. It's one of those that is really easy to use, and at this point, each and every single Breach plays over here on the map of Haven can also be easily capitalized on. So, Nukes and both these things have like their pros and cons. It does really come down to how the enemy team is able to adapt.
Now we'll have to see how each team is able to find their best version of Ethos and therefore inherently adapt to what the other team is trying to do. But right now we've got Khumbu Esports on the defense, Necro, and God Particles starting off on the attack. Given the prolific nature of both the Jet players on the operators, Knight Rider and the City are damn good with those operators. The defensive half is where I'm expecting both of these teams to try and put forward a strong note.
Well, they also get the plant down. Actually, no, scratch that. What just happened? He didn't really get the plant down. Okay, so Shivy going for the plant. There we go, finally. Plants on the board, God Particles. Oh no, they're just being scattered over here on the A site. Shivy is the second last man alive. Scratch that. Ember still there on the short side. Oh, the first burst connects. And now it's all down to Ember to try and hold things off over here. God Particles, they're fighting for their life in the elimination bracket, but it's fine. Khumbu Esports get the first round on the board. A nice play coming through, CA. Flawless round.
Yeah. Flawless round picked up for Khumbu Esports, and this is what I'm talking about, Necro. On Haven, they just looked like a well-oiled unit. I will say though, it was just a pistol, so I hope they're not counting their chickens before they hatch, because I'm certainly not going to do it for them. But a 1-0 lead for Khumbu Esports means a good start, and now they get to play on the anti-eco. Eco for God Particles, but in classic Knight Rider fashion, he never goes for the eco. He always picks up that Marshal. No shields though, so it's gonna be hard to pop some heads with the Marshal on attacks with no shields.
Pretty much anti-eco for Khumbu Esports, and this shouldn't really be that tough of a round for them to get Turret getting the kill on the board. There we go. Thin should line him up, and that's what he exactly does. But still, one frag being found from Knight Rider. Again, just come down. Knight Rider is actually able to activate himself. Nice. No scope from him. We'll shut down Cluster, but it's fine. Only 2 frags on the board. Moving on forward, Khumbu Esports will probably go on a bonus.
Yeah, 2 frags though does make that Marshal almost worth it. 3 frags is perfectly ideal, but 2 is close enough. But more importantly, it ensures that the damage is done to Khumbu's economy. They can't necessarily play on the full bonus, and they have to make a decision now. The decision seems to be that Thin doesn't want to play on the full bonus because he's feeling himself 4-0 right now. He's invested into a full Phantom while the rest of his team does stay on the bonus. So this is a curious tale, Necro. It's a very mixed approach. I guess an individual call made by Thin that I don't care. I'm just going to carry.
Yeah. Ascent as well on the Marshall. He also has the Sheriff in the hand. In case if he's not landing his Marshall shots, he's probably going to switch it over to the Sheriff. There we go. A-side take is clear, and Knight Rider finds the opening. He's going to be able to stroll on the side too. Spots out the man in the back side. Nice flash from the breach too. Thin moves in. Thin, as you mentioned, Thin is on a flank. But again, I'm pretty sure the Cypher tripwire is what's going to be a little problem for him, so he's not going to be able to flank it successfully. And he just waits in the back. Are they going to go for a save? Because the entire site control's in their hand. They're just going for a bonus play here too, so might as well try and give it a solid shot. Thin is trying to save is because he has the Phantom in the hand, and he does not want to let his life go away like that. Good find from Knight Rider.
Yeah, the rest of the team just trying to find some sort of damage, but it's not going to happen because moving into this choke point, this is actually what we wanted to see a lot more from NODWIN Gaming with their attack, playing around the aggressive choke points the way GodP is playing. Levi is still able to take down one gun, but right now God Particle is doing very well to force all of Khumbu into those funnel points and make sure that they're not able to pull it off. Now GodP are trying to hunt down Thin right here. The Guiding Light actually doesn't spot him. Don't peek, Thin!
Well, he doesn't, but there you go.
Well, he just threw away 1,000 credits. He had full shields, he just didn't need to peek there.
It's okay. Maybe he thought he would be able to sneak away with a frag or something. At least gun off the board for God Particles. But as long as he has the Phantom in the hand, he's still value. Yeah. But I do understand where you're coming from. If he did, yeah, he just has light shields now. Does not really have a lot of economy too. So yeah, Aside going on the operator. Aside is going to be the key playmaker for them. If Aside isn't really able to activate himself in this round, that means Khumbu Esports will start to crumble down hard.
I have retrieved the spike. Ascent is playing on a C anchor setup with the operator, and they're leaving A side completely open for the retake. While doing that, Knight Rider has got himself in an advanced position, but Ascent already making that impact, shutting down the Astra real nice and early, will mean this side take and the side hold that much more difficult.
Oh, nice shot. Just a little bit of slow peek from his side. Feel like he should have expected that operator coming through. Blade Storm's out too. Knight Rider might just try to go a little aggressive on the Haven. There we go. Here's the shock dart coming through, and Nolan's hands are going to be busy. That's why he peeks out instantly, but only one is the frag that he's going to be able to get away with. Not really a lot of value from the Blade Storm there, CA. That's what certainly is a little problem. The shaky aim not working out, Scar God. Oh, the shaky aim. I mean, I do understand a lot of times Scar God's aim is insane, but the shaky aim is a factor where Scar God actually keeps him crumbling down. And we've seen a lot of times, just because that shaky aim, Scar God has missed some shots.
Again, this is why I love Khumbu on this map. They are so disciplined with the way they want to play it. They're committed to their playstyle. You know, they understand that the operator is going to anchor down C side. They invest all of the other anchor utility, that Killjoy utility, to hold down Garage as well as B side, leaving A side open because they have the Rolling Thunder to play on the retake. Even in that 3v1, giving the respect right there to that one person, knowing that Go Particles have pulled out rounds from nowhere. They invest that Rolling Thunder, they pull out the round win, and now take a significant lead, not just in terms of the round score line, but also in terms of the economy, because God Particles, they're going for the force, but it's not really a full buy inherently. One of their players stuck on the Sheriff.
3-1 is the scoreline, and Khumbu Esports at least having a decent safety cushion, or at least a little cushion. Knight Rider, good find from his side. That's the show. Sova shut down, so the info giver not really in the team anymore. Levi gets spotted in the backside here. A lot of info to work off for God Particles on this execute. But just all the time is being caught with those slow peaks that he's making. Not expecting anyone to be present in the garage, but at that time he should have. Slow picks is what is leading to his demise. Should have at least shoulder peek before he went for the actual peek. But the operator still on the board. Aside gets the frag, and now this retake certainly looks possible. Aside switches over to a Phantom. Confident quite a lot in his ability to shut him down. Scar God only will be able to get away with one. Oh my god, maybe you were actually right.
What do you mean, maybe? I was what?
Well, I think so. I put a little bit too much faith in God Particles.
Maybe not enough faith into Khumbu. Again, I'm telling you, like, don't get me wrong, I know that Shooter did not play today, but I don't think that's enough of an excuse for the way Exploit got obliterated. It was due to the strength of Enigma. And against that strength of Enigma, Khumbu stood tall and strong yesterday. I feel like the second map would have gone even closer if it wasn't for the tech issues that they faced. So this is not a team that we should be taking lightly. And I honestly think if they even win this series, they're better matched against Exploit than they are against God Particles. God Particles is disciplined, Exploit is not necessarily. We're talking about discipline, Cluster getting caught off guard by the aggressive nature of Knight Rider, Shivy wrapping around on Ascent. This is why you can't count out God Particles either, Necro. Knight Rider is on a wane of form. Wasn't on it yesterday, but hey, he's on it when it counts.
Yeah, he's able to at least shine back through again. Overextension coming through. And being shut down, but Scar caught on the operator. Maybe that's what he should start using now. Oh, let's just stay on the flank. Cypher living up to his name. Thrifty round coming through from God Particles.
Thrifty.
Oh, the bird's back. That's why they're... Okay, listen, the bird came back, and now that's why they won that Thrifty round right there. Ladies and gentlemen, give it up for the bird. Tim.
Coach Bird.
Coach Bird.
Thrifty.
And don't you worry about any of the unauthorized coach communication. We've got it sorted with Riot. Coach Tim is an approved personnel. Oh, God.
Yeah.
I can't say it with a straight face, man. But hey, talking about a straight face right now, the economy broken. Ascent going for the flash and dash combo, but the flash a little too early. Did mean that the dash was a little too late, and Ascent does get shut down. Now with the Trailblazer cluster being spotted out, Sun does come through, and he has the backup. Cluster can look the play.
There we go. Ember finds one. Nice shock dart, though. Lockdown's available, so if the killjoy goes down, pretty much next to impossible. But again, Khumbu Esports were forced on an eco. Let's just look behind you. The solo almost peeked out. Could have been a little bit of missed timing right there. Moonlight gets spotted, though. Scar God's able to get a grip. Calls conveyed. Guiding lights out too. Knight Rider has found his presence in the A site. Logista, as always, is just going to flank with the Cypher. Plank goes down in the A site. Knight Rider holding an off angle, making sure no one's going to be able to sneak through. Thin has the lockdown ready as well, but I honestly feel like he should just save onto it in an actual rifle round.
Yeah, the operator really does need to be safe, so I think that's exactly what they're going to go for right here. God Particles once again going for that aggressive push in. Not continuously overwhelming Khumbu Esports, not giving them a second to breathe. Levi is going to get shut down. Knight Rider with a nasty flick will make sure the Thin does not get much either. And Nogi finishes them off just like that. I believe this was the eco for the side of Khumbu. But still, what's important is that when you give a team like God Particles, especially when you give a player like Knight Rider that momentum, he does start running away with it. Now, let's just take a second to look at how God Particles seem to have adapted to the way Khumbu want to play, right? Because this is something that we are noting even in the previous Haven match we saw today, where as soon as God Particles spot the operator playing on one particular site, they try to rush it down immediately and punish him for playing alone, because usually that's what the operator wants to do. He wants to anchor down a site, play alone, at max with one other person. So that adaptation from God Particles really paying dividends for them right now.
Yep.
And they're now able to turn it into a default. That same combo made towards A-Long, but this time not for an aggressive rush. Knight Rider just takes A-Long control, and he's going to hold it while his team tries to get mid control.
Oh, that's a great stunt. Logista, I feel like he actually wanted to follow it up with the Trailblazer, but just because they stunt, put a little stop on his feet. Cams out. Position's known though. Oh, nice spam through the door too. Scar God able to shut down Moonlight right there in that position. Cage out too to try and get... Okay, the neural theft was the main thing that he really wanted to know. Now knows there's an operator aggressive outside B. A lot of info can wait. Knight Rider, as always, is able to flush out the players. The mind games from the side of God Particles aren't working out, but a nice shot through the smoke. A City. Oh, what was that? Something that's not really expected. Quite a lot, but Thin as well capitalizes on the same fact. Scar God's able to find 2 frags without any line of sight. Cluster's ready with the stun, but the flank from Logista again will catch the players of Khumbu Esports off guard, but not this time. Levi is quick on his trigger and also quick on his mouse to flick on right onto his head. Cosmic Divide's available. but he's probably not going to go for it. Ember misses those shots, and Levi capitalizes.
Yeah, again, a little late on the flash and dash combo though, so Khumbu, if you're watching this, definitely that timing needs to be worked out, but it doesn't matter because Levi was on a tear. To flick the first shutdown, Loki, he finishes it off with a 3K in the round.
One enemy remaining.
Raw Particles not able to hold on to their post plant. Khumbu with a lovely retake as they secure another round in the bag and move on with the lead. Now, despite the win, their economy was hurt significantly in that round. So it will mean now you can see Moonlight is forced to play on the Judge, Thin is forced to play on the Spectre. So a slight advantage to the side of God Particles in that regard, who with the back-to-back wins they got still have a perfect economy to try and go for the full buys. But this time, again, you can see the recon going to come out for A-Long. Knight Rider looking to take an advanced spot. But it's not towards A-Long, instead it's actually a short control being taken for Knight Rider as he tries rolling Thunder Necro. They're going to play a retake again.
Oh man.
Concealment, obscuring vision.
This matchup, honestly, did not really expect it to be this close, and Khumbu Esports actually doing absolutely great, but Knight Rider somehow is able to find these entries on the site automatically all the time, and they need to stop letting Knight Rider in the A site just like that.
It's their plan. They're playing on the retake. They're happy to give away site. They don't really care about Knight Rider taking control because yes, the plant will go down now. Khumbu will now regroup. They have the lockdown as well as the rolling thunder to retake, and it's just they've done it once, they've done it twice. They're just gonna look to do it again.
There we go. Hunter's Fury is out too. Nothing really much being found from the side of God Particle. Only to dash back. The Judge is coming in play. And oh my god, a lot of shots being missed from both the sides. Flashes, lockdowns as well to flush these players out their place, and Killjoy try to back it off, and Ember's going to be detained soon. There we go. It's the final man alive now. Shivy to try and clutch things out. Shock Dart's out too from his side. Spots out the man. Nice find through the smoke, but is not going to be able to find the second one. And he will have enough time to take it.
Huge from
the spike.
Yeah. Despite a shock dart in his face and being spammed, he held on to the defuse and got half of it done. Because if he does not get half of it done, there's no way to get that done.
Yeah, no way. The time was a factor that was running out their hands. Overall, Ascent just being the MVP of the previous round. And Khumbu Esports, another round on the board for them. 6. And I also have a little cushion to work off with now.
Yeah, they are going to slightly change it up though. They still have the Rolling Thunder, so if they wish, they can just play an entire site on the retake, but perhaps electing to do that now on the C side with Ascent anchoring it down. I assume the call's been made to him, go for an initial peek, but don't really commit onto the site, back right up. But actually, no, it's just the A side retake again. I think maybe it's something they practice and they're very comfortable doing, inherently using the Rolling Thunder to retake that A site. So every single time, God Particles, they invest utility. They use the drone, they use the recon, they take a shot, a long control. They eventually find themselves onto site just to have Khumbu retake on them. And this is just, again and again, Khumbu being like, you do what you like, we're gonna just stay true to our comfort and our strengths.
Oh, that's a great gravity well.
Covering it.
6-3 is the scoreline. And now Khumbu Esports, as always, they're just letting the A site control give away. And all the time, it's God Particles taking the A site. But they're heavily relying on these lurks. And Thin this time is ready. He's waiting for Logista to straight up walk in his crosshairs.
Ooh, nice game.
Cage is out too, but that's not going to matter quite a lot, CA. The man just got shut down. No matter how good the cage was, if you're not going to be able to make an impact, that's not going to work out. Levi down only on 2 HP. Won't really able to do quite a lot here, but Thin is able to step himself up and also able to get these trades. Khumbu Esports somehow is able to prove God Particles unparalleled. They're just not able to make these post plants work.
Kind of weird from God Particles, I'm not gonna lie. They keep trying to rely on that lurk to shut them down, but Khumbu Esports read them ahead of time. The really nice case setup from Loki. He's trying to make sure that the turret doesn't spot him on his lurk, but Finn is like, okay, I know you're going to plan for that. I know you're going to, in some way or another, try to deny that turret the information. So he sits there, waits for that lurk to come through, and shuts him down. Again, Khumbu Esports doing brilliantly to make sure that they're able to continue this massive lead that they've got going, and this is why I think even that 2-1 for God P and Necro, it was down to the fact that we did not know enough about Khumbu. If this was how Khumbu is going to play, I might have gone 2-1 Khumbu, honestly, because they're so disciplined. I love me a team that is committed to their play and committed to their identity, you know. I love me a team that is continuously being like, yeah, we don't care about how the other team is going to play. We're going to stick to our strength and our comfort, and they're going to do it again. This time on the back of the Cosmic Divide, they want to play the A retake again.
Oh no, a tech break for God Particles. Hopefully the issue will be sorted pretty quickly. Hopefully it's just a little webcam issue.
Look at Tim though. He's mad. He's like, why these guys keep going A? I'm not going to watch this match anymore. I turn around.
Yeah, exactly. He's like, I'm disappointed. Yeah. Absolutely disappointed. This is not what I'm telling you guys. Listen to me. And Scar God's like, shut the hell up, man. I'm done. Let me play my game. He just doesn't care. It's like, if you're not going to look at the game, I don't care. You can look wherever the hell you want. But yeah, overall, jokes aside, God Particles, I don't know, man. Coming inside the VCC looked one of the most like strongest teams from the India region, and now slowly and steadily as the time progressed by, the competition as well elevated, and they're just not able to live up to it.
I mean, we just heard that Jab voice line. Ascent, I think it was saying keep up, because God Particles certainly not able to keep up. Necro again playing A on the retake. Night Rider
Judge
waltz in
Garage. Oh my god, it's classic.
Again, a lot of utility invested, the drone to clear out A long. God Particles, they're playing it by the book, and Khumbu are like, okay, we don't care, we retake.
Oh, still not being spotted, CSO.
Oh my god, again Necro, they're just going to go for A because they know it's empty, but how many times do Khumbu have to retake to prove to them that this is just not something that's going to work out? Maybe a variation they could do is once they take the site, try to fake the plant and actually push through and take A-Link control. That way, they can't really retake effectively if they don't have A-Link control.
Now look, they're also going for the plant, CA. Actually thought the plant was right in the front, but no, it's right underneath him. Levi kind of misreading that right there, but it's okay. The main thing that they're really going for is a huge retake. And Khumbu Esports are always able to get the retake possible. I just don't know how, but yeah, with the help of the breach and overall the utilities that they're able to save up. Now, I feel like if they do want to make this A site, or at least this A take possible, okay, if they just keep on hitting these kind of nutty shots, it's not going to be that tough. Oh my god, Asire is just looking at an unstoppable force of nature, and the problem is, Khumbu Esports just have a lot of utilities, and God Particles are just not able to flush those utilities out. God Particles, you need to start faking. You need to start playing mind games. You can't just straight up go on the A side. If the enemy team has a lot of utilities, they will keep on isolating you on the site. They will keep on trapping you. They will keep on using those utilities against you.
Or even a simple variation could be, instead of going for the single flank with Logi, send the Astra along with him too. Let them go for the double flank where one flanker can trade out for the other, and therefore they have a guaranteed presence coming through. Because Khumbu, they're not utilizing a single piece of their utility to hold down the site. They're saving everything to retake, and they do it in such brilliant fashion. If this is the kind of Khumbu we're going to see all around, honestly, if God Particles continue being as stubborn as they are, I don't think God Particles are going to be able to make it out of this series, let alone like in this entire series, maybe not even in Breeze. Because Breeze, again, it's all about this. It's about playing proactively on one side, playing for retake on the other. Khumbu have got it down to a T on Haven. Now it's a question of whether they can do it to finish it off.
Yeah, thanks for reminding. This is actually the elimination brackets too, ladies and gentlemen. So the final chance for God Particles and Khumbu Gaming to prove themselves, and Khumbu Gaming as always. And Levi is just going to make this spam come through. But instead caught a little bit of bullets on himself, so that's great. But the lockdown's invested. Hunter's Fury out to shut the lockdown down, okay? God Particles trying to be a little proactive in their approach, but again, the problem is the utilities. Look at that, they just have so many utilities available, CA.
So this time though, the Seeker's available for God Particles, so it gives them a lot more time to play on the post plants, especially with all of that utility coming through. This post plant much better than the most, because of that simple Hunter's Fury. My voice getting caught out right there too, because of that simple adaptation from God Particles. Maybe I thought curse Khumbu right there, but an 8-4 picked up for God Particles does mean they have a solid foundation to now try and pull back a comeback on the defense, which means they don't have to rely on the pistol as much as they would have.
Last player standing.
I mean, again, if they would have just played it out like this, I guess this works out too. If they would have just played it out like this, instead of going for any kind of flanks, just try to deny the retake, I guess.
No,
Would have been a great thing.
a key part of this round was really
The
that
Hunter's
simple
Fury.
fact, yeah, the Hunter's Fury denying the major utility that Khumbu was using to try and retake, which was a lockdown. Without the Hunter's Fury, they can't do the same thing.
True.
Here.
But now the table's flipped and God Particles on the defending side. Anything can happen at this point, CA. Maybe God Particles can bounce back. We've known God Particles how weak they can be on their attacking, but they're really good on their defensive half, so are we going to be seeing the same glimpse? And yeah, I think so. It's just proving me right. Accidentally fat fingering his E key right there. And now switches over instantly. Oh, that's a great decision making. But yeah, a little bit of fat finger coming through from Knight Rider, not really working out for himself.
One enemy remaining.
Oh my god, great shot from Shivy. Final man alive for Khumbu now. To try and keep the hopes and dreams alive for them.
Particles now bouncing back. Necro, the momentum they got from finally breaking that A retake in the last round of the first half from Khumbu, translating into this pistol victory. They were hella proactive in their approach. They fought for A long, telling Khumbu, hey, just because you give us A long A shot for free doesn't mean we're going to do the same.
Look at Tim though. Spots out a little gun barrel, but that's all he's going to get from that round. God Particles kicking things off on a good note in the second half, and as I said, they're really good on their defensive half. If Khumbu Esports is able to get the read on their defaults, then Khumbu Esports might just have the stars aligned and they will be able to put on a stellar performance.
Exactly. Right now, what is especially key is the simple fact that Khumbu does have quite a significant lead, so God Particles need to keep this momentum rolling, Necro, and you can see that with the Spectre picked up for Knight Rider as compared to his usual Marshall. He's looking to play up close and personal, really nice and aggressive. That's the way I like it, but Logi for a second scaring the heck out of me with that ADS.
Oh man. One-on-one trade still for now, but still the man advantage leaning towards God Particles. Oh yeah, he's actually going for the defuse too. Scargod got it down to 50% of... And how is Khumbu Esports able to hold it off that strong with just Class 6? Things are falling apart for God Particles. Why is there so much hesitation being shown from both these... From actually the side of God Particles itself? 5 bullets, dude. Not a lot of bullets to work off of with. Oh my god, no, he's not actually going to go for that. Not a lot of bullets. How do they just win that like that? God Particles, are you the same team that defeated Global Esports? It's hard for me to believe now.
Nah, man, Khumbu is just a dark horse that we haven't seen enough of, which is why we've continuously been unable to prove the belief in them. Well, what I saw against Enigma led me to believe they would at least pick up one map, if not more. And you could see that in that execute, going for the hard B execute. They're able to get one trade. Levi finding that initial kill gets them that Spectre online for Moonlight, who's then able to hold on to that Spectre, pick up a couple more, and Thin chiming in as well with just the classic. It was a questionable though by Logi because he had the cage. Why not just cage and defuse? It's a little confusing. Or at least cage and fake the defuse so you can force them into more of an even battle with you. I'm not sure. I think just expecting them to not be disciplined, which is not a smart call against people. Shot.
Great shot from a city. Man, just because they won that previous round, it's like everything just fell apart for God Particles, and
that's why I said
that's not it. It's like a 1 in a million chance that even a team loses that round right there, CA. Maybe you can get close, but it's really hard to lose a round like that right there. But Khumbu Esports, oh my god, they're just making it look easy. God Particles are being smurfed on by Khumbu Esports. Oh my god. Okay. Great shot from Scargod, but I feel like that's all he's going to be able to get. Yeah, told you. Flank.
Yeah, I 100% agree about that point. I was saying more along the lines that as soon as A5 happened, I said this is why God Particles need to keep it going. Because the minute they give Khumbu a chance to push back, you see Khumbu does everything they do without hesitation. They're a team that seems like a very well-oiled unit, and in that regard, I just want to say, irrespective of what happens in the VCC, irrespective of what happens in this series, I want to see this team sticking throughout this entire year. I believe this is just the start of their journey. You can see such high potential for every single player, but you can truly see that every single player seems comfortable playing with each other. And that's where I think they have a lot more potential as a team altogether. But we don't need to think about that just yet, because this is just the start of the series. Khumbu Esports, though, right now dominating on the map of their choice. 10-5 with the lead, and now facing off against God Particles on the bye round of theirs. If Khumbu wins this, it's GG go next.
Indeed, yeah. GG go next. 10-5. I mean, imagine if Khumbu actually defeat God Particles on the map of Breeze 2. I would be surprised the heck out.
I would be a little surprised. Not very surprised.
I mean, it's like God Particles are being read like rookies, and oh, Knight Rider. This is not the Knight Rider I knew a week back. He would hit that.
Enemy kill.
Oh, there we go. Little glimpse of that coming back as though. So I'm a little happy for that man, but oh no, not for long. Being shut down instantly. Ember on the site will as well fall down. God Particles not really living up to their names. They're being scattered down to particles. Or being shattered into particles.
They're definitely being shattered.
Last player
The particles that they're not so happy with, because Khumbu once again just clean burst, clean executes. They pick up the round win, and God Particles are just being stubborn, man. They cannot keep playing standard defaults, expecting Khumbu to play like a standard team. This is not going to work out whatsoever. God Particles, I feel like they need to adopt the Khumbu idea. As soon as, for example, Knight Rider finds the pick right there, I understand his life is gone, but the rest of the team needs to rally together and play on the retake. But instead, God Particles, they try to do many different things at once, relying on the individual brilliance of each of their players. And don't get me wrong, each of their players is truly individually brilliant, but the strength of Khumbu as a team is why they're able to pick up this map right here, because now God Particles on the eco. This is most likely match point for Khumbu Esports.
Yeah, it's pretty much a match point. Just call it at this point. It's going to be really hard for God Particles to bounce back.
Already, so maybe not. I find it unlikely, though. I don't think Khumbu is the kind of team to give away a Thrifty.
And the Acidius addition definitely has been something that's working out for them. God Particles overall just being proved unparalleled in all the aspects. And as you mentioned, yeah, truly a dark horse coming through. Good tag. Knight Rider finds the opening though. Finn being shut down, it's okay. It's not really the duelist to try to make the opening happen. Good shot from Ember to shut it down. And it seems like, yeah, we might as well just be able to see another Thrifty on the board from these teams. Aftershocks available. Khumbu Esports still. The hopes and dreams are there to make a little bit of comeback happen. Shots coming through, but Ember is going to put on a stellar performance and a stellar round. CA, stop.
Sorry, Khumbu. Caster curse is real. What do you mean CA stop? You were the one who said Thrifty. You might as well call it at first. This is a dual caster.
No, I said, listen, I said by that. I said, no, it's not possible. You might as well just call it the map.
No, but you also said, no, you said map point. I remember that. No take backs. Dual caster curse it is. But I can't help it, man. It seems like the universe is just set against me. The universe is like, okay, if CS says a team is doing well, we will make them do bad. If CS says a team is doing bad, we will make them do well. I see you, universe. I'm coming for you.
CA, I have a little challenge for you.
I CA you.
Okay. All right. Okay. I have a little challenge for you, CA.
Okay.
I'm going to make a sound and tell me if you're, can you replicate that, okay?
No.
No?
I'm not going to try to make weird sounds. An official broadcast, Ekro. I'll tell you what. I plan to stream right after this, so I'll try it then.
Okay, you can give it a shot, sure. But I honestly wonder what kind of sounds do Scar God's bird make though?
Bird sounds?
We just don't know what kind of a bird it is at the first place. But yeah, technical bird.
Parrot or parakeet. I'm not sure which one exactly, but it's a parrot or a parakeet.
I mean, I've seen in the past, I mean, one of my friends had a parrot, and parrots can actually speak to a certain level.
Yes. Yeah, they
can, you know? Yeah. Pretty pretty cool. But yeah, the technical break on the board, ladies and gentlemen, is probably because the God Particle players are having little issues with their webcams, and it should be fixed soon. But 11-6 is the scoreline, and Khumbu Esports certainly surprising me. And the way they're actually able to even shut down God Particles themselves, this is quite huge.
That goes there. But right now, Khumbu, they need to rally back from the Thrifty that happened against them, because you can see, even when the Thrifty was in their favor, the amount of momentum they got pushed them to this 11-round score mark. So now with Thrifty done against them, God Particles are sure to rally back and push forward strong as they look to come back on this map and hope that they can give a stronger fight. Right now though, Nitrider's got his hands on an operator, playing that C anchor once again, as God Particles effectively playing it the Khumbu way. Retake on A, but they don't have as much utility, so we'll have to see if they can get it done.
Lockdown's invested.
Oh, look at the Astro. And this is a fake. Oh my god, this is big brain.
This is indeed a big brain, but it seems like God Particles are able to get a little read on what's happening. Good flash to flush out Logista from his comfort spot. Another flash coming through, but he's not really blinded. Instant neural theft utilized to Logista. Now gets the info that he's being approached by another player, but it's not going to matter. Cluster pretty much shuts him down. Oh my god, it's all down to the final man alive now. God Particles still somehow they're being shut down. I don't know what they can do to stop the momentum of Khumbu Esports that they've built. 2-on-1 situation, and they went for a safe plant, a long plant. So yeah, Shivi's gonna struggle quite a lot here. See, he does have a decent amount of utilities, the shock darts and the recon as well to gain the info, and also Hunter's Fury. But honestly, I feel like Hunter's Fury should not really be used in this round.
Maybe if he gets one pick and spots out the other with his recon, he could use it, but a really nice shock dart removed all of the nano swarms from the spike. Now with the recon trying to push forward, but Khumbu is disciplined. They're not going to peek without the utility coming out, but a key shock dart takes out Thin. Time is running out, so Cluster is going to just invest the Rolling Thunder just in case.
Yeah, no, the time. Okay, it's fine. They won.
Yeah, exactly. It doesn't matter because it's match point gained right here. Smile.
Look at how happy they are.
The faces of Khumbu Esports, and rightfully so, Necro. They deserve to be the happy.
They deserve. Yeah, they deserve.
Man, all of you thought 2-0. I told you. They've got Haven in the bag.
Oh my god, okay. Well, none of us either expected that Haven. I mean, I honestly felt like God Particles is going to be a pretty solid team on Haven too. I've seen them in the past, man. This is not the God Particles that we've seen.
Khumbu is just better.
Yeah, I guess they're just proven them unparalleled in all the aspects. Just crosshair from
with your point, though, I don't think this is the standard God Particles, but I don't think it's in the sense that they have an off day. I think it's because of the fact that Khumbu just refuses to play the way they want them to play. God Particles is a team that sort of forces teams to react to them, and Khumbu is just saying, no, we don't care. We will play our style only. And that is so refreshing to witness because we rarely see that from teams.
Nowhere to run!
Hunter's Fury utilized too. That's the opening frag being found from Khumbu Esports, and it's Logista taken down.
Look at
I mean, there's going to be... Yeah. Scargod's able to sneak through another kill. And there we go. Ember as well is able to follow it through. Now it's a 3-on-4 situation. They also have two key ultimates available. The Cosmic Divide and the Hunter's Fury that can be used for a retake. Or at least a plant denial. Shivi has a recon dart available. Somewhere down line, Shivi's able to get a little read on maybe it's a B take. B-Man's found. Cluster is able to win that duel, and that's a huge duel too. That's going to leave them in an equalized form, but no scratch that. Now Khumbu Esports getting the man advantage. They just need another round, one more round of the board for to seal the deal. Thin is the man who is capable of making those star plays because he was the duelist last time, or at least last year for Khumbu Esports, so he has a cracked aim for sure. Man's capable of doing a lot of things, but Knight Rider's flank can be a crucial one. Is he going to be expecting this flank? Oh, I think so he is. Yep. Expecting the flank too. Look at you left. Ugh, doesn't. Did you see he actually put his hand on his heart? Yeah, I think so he got jump scared a little bit there.
Yeah. A little bit of a jump scare, but it's okay because they keep themselves alive in this map. Still, Khumbu with a significant cushion. It really does come down to the fact that God Particles is going to come down to these clutches in every single round. We'll have to see if they can pull it off though, because right now they get some breathing room, Necro. Khumbu gonna go on to the Eco.
It's just funny how Thin got actually jump scared. And he got shot by the Alpha from the short. But yeah, now them being forced on broken buys.
Get out of my way.
Again, I do not want to see another 50 round. If it is, then it'll be definitely interesting, CA. And look at this. All these players are just looking to open the floodgates. First man being found, second one is Bola just single-handedly mows them down, and he's on a quick 4K now. Thin on the lurk lines. Lockdown's available. I'm pretty sure they're trying to save it for the actual time, and they're going to use it. So Khumbu Esports taking... pretty short approach. Finds the opening. Logista overextending himself. Ember as well gets spotted out outside the garage. Now it will fall back. Thin taking a sweet little time. He knows Khumbu Esports did not really expect to win this round anyways. They're just trying to deal as much damage as possible here. So moving in forward in the next round, at least they will have better odds of winning against God Particles and pretty much shut down the first map.
Yeah, 100%. And I think Khumbu need to make sure that they don't really give up this momentum that they've got in the back, because it's going to be important going into the map of breeze. As you can see, God Particles are on a team to easily give up, Necro. So the next round, which is going to be the buy round for Khumbu Esports, is where all of this really comes into play. If Khumbu can finish it off right here, right now, they grab all of this momentum and they head into the Caribbean islands with that momentum, looking to take down God Particles once and for all, looking to end Shivi's dreams of having a lovely VCC before he signs off right then and there.
Yeah.
But it's easier said than done, again, because God Particles, they're not a team. They've proven they're not a team that ever dies down.
Yeah, look at the crossbar setup coming through from God Particles as well.
Again, late.
Yeah, a little too late. And now Khumbu Esports, that's the initial Ascent, that's the playmaker taken down right there, so that's going to be hurting them quite a lot in this round. Knight Rider as well has extended quite a lot in the A-long. Spots him out Thin. Also utilizes the swamp grenade in the front. God Particles fighting for their lives. A nice flick from Thin. Leaves them in a 3-on-4 situation. Cosmic Device available. A nice shot from Knight Rider. Again, the Outrone is spotting him. Oh no, unfortunately hits the Outrone, but it doesn't matter. Knight Rider is back in form.
Again, buy round for Khumbu not going the way they imagined it. A bit of hesitation maybe. They're on the brink of the finish right here, Necro, but they're not able to get it through. Game faces on the faces of God Particles members. They're pulling it back, clawing it back, round by round by round. And every single buy round they get for themselves is one more round in the bag. It's effectively like win buy round, get 2 free. It's like buy 1, get 1 free right now for God Particles, because now Khumbu will be forced onto an eco. And it's effectively 12-10 on the board. And if they lose the next buy round, we go to OT.
Yeah. Khumbu Esports, yeah, they definitely do need this tactical timeout, because they're able to let God Particles get the momentum back. And now they're going to probably discuss how they're going to at least get the site execute through.
Now, I do want to see them try and just set up that Killjoy lockdown. Just go for the B site execute. Because with the breach, you can force down a particular link. You can either go for the aggressive A-link control or the aggressive C-link control. And that way, usually A-link is better because you don't have to worry about garage that way. You take A-link control, and that way, retake is so much harder for the side of God Particles, who are relying on having both of that A-link and C-link to make it a seamless retake.
Talk about seamless retake. Again, the money is a factor, and that's where Khumbu Esports are lacking quite a lot. God Particles are given opportunities after opportunities to try and bounce back in this game. And certainly they're able to at least close the scoreline over here pretty well. Nice stunt from their side. Cluster is able to jump right next to the box. An instant plant coming through. They're not going to waste a lot of time. Hunter's Fury out too. Ascent is pretty much a gone case, and there you go. Gets shut down. It's okay as long as they get the spike plant. That's their main goal. Levi as well in the mid. Nice shot coming through from Knight Rider saying Knight. But yeah, Thin on the flank is probably trying to make some key factors happen. But oh no, he's forced to back out. No other options here.
Yeah, and the lockdown destroyed as well. I didn't think he was going to invest the lockdown. I thought he was going to go for the flank, which is a little weird considering that this was an eco round. I don't think they should have invested the lockdown, especially since Shivi had actually already invested his Hunter's Fury to take down Ascent, the planter. So if they had the lockdown available in the next round, they had a guaranteed execute onto site. But instead, without that lockdown, they're going to have to prioritize ult-top control for cluster, get that rolling thunder online, and then use that to get the execute onto site.
Oh, nice double peek, but it doesn't matter. Knight Rider's not going to be phased by it. Does not get baited with that. Again, opening frag being given away. You cannot go for dry peeks like that. Try and use the utilities because buy rounds are really crucial for you, Khumbu. And they're given these opening frags. And these opening frags are given opportunities for God Particles to try and get a grip and also to try and stop the momentum or to try and neutralize the lead that Khumbu Esports have over God Particles. Khumbu Esports, they just need one more round in the pockets to seal the deal on Haven. But it's just looking next to impossible for them to even get that.
Certainly is Necro again. Cluster is down, so no rolling thunder as well. The flank watch is not perfect either because look, the turret is and the alarm bot are both guarding the mid flanks. They're not actually guarding the C-long flank from where Cluster died in the first place. So right now, God Particles with a 3-stack on A, a flank on C. They have all the information in the world they need with the traps protecting their B side. So ready for this push in. Knight Rider with his operator trade, but the gravity well forces him to correct his crosser. He's not able to do so instantly. Moonlight with 2 key kills. Knight Rider able to trade it off. Come off better for it.
Okay, there we go. 1 on 3. Enough amount of time to get the spike planted too. Shouldn't really be that big of a deal. And now in a 1 on 3 clutch situation, left Ember has the Cosmic Divide also in the hand. Can try and block off some visions, but it's not going to matter. Aside with the quick reaction will shut him down. Khumbu Esports, the first map in the board and the first map secured. Happiness all across the board for Khumbu Esports. Clearly, they deserve to be happy. Cluster, you can clearly see how happy this man is. He really wanted this, and he got it. And overall, Khumbu Esports happy for that team, but God Particles moving it forward in the second map. Keep this in mind. This is the elimination bracket. No more chances from this. If you lose here, you're out the VCC.
Exactly, and I'm really starting to wonder what level of preparation Khumbu has done for God Particles, because there's a lot to watch in God Particles on Breeze, but still, we know how strong God Particles is going to be on that map, so I have a feeling we're going to go the distance here with this series.
Oh, exactly. I mean, again, Breeze, God Particle, really strong. But we never know, man. If God Particles, I mean, I'm pretty sure even God Particles themselves probably would not have expected that Khumbu Esports will give them such a tough fight. So I'm pretty sure those are one of those key factors that does hit quite different for teams like those. Because we clearly saw, man, where is the research from God Particles on Khumbu? No research.
There's not many WODs to watch of Khumbu, to be fair.
Okay, but still, at least from what they've watched, they should be able to at least realize that how it looks like on the attacking side and how it looks like for Khumbu in the defensive side. Let's take a look at the Khumbu Esports or overall scoreboard and find out how Khumbu Esports and God Particles did overall. 24 kills, 14 deaths, and 4 assists with the average combat score of 292 and econ rating of 69.
Yeah. 10 on an absolute tear. He started off with a 3K early into the pistol, I believe, and then another, he was effectively with the Phantom, he was the one leading the charge continuously throughout the map. He was, again, a key component of the Thrifty they pulled out in the second half, and all in all, very well done by that player. I think, considering the fact that throughout the Nepal qualifiers, even throughout the match yesterday against Enigma, we were missing Thin. We were missing that prolific player that we saw in VCC 1. If there was ever a time to step up, it is now.
Yeah. Indeed, it is now to step it up, but here we have, again, the damage stats in front of you guys and overall frag wins as well. And you can clearly do see fragments. God Particles have a little bit more. But talk about the damage as well. God Particles is leading the charge, but headshot percentage is where Khumbu Esports takes the trophy.
It's the objective wins, man, that really catch my eye, because remember the number of rounds they just kept retaking A again, and then another again.
And again, yeah.
It was just one time that God Particles was actually able to break it. Yeah, exactly. The stubbornness of God Particles, believing that they can play through on the post plant. I can't blame them for that too, because this is not a common strategy in the South Asian scene. This is something we used to see way back in the day when Phoenix used to be played on Haven, when you used to have those double cage Cypher setups to try and retake a particular site. C retake was very common by teams like Sentinels, by teams like TSM, by teams like T1. But since then, pure retake has never been seen. You most likely just see when there's particular ults available, then teams go for the retakes. But Khumbu was recycling those ults beautifully. One round they had the Rolling Thunder, another they had the Cosmic Divide, another they had the Lockdown. Every single time a key ultimate available to try and retake that site.
And again, another key part over here is that if you don't really have any man on the lurk, especially on the defending side, it's really hard to take the A retake in itself. I feel like A has to be the hardest site to retake on the map of Haven, but still they were able to do it without even having a man on lurk. That's what's something that really did impress me quite a lot, because lurk is the most key factor on the map of Haven. You need to have a man on lurk if you want to retake the A site, but they didn't really have that, and still they were able to make these retakes happen. Khumbu Esports certainly making a huge statement, but taking a look at the viewer rewards, exclusive merchandise for you guys only. All you guys need to do to win the giveaway is go ahead and on your social medias and make a post saying hashtag VCC and also tag NODWIN Gaming in that for a chance to win these exclusive merchandise. And over here we have also these cool hoodies. You know, you guys can go ahead and try and buy. You guys can go ahead and try and get these. These are some limited edition hoodies, so keep this in mind, ladies and gentlemen. And you guys are going to be able to find it on www.gullyactive.com.
Yeah, you're able to buy these limited edition hoodies. So remember what limited edition means, that there's only a few of them. So go quickly grab onto a few. I wouldn't be surprised if by the end of this cast it just stocks out, which would be kind of sad, because I'm going to have to go ask if they even got us one in the first place. I want one.
Yeah, I want one too, man. I've been waiting for a long time. I want those merchandise. I want that mouse pad. I want everything that they're giving here. Not just viewers, man. Care about the casters too. But moving it forward, the first map of the last best of 3 series of the day from the elimination brackets as well is out the gate now. Moving in forward in the second map of Breeze, God Particles should dominate, or at least they should. We never know what's going to be the outcome. Maybe we're just a little too early to decide. But it's time for us to take a break, so we're going to be throwing it to a short break. We'll be right back.
Listen to the word and the fire your cuts in the middle. When the flames get higher, put up your gun fingers. Return all of the fire, it's a bad man signal, give a sign. Pull your gun finger trigger. Gun finger trigger. Gun finger trigger. Gun finger trigger. Return all of the fire, it's a bad man signal, give a sign. Pull your gun finger trigger. Pull your gun finger trigger. Pull your gun finger trigger. It's a bad man signal, give a sign. Pull your gun finger trigger. Me are the burning fire and natural born killer. When me bust into flame, watch out, some might sting ya. So turn it, I am make the bad boy bigger. When they come around, we all run them. Listen to the word and they buy your cuts in the middle. When the flames get higher, put up your gun fingers. Return all of the fire, it's a bad man signal, give a sign. Pull your gun finger trigger. Gun finger trigger. Gun finger trigger. Gun finger trigger. Return all of the fire, it's a bad man signal, give a sign. Pull your gun finger trigger. your gun for your trigger. And pull your gun for your trigger. It's a bad man, signal give a sign. And pull your gun for your trigger.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. It's the NODWIN's Valorant Conquerors Championship. And now Khumbu Esports versus God Particles. God Particles pretty much almost being proven unparalleled. I said almost. They still haven't been. They were actually able to catch up later on in the game. But Khumbu Esports now also having a little bit of mental edge over God Particles, moving inside the map of Breeze. This is where God Particles look a lot comfortable. So I'm at least expecting God Particles to dominate. But that's what I'm expecting. What do you think?
I mean, I think either way the series goes, I'm going to be happy because if God Particles pull off a reverse sweep, then my prediction is correct. If Khumbu pull off the win, then I'm always in favor of the underdog story. So win-win for me.
Okay. All right. Okay. CA, it seems like he's going to be happy on the both sides. And personally, yeah, underdog stories are one of those stories that everyone loves. It's kind of like a motivating factor for a lot of people. It's like, oh, if this team can do it, no one expected them to actually dominate and do that good. And if they can do it, we can too. And that can motivate a lot of individuals, even a lot of viewers, a lot of players that are trying to go pro. Those are the kind of stories that can pretty much motivate a lot of people in general. So Khumbu Esports, a lot of eyes on them for sure, but God Particles, they need to live up to their name because they took down the defending champions once, or at least they were giving a pretty close competition when they actually entered in the VCC. So God Particles, it's time for them to live up to their name because they have certainly created a huge fan base for themselves.
And I do want to say that I was texting Ascent, I was sliding into Ascent's DMs during the break, and I was asking him who really IGLs for their squad, you know? And he mentioned that there is no particular IGL. They all give their individual calls and they just play on the basis of that. Can you imagine a team like that being that disciplined? I honestly thought there was like a dictator type like IGL who's like, we will play like this or I will all cut your salaries or something like that, you know? But no, they just perfectly synchronized with each other. They're on the same page and they're willing to play for each other. And I think that's absolutely beautiful from Khumbu Esports.
Exactly, and this is what helps them play pressure-free as well. This is what keeps their mentality in check, that, okay, pretty much realizing that, okay, this is just a normal game. Try to play it as if like a normal competitive game, and this is what Khumbu Esports is having a little mental edge over. God Particles, I guess, moving it forward, and that's why the Heaven map was secured by them. But now the Breeze map is where it will all comes down, and we've seen how impactful God Particles can be on the map of Breeze. And if Khumbu Esports are able to shut down God Particles on Breeze, they're going to make a huge statement, and I'm pretty sure they're also going to gain a huge fan base, even from the India region.
Yeah, now coming on to Breeze, we see that standard composition pulled out for both of the teams. It's going to be a mirror matchup, and I don't know, Necro. A part of me honestly says that this might be a 2-0, but a part of me knows that God Particles are not a team that you can ever count out. I don't think it was this closely matched even in the Val Clasico. I don't think I was this nervous in the Val Clasico, and I think I had a better idea of who would end up winning the Val Clasico as compared to this matchup itself. So this is one exciting matchup right here.
Oh yeah, indeed it is. One exciting matchup for sure. And there we go.
Him trying to give calls.
He's like, take the headphones off, man. You can't hear me. At least like slide it a little bit aside so I can at least whisper in your ears some strats, some key strats that even though I wasn't looking, I still noticed. But I don't know how you guys weren't able to notice.
Interesting. Oh, that key setup from the side of Khumbu, quite interesting.
Again, almost playing for the retake because that's usually what they're looking to use that cage for. I'm talking about the cage on the A side, but it won't matter right now because God Particles going for heavy execute onto the Slumber caught by himself. Still able to find one before he goes down.
Actually, he could have almost found the second one as well, but deals decent amount of damage. 4-3 situation, map advantage in the favor of God Particles, but still Khumbu Esports, the retake's not impossible. They can try and go for the retake.
If I'm not mistaken, yeah, Cluster is no longer playing, so Slumber coming in for Cluster. I love the fact we talked about this in the Nepal qualifier, if you remember. Khumbu is the one team that actually uses the full potential of that 6-man roster.
Oh yeah, and it's like all these players are equally skilled too on their side, and they've got equal amount of practice with all the players, so that's at least a great thing. Levi is going to be able to sneak away with one, but nothing really much to gain from that round for Khumbu. It's okay, first round's off the board now. Khumbu Esports not really winning that, and an easy round secure for God Particles.
An easy round,
Last
most certainly
player
secured.
standing.
The guiding light though, very sus. What was that guiding light in the B backside? It's okay. Just the first round, you know, teams are still getting used to having to fight over here. When they arrived on Breeze, they were initially vacationing and they're like, oh, we have to fight. Damn it. Alright, let's go. But look at this. This wall is really key from the side of God Particles because this is the new meta wall. The normal wall that goes through the pyramids and wraps of Kit Kat, it actually allows the player to play on the orange container and get a peek anyways. This wall denies that. You can go for the recon to backside and wrap around all the pyramids.
Man. Oh, nice flash to flash out Logista. Actually, as a team flash, if I'm not wrong, yes it was. So yeah, oh no. Look at Tim too. Now it seems like she's gonna start to control the keyboard. She's like, Scargard, you don't exactly know how to play, but Sumper is able to sneak away with 2 quick kills. And yeah, that's absolutely huge. This leaves them in a 3-on-3 now, CA. And we talked about these rounds where God Particles are crumbling down in the second round. Even though they're on a bye, they're still not able to get the plant through. A lot of time wasted.
Yeah, but the weapons advantage still remains on the side of God Particles because Khumbu was not actually able to retrieve any weapons from the 2 kills Slumber was able to pick up. Now going for the execute, Logi going for the lurk with the door opened up. Has a trap to make sure that he doesn't get flanked on, but is he expecting a city right here? It doesn't matter, even if he wasn't able to shut him down, but switching weapons in a very questionable moment. At least if he's going to do that, I feel like take cover before you do that. Almost disrespecting Levi's classic right there. He gets shut down, and I think now Levi waiting for his wall to come up. Oh, his wall is already up.
One enemy
to come through on the flank so he can move in. So Shivy does shut down Tin. Levi will be able to recover his Spectre, but I hope he doesn't go for the save.
Oh no, he's definitely not going to go for a save. It doesn't make any sense. Oh, I was able to spot Shivy's skull, and now Shivy's not going to peek out. Does know. Spectre's not a likely weapon for that range, so it's going to let the frags through. And another round of the board for God Particles. As expected, they should win this, but got a little too close for comfort. Again, this is where we talk about how God Particles aren't really having the map control against Khumbu Esports. And Khumbu Esports finding those little loopholes just like they did right here. And they're able to abuse it.
One enemy remaining.
Now, 2-0 on the board right now. And at this point, what is especially important is that God Particles look to maintain this momentum going forward. You can see on the attack, this is very standard from them. They play aggressive executes on the first 2 rounds, but they go back to defaults in the third. But Moonlight getting proactive with his utility, able to catch out Scargard right there, shuts him down, and now this round for God Particles looking that much harder without that Sky utility available. They keep changing up their walls. It's quite interesting.
Oh, they do. Oh, that's a great shot. Ember able to shut down Levi with the Phantom. And now look at him pretty much carry on forward. Turns happening back and forth. Left him 2-on-3. Quick dings onto Asire. 6 HP in his hands. Neural theft instantly utilized. Shivy's position compromised now. They do have the man advantage, but Shivy over here can make a lot of things happen with this shock darts initially in itself. If this shock dart's placed to perfection, it's going to play a huge role, but oh no, misses a little bit. They have the man advantage. Keep this in mind. Shivy realizing the man's quite low. Just tapping away. But oh, clutch coming through from Shivy. And there we go, another round of the board for God Particles. At least 3 rounds back to back. But talk about the damage being dealt, that's quite a lot. Khumbu Esports again, a valiant effort done from their side to try and win this rifle round. But overall, it got really close. It did get really close in the end, but God Particles just... Shivy's clutch right here. Just able to shut him down. 3 rounds back to back now. Khumbu Esports. This is, well, they'll start double guessing themselves.
Exactly, and Khumbu Esports losing that round was absolutely huge for God Particles with momentum, as well as losing there. So now they're definitely going to be double guessing themselves, but God Particles, they're going to be doing none of that. Once again, an aggressive execute on the cards. It's almost like God Particles are angry, Necro, about having lost Haven. They want to pull off this win right here and move on and try to get the series win itself in map. Khumbu Esports are going to have to rally back if they have any hope of trying to pull back Greece.
Talk about hopes, man. I'm pretty sure they do. There we go. Trades are there, but okay. It's okay. That was just some broken buys to Khumbu Esports. They're not really going to be shattered after losing that. But now this is where another buy round will come through, and Khumbu aren't really able to come through on the defense side on the buy round. That's where we might just start pointing a little fingers on Khumbu.
Absolutely. 4-0 on the board though right now. As you said, Khumbu, they need this buy round at all costs. City's got himself the operator and he's gonna get rewarded with a peak right here, but God Particles, their plan seems to be once again quite fundamental. Take Hall's control, use the drone to gain information of the A main near angles, and then go for the aggressive execute. And aggressive execute it is. A City missing a key shot, he gets shut down, but the trades do rain through for Khumbu.
Oh, they do. Scarcott again. Able to shut down these players like it's nothing. Seekers out too. The final man's position compromised. Slumber's position known now in metal doors. Pretty sure Scarcott's one of those players that's going to try to play with his teammates, and that's what he exactly does. Shivy not going to let Slumber isolate these duels. Trailblazers out too. No information collected, so Slumber still positions unknown. Maybe Scarcott thinks that he's going for a flank. I like that he instantly checked it too. Now Slumber's position is known. Scarcott and Shivy, they're going to try to play it off with a crossfire. And that's what the intentions are. But did not expect Scarcott to be on the right side.
Right now though, again,
One enemy remaining.
forward is trying to get a City that control that he's really not able to get. 5-0 on the board for God Particles. The strength of them on this map really turning up, Necro. They are obliterating Khumbu, and there seems to be no hope left alive. Now what I want to see from Khumbu is to try and take back a part of the map in their favor, try to take some control of the way God Particles are playing in their hands. Given the fact that God Particles seem to keep going for this aggressive A push, maybe just get proactive down halls, deny them Hall's control and be like, okay, you can take site, but with the Hall's control, we'll have the flank and we can go for the retake.
And you can go for a retake, but there's some nice whites coming through from their side. Oh, they try to open the floodgates, but it's the problem that Knight Rider isn't really able to find these connections, and Ascent is able to step up to the mark. A thrifty round, a huge 4K from Ascent, the game changer.
Spike down A. One enemy remaining. Thrifty.
A thrifty round pulled off, and hey, we talked about how Ascent needed to step up, how Ascent needed to be that man leading from the front, and from 1 kill in 4 rounds to now, I'm sorry, 1 kill in 5 rounds to now 5 kills with just that 1 round. Ascent with that Blaze Storm really stepping up, and again, this is what I'm saying, either they need to commit to holding down a site or just play pure retake on that A, and they seem to be doing that here once again. As you can see, Levi on the Viper, left way back on that A site. God Particles, they're going for a mid to B, but Levi just happy to leave off site. He knows his team wants to play on the retake.
That's what he's exactly going for. But finally, with that previous round, they also got the first round of the board for themselves. So Ascent now is able to activate himself. That's all he needed, man. A little momentum in the game. And Ascent now will work off of it. Shock darts out in the mid doors. Not really getting a lot of damage done, but still a 3-on-5 situation. God Particles lacking on a huge man number. Scar got taking some solo engagements, taken down quite low too. He's gonna try to flash to the backside. Scar God has no clue that he's also being watched in the front. Thin is able to get the trade through. As long as they're able to get the trade through, that's all that's really gonna matter. Shivy now the final man alive. Has the Hunter's Fury available, but he's not really gonna go for it.
And you can see how much a single clutch can change off the entire momentum of a team, Necro. Ascent with that 4K, that Thrifty really lifting the spirits of the team Khumbu Esports. And now they're pushing back strong. Their retake so damn good. They use the Seekers perfectly to get into sight, get themselves control, and go for the round win. Just like that, the economy broken off. God Particles, Khumbu fighting back and looking damn strong, and Ascent on the forefront of it all. He's now got his hands on an operator. Now again, this time I don't really want to see them playing on the retake. I'd rather see them using that Viper's Pit to shut down A main entirely, because they have Ascent's operator to shut down B main, and on the basis of that, they can hold down both sides.
There we go, already pushed up. Oh, quite deep.
Here.
Misses that shot still. Nothing really much to worry about, but also utilized the dash in the way, so... Oh, he did actually find the tag too, CA. But Levi, I'm pretty sure, is going to go back in the pit. Yep, there we go. Has the things calculated for himself. Levi, again, able to make sure that they're not really going to flood through on the A side, because the Viper's Pit not letting them do so. Nice fights from Thin, from the metal doors right there, and now Khumbu Esports, they're able to get a grip on how God Particles work. Oh, through the smoke too, Ascent. Talk about the man activating himself, a prime example of that, and now just clips his wings too. Knight Rider, the bird falls down. It's all down Ember now, as always. The final man to survive. Oh, quick shots through the smoke, and there we go. Flawless round from Khumbu Esports to get their mentals back in the game, and also take the momentum off of God Particle's hands.
Spike.
Yeah.
Eyes down.
One enemy remaining.
They just popping a couple of players right there. Like, right out of the sky, especially with Knight Rider. Making that bird fall down behind Tinder. And again, with that Viper's Pit gone, now you can see the heavy stack on the A side. Khumbu acknowledging that that's where God Particles seems to be at their very strongest. But the way God Particles are stacked up, it seems like they want to just take mid control this round, not necessarily going for a heavy execute, because you can see the Viper is lurking towards that A lobby area. Now, what is interesting for me is Thin now slowly starting to move aggressively. He's gonna get a duel with Logi, and it's not a position that you want to get caught out as the Cypher. The Cypher is the one who needs to create that active space as the lurker, but instead he gets himself caught in a 1v1 duel, not using his camera, not using his cages, just giving away a life for free.
Yeah. You know, look at the operator too. Knight Rider's ready. Holding it down. And just like always, oh no, how are you supposed to do that when you just don't really have a lot of info? Oh, no one's even watching the left side, CA. So many rookie mistakes being made from God Particles, and Khumbu Esports are actually able to capitalize on it. Another guiding light coming through. There's just blinds after blinds, and Knight Rider isn't really able to get the grip. Khumbu Esports just so disciplined on their peaks as well. Moonlight falls back to safety. Is he going to be able to find the frag? And the Scar God knows going to be the answer, but still deals a lot of damage. Both the players are quite low, CA. HP is the factor not really working for them.
2 vs 2 on this, but as you said, HP very, very low for both of these God Particles members. Knight Rider is going to get surprised by a lurking Levi, and Scar God now get caught by himself. But a key shot. His Champion's Vandal showing up when he needs it the most. Levi coming through, and Scar God will find the clutch. A 3K pulled up for God Particles, but boy, oh boy, too close for comfort by the skin of their teeth. Scar God pulls it back, and you can see Tim improves. Sleep. He had his back turned around, but as soon as Scar God got that clutch, he turned back and like, okay,
one enemy remaining.
I approve.
One enemy remaining.
Oh man, I don't understand. How is this man's aim so like shaky, and he's still able to? That's one of those things that I'm never going to be able to get my head on. It's like people usually try to like stay calm and composed and make sure their hands not really moving a lot while they're playing any FPS games. But over here, Scargod's like, I'm gonna make sure my hands moving as much as possible. Khumbu Esports though, again, it's fine. Even if they do lose that round out, this round's gonna be meaning quite a lot for them. If they lose on this, their economy is gonna be in shambles. But again, 2 quick kills found from Levi. That's gonna leave Khumbu Esports in a better spot. But the problem was the rest of the players fell down too, so now it's a 2-on-3.
Spike planted.
Lewis is free on the map, Necro. Look at the position.
I know exactly
Of all 3 players. There we go. Finally, the new theft comes out from Slumber. Knows that all 3 players are inside. Can give this information to Thin to try and isolate this duel against Ember right here. But the recon immediately going through. He doesn't know the exact location. Doesn't matter though. He's been neutralized. The Hunter's Fury being pulled out to clear off backside. I really like this because it allows Slumber to go for the aggressive peek. Now knowing that the player is not in backside, he's got to have expected him either in the extreme backside area or in CT, but he does neither. He said now Thin gonna hold on to that defuse. He's not gonna be able to stick it through. He's running out of time. And back-to-back clutches, but by different players. This time, it is the IGL himself, Shivy, turning up to find that clutch.
Yeah, Shivy pretty much stepping it up when his team needs him the most. And this right here, Levi pretty much did its job with these 2 quick kills, right, on the site. I just lost my grip on how the rest of the players fell down for Khumbu Esports, but it's okay. Still got real too close for comfort. Both these teams are neck and neck for sure, CA.
Exactly. And at this point, I mean, I think the timeout from Notorious, I believe the coach of Khumbu Esports right here, or the manager, I'm not sure. We're going to have to ask them. Either ways, the timeout being called, the discussion has to be made. Guys, what's going wrong? We were in commanding positions to close off these rounds, but in the last moments, the comms seem to be scattered. And for a team like Khumbu, who relies on their discipline, who relies on their synergy to pull off these rounds, you cannot have the comms being scattered. So I think more than any tactical discussions in this timeout, it's all about just calming down the players and telling them, guys, just get your heads back on straight. You got this, as long as you play your game.
It's easier said than done though, CA.
Yeah.
Because even God Particles has given all they've got. Both these teams, man, they're fighting for their lives. They're fighting for everything. They waited for the entire year, CA, for this opportunity. And they cannot just let it slip by just like that. At least not now. But again, only one can move forward. As in the movie King Kong, it has been said, there can't be 2 Alpha Titans. Only one will move forward.
Now, 7-3 on the board. Even if Khumbu do drop this map, they have the advantage of having one map 1 in the bag for them. But right now, God Particles, I think what is key is to try and make sure that they're able to continue on this momentum. We've seen what a single clutch can do for their team. We saw what that Thrifty did for Khumbu Esports. So God Particles, they've got to make sure that they don't have such stumbles. Need to make sure that they can keep this momentum going and pull it off, because back-to-back rounds by the skin of their teeth does not bode well, Necro. That does not say, it does not tell you that God Particles are winning with a resounding margin the way the scoreline tells you. The scoreline very much says that God Particles are in full control, but I'm not sure if the rounds themselves say the same.
Yeah. But the technical break from God Particles, don't really know exactly why it's over here, but there we go. Finally got it taken care of. 7-3 is the scoreline now. God Particles having a huge momentum and also a cushion to work with. I don't know how things are going to be looking like for Khumbu Esports. Again, you went with a 2-1 God Particles. And it does seem like, at least on the second map, God Particles might just be able to win this one. That's the Trailblazer shut down. Our drone's out too. A nice tack found at Levi. Falls back instantly. Other Trailblazer are out. That's a nice shutdown coming through, but still, now all these flashes flowing in God Particles' direction, but they're still able to keep the momentum going, keep themselves back in the game, and now we're left with a 3-on-5. Viper's Pit inbound to Thin. on the site. He's waiting for any overextensions, but that's not going to be the case. Got Particles in this round. They're being really well calculated and disciplined. They're not going to step out their Viper's pit, but they're equally separated in that. Trades are there, but still, I feel like over here, Acide's operator is going to be a key thing, and they should go for a save. Going for a plant pretty late, too. Look at Slumber. Oh no, going for the spam. Luckily, Emperor crouches down in the nick of time.
Last player standing.
And wow, what a shutdown on the Acide. That's the operator out the game, CA.
Taken out of the game, potentially even Khumbu Esports. Seems like Logi wants to go for more, pushing in through the vents. Doesn't know that Slumber is right here.
Oh my
and
God.
Slumber should be able to put Logi to sleep. But that's all he can do right now, because this is guaranteed an 8-3 for the side of God Particles. Ember finishes it off to secure a team ace for them. And just like that, God Particles, I think, have most likely secured this round. Map in the bag.
One dead.
Team ace.
But a great round again from God Particles. And we expected this coming inside the map of Breeze. We wanted them to dominate, and that's what they're exactly doing. Dominating on the map of Breeze, but the upcoming Decider map is what's going to mean quite a lot. Now, it does come down to how this half will end. If it's on 8-4, maybe it'll be on a good note. If it's on 9-3, not a lot of chances for Khumbu Esports to make a comeback, because God Particles are pretty good, even on defensive half. Still a little bit of missed flashes coming through from both the sides. Flash is definitely buying them a lot of time, but Acide, oh, I don't really know. There's a solo man, it's a solo mission, and trades are happening back and forth over here. Levi as well from the back is trying to bounce back, and now we're left with a 3-on-2. Oh, overextension from the side of Khumbu Esports, punished, and now it's all down to Slumber.
Yeah.
To hold the site down, and they're moving back on the elbow, CA. And Slumber hears each and every single audio cue given away.
Rotate.
Yeah.
Slumber should be able to pop the neural theft, get some information if he heads on towards the bodies of his fallen comrades.
Oh, and it's...
You can see that he knows exactly where they are, and they're going to make sure that with that information in his head, so does go up with it. God Particles now 9-3 on the board, and most likely will be able to secure this map right here, right now, because I think it's an impossible task for Khumbu to come back against a team of God Particles with caliber on a map of their choice and on a map that they feel so damn strong at. Having said that though, if they are to make it happen, I want to see aggressive, proactive plays, very similar to what God Particles did in the first few rounds, and then try to translate those into defaults, but maybe do that for mid-control. That's something we didn't see for God Particles, so maybe Khumbu can make their game work with some mid-control plays being played right here, try to exploit that mid-nest advantage that the defenders have by setting up that smoke lineup, though that's dependent on whether they have it or not.
I mean, we've known God Particles' defensive half looks way stronger compared to the attacking, so if Khumbu Esports wanted a potential chance of winning, they should have tried to get at least a decent amount of rounds on the defensive half, but it's okay. We can't just judge the results before it's in front of us. So we still have to see how things are going to be looking like. Viper walls here. Intentions are pretty clear. They want to go for an A take because the spike's available right there as well. Thin is the man in Sola. It's just waiting for a little bit of more information to try and work off of it. To not step back even more. Khumbu Esports 2 quick kills on the board. Make it 3. And now we're left at a 4-on-2. Ion Sheriff available in the hands of Knight Rider. Scargod is trying his best to equalize the man advantage. But again, it's looking literally tough. Moving in, closing in the distance, trying to get real up close and personal. Great flash from Scargod. Information conveyed. 2 players right there in the front. And oh, a huge whiff coming through. What was that? That's not what we like to see from a man like Knight Rider.
Yeah. A bit of a whip, but to be fair, Khumbu were always in control, so didn't really matter that much. Hey, a huge piss around win for Khumbu Necro, because now with that piss around win, they can focus on playing this anti-eco, recovering that gap in the scoreline, and also denying the operator to Knight Rider in the meantime. As you can see, he's not having the greatest of maps so far. It was very well capped off by that Sheriff spray right there. There's a little bit of a whiff, but
on that one. Khumbu looking to continue their aggression, going for the full B side execute, sending it onto this side. But they've got to be careful because in all of the time they've used to try and get onto site, you can see the wall has been set up. Ember has mid control and a force stack from God Particles in this B side. So now Khumbu, they've rotated back from cannon. They're going to use that drone to get some information while they plan to go for the full drone. Okay, maybe.
Ooh. That's a good tag. And now Khumbu Esports. Again, they're trying to go for the mid take, but it's got Particles who've got the mid control in their hands. Oh, the recon darts out too. Khumbu Esports, the mid take, at least for now, is looking next to impossible because there's just separate, there's just spread throughout the mid.
As soon as Khumbu spot out God Particles trying to rotate onto A, though, they instantly just recircle back to B, knowing that the B side is most likely going to be empty, and their instincts are correct. Levi still on the lurk, holding down elbow. He's going to mostly find himself a couple with a nice flick right there.
That's a great flick for sure. And now look at this. Khumbu Esports, they've got the site control, but they only have one man looking at the site because they clearly have the info that there's no one going to be coming from the back line. So, yeah, a great call from Khumbu Esports, and that's going to seal another round in their pockets. At least another round to try and equalize the numbers of the round wins, I guess.
One enemy remaining.
I'll have to see Necro, because right now this round is crucial. If God Particles lose this round, it's 9-7 on the board for Khumbu, and we've seen how well this team can do with the momentum factor, especially on the attacking half, where on Breeze you can control a lot more of your playstyle, you can control a lot more of the RNG factor coming in through those two clutches that God Particles did find, and it becomes a much easier affair if you have that momentum. Trying to use exactly that, Ascent entering, creating space for his team. He's gonna have the flash come in, but Logi, again, we've seen this before from Khumbu. On Haven, the flash and dash combo was late. On this map of Breeze, the guiding light as well as that aggressive push from Ascent just slightly mistimed. They need to get those timings on.
Trailblazers out just to get a little bit more info. And the attackers now are just being extinguished. It's like the fire's being lit, but the fire's just not getting enough time to spread through. Before even spreading, it's just being extinguished pretty quickly. Khumbu Esports now. They would want to make sure whatever they're doing, it should not just last at the start of the round. Instead, it should be a long-lasting things.
Ten 5 on the board now, though. Still, Knight Rider not able to pick up the operator. So this round again crucial. Getting aggressive though immediately. Knight Rider going for the push. He's backed up by the recon, but it's it. What? I didn't even see Shivy. Oh,
that was a great shot, and did not really expect the man in close. So at least they got the trade. I think so. That's what they're heavily playing off of with, and now Knight Rider pretty much will try to get another couple kills on the board for himself, I guess. Knight Rider able to fall back to safety, but still has a little itch of peeking out. He's going to peek out with two players with Ember. And look at the proactive nature of God Particles kicking in as well. They are giving away complete A site and pretty much opting out for a retake play with the flank. They've got the spike control, and now all they can do is just play with the spike. Or play off of with the spike. Knight Rider as well over here in the flank trying to catch Thin. Thin doesn't really have the full HP to support him, but it's fine. Scar got from the mid. If he's able to get a grip on how Slumber's playing, Slumber's able to shut down Logista. Cypher Diff coming through. Knight Rider shuts him down as well. And now it's a 2-on-2 situation, CA. HP factor supporting Khumbu Esports. But with this heal, Scar got pretty much equalizing it out. Khumbu Esports will get the plant on the board, and now it really depends how things are going to be looking like in this post plant. If Knight Rider is able to sneak away even one single kill on that flank, that means we might as well just call it. But Moonlight, a quick shot onto Scar God to shut down all the talking.
Talking about talking though right now. Knight Rider can still pull it off, but Thin will shut him down. And boy, oh boy, Necro, this map is starting to really heat up. I know it's an island, I know it's the Caribbean islands, it's tropical nature and all of that, but this much heat is not what I expected in this series.
Look, it's afternoon time. The sun's bright in the sky, CA, so makes a lot of sense why the water is boiling, why it's heating up, why are we seeing fumes all over the place.
Well, those last 2 points, Necro. Water boiling and fumes coming out might be due to the radioactive nature of the radionite. Oh my god, that emote! The emote game from all of these teams has been on point.
Wait, I think so. I missed it.
It was like, I think it was Jet like kneeling down with like all rain coming out, like almost like a pressure on the Jet's shoulders emote. There's just so many different emotes. It's really cool to watch. Everyone has their own style, you know? Pretty cool. Pretty cool.
I personally am a person. I mean, I like to spam emotes in other games,
You're a person?
but not.
I didn't know that.
Okay.
I'm sorry.
Both
I
these
thought you were
teams,
an alien!
both these teams pretty much being really disciplined. And it seems like now Khumbu Esports, they're trying to go for an A take. We do have the retake wall too right there, CA, but that's a great find from Slumber. Shut down the man, and they're pretty much using their own wall against them. Oh, look at that. Oh my god. God Particles, they're just being shut down one after the other. They're being striked down with the ban hammer. Or with the strike hammer, my bad.
Thor hammer?
Thor hammer, yeah, that sounds pretty cool.
Mjolnir coming down to personally execute God Particles, bringing Khumbu that much closer. And do remember, this was the full buy round for God Particles, and I tried to had himself an operator. They're not going to be able to retrieve that. But Scargod, the top fragger right now, has his Champions Vandal lit up. Let's see, maybe he can turn up, get some damage done for the side of Khumbu. Not that much.
Ascent peeks out and Val instantly shut down. Great headshot coming through from Scargod. 6-10 is the scoreline, and Scargod still doesn't exactly know how he should play this one out because he has a lot of angles to be taken care of, and you can clearly do see the paranoia set in as well. But yeah, Khumbu Esports finally seems like they're actually able to get a grip on the second half, and somewhere down the line, now they seem like a well-oiled machine, but still, if you talk about God Particles, they have a little cushion to work with.
Let's go.
Right now, for both of these teams, it's quite an interesting situation because while momentum is most definitely in the hands of Khumbu, where God Particles has a significant lead, but on their eco, they tried to get proactive and aggressive. Khumbu expecting it all the way back from that A lobby area, shut them down, and now Ember gonna follow up most likely too. But hold on, Shivi's retrieved himself a Vandal. Can Shivi make that now Vandal glow? We'll have to see.
Nah, Scargods, I'm pretty sure he has a lot of frags on his name right now.
At least metaphorically.
Maybe he can make the enemy skulls glow and let it sparkle out. You know, when you headshot it. But yeah, 3-on-4. They have quite a lot of key ultimates available. That's nice trade coming through from Khumbu Esports. Even if it didn't got taken down. This neutral theft now is pretty much going to reveal the final two men's position. And they know exactly where these two men are coming from. Both of them are going to come from mid. Now all they need to do is just look at one single angle, or maybe have a man who's watching also the defender spawn. But everyone's trying to play it really passive, or complacent as I'd like to call it, on the site. Oh, that's a nice shock dart, CA. Great shock dart coming through. Levi goes down. Shivi's able to make it look so easy. And now the final man's pretty much playing off the post plant. Shivi taps it quickly. Presence seen. Slumber realizes it's being stuck. He finds the diffuser, but not able to find Ember that quickly.
A huge clutch coming through. You can see how pumped up every single player from Khumbu is. Tin just seems to be shocked. You can see his hair is ruffled. They know how close they are, Necro, because a reminder for everyone in chat right now, Khumbu is 1-0 up in this series. I mean, I don't need to give you the reminder. You see it. But Khumbu is 1-0 up in this series right now. So if they're able to secure the win, if they're able to find the victory on this map of Breeze right here, right now, it will mean that they continue on into the losers bracket, ready to face off against Exploit. But a 2-0 or something like God Particles itself will be a huge, huge deal for them. Right now, though, God Particles on the defense, setting up the Viper's pit, and okay, they're Slumber. They're doing some pogo stick impression, able to get on out of there, dodging Knight Rider, and probably getting him a little tilted after that. Like, bro, come on.
Yeah, Knight Rider missed out on a free kill. That could have been a kill that he should not have missed out on like that. Falls back. And now, look at the entire team. Khumbu is right outside the A. They do want to go for a take, while Ascent is all by himself near metal doors, just to try and cause a lot of distraction all by himself. Viper's put out right on the face right there, but the Trailblazer's going to force Ember out the pit, or at least they try to force him out the pit. Hunter's Fury out to try and find the Viper itself, but Ember is a little too sneaky. And now, while Ember not being found, they're left with no other choice rather than to back off and try and go for the B-side take. And they're going for it slowly and steadily.
I think they should just go back to A, because they know Scarguard is on the flank, and since he's running away that quick, someone is bound to come back him up. Instead, they're going to commit to try and isolating Scarguard right here, right now. The bomb flash comes in, but Scarguard takes care of the bird. Is not able to take care of the dudes, though. Simply able to take him down, and now Knight Rider trying to play for time, holding it down for dear life. He finds one, but can he find another? The answer is he doesn't need to. Logi's got his back.
Yeah, Logista from the mid. Scott is back, and also time is a key factor that was running away. So Khumbu Esports kind of started panicking later on because they realized no other choice. It's do or die, and they went for the do, and they died.
Grounded. Spike down B.
$11-8 on the scorecard, Necro. I think this round is effectively going to be the decider, Kyuki.
Kyuki.
You can see the heat of this map and the heat of the rest of our series today, combined with the heat of the Anthem, by the way, which if you haven't witnessed, you definitely should go watch in the break of this series. It's just 2 minutes, you know, so there's always a 2-minute break. But right now it's messing with my brain too. Just too much heat on the Saturday that is today. Too much high octane action. I say too much in a good way though. I always want that much high octane action. It would honestly be a pleasure if every day could be like this. Imagine we see matches like this every day.
Ooh, would be tiring for sure, but again, it's something that I would not want to miss out on.
Yeah, it's the kind of tiring that you go back home and you're satisfied about.
You go back home, you're satisfied about, but again, you need to worry about another fact is that, okay, I still need a little bit of more energy to do something and do this. And when you actually go back home and realize that, it's like when you're actually casting, you don't really realize how exhausted you are. When you go back home and when you sit, that's when you realize, damn, I'm tired.
Yeah, I don't really usually sit. I either end up streaming or I end up crashing.
Yeah.
There's no middle ground.
But yeah, 8-11 is the scoreline, CA, and God Particles having a decent cushion, but again, they should not rely off of on the cushion because Khumbu Esports, they got a little air of momentum and they started working off of it, so they did not want to give them the second wave. Oh my god, what a dash.
Spike down mid.
It's the kind of play that Knight Rider never expected to happen right in front of him. He never expected anyone to dash in front of him like that. And left on a 3-on-3 now. Both these teams are on equal. Nice flick from Scargod to shut down Slumper in a 1-on-3 situation now. Moonlight's left. Khumbu Esports, all hopes, or all eyes on Moonlight right here to try and make this clutch out. The chances are pretty low. It doesn't really have a lot of HP too, CA. So clutch chances definitely looking really low, and now it's impossible.
I think we should get ready to go on to map 3 right here, right now, Necro, because God Particles seem to have got this in the bag. The operator retrieved as well for Knight Rider. Almost ended up in disaster, but Ember there to back him up did mean that Knight Rider's death was not in vain. His team's got his back, and the Hunter was able to turn Khumbu into prey. with a little help from the poisonous girl. Now,
see it.
12-8 on the scorecard. We've got attack timer going, and yeah, Necro, tell me.
I had a little question for you. If you want to be any agent in Valorant, which agent would you want to be?
Astra. Astra. I don't know how to think about it. Astra. So many reasons why. She's the coolest. She's the strongest in terms of superpowers. You know, she literally controls time, and like she's another dimensional, extra dimensional being altogether. And she has the best hairstyle. She has the what else? Best abilities. I guess that's superpowers. I already said that. She's the best. That's pretty much it.
I don't know about the coolest. I feel like the coolest over here has to be Phoenix, and I would want to be Phoenix.
I'll give you that. He comes a very, 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 very close second. But the superpowers clinches it for me.
Okay.
Astra just is more powerful.
I'm going to go with Phoenix, man. I personally love the voice lines of Phoenix, especially when he one-taps someone and he says, embarrassing.
See, the thing is...
Get out of my way!
My partner currently lives in UK, which has made me not so fond of the British accent, so I don't think I want a British accent myself. No.
Okay.
I think that's why another reason why I would not like Phoenix. But wait, what is this? We saw this wall yesterday. I believe it was Exili using it. Yeah, not the greatest of walls. Just to try and go for a hard mid to be execute. But again, I can 100% recommend better walls to do that.
Oh yeah. But again, as long as you're able to find the success, that's all that matters, right? They open the floodgates, easily able to open the flood in the site like a water. And oh, Levi. Look at that. Final man left alive. It's Carcotter trying to clutch it out. And Finn is just playing with his food at this point. Even though he's low, it's not letting him get the kill that easily. There we go. Finally finds a little connection. And that should be more than enough. Oh no, the man's going to close left. Scar. You should check your left side. It doesn't. Moonlight shuts him down. Khumbu Esports. Another round in the pocket, and still it's getting really close for Comfort CA. Maybe the third map will just be, I don't know, man. This is getting a little too close. I expected God Particles to dominate this one.
One day.
I did not. I'll say that. That's why I predicted the 2-1. I expected this matchup to be extremely close, and both the teams have delivered so far. But Khumbu Esports now fighting with their backs against the wall. 3 back-to-back rounds they need to win to try and pull it off. And out of those 3, 2 are going to be hard, which is the round right now and the round immediately after. I mean, the round basically. Because that will be the buy. But Knight Rider aggressively flicks on and puts Slumber to sleep, gets that advantage for the side of God Particles. You can see Khumbu is on the other side of the map. Shivi though with some key crosshair placement, knew exactly where to spam that given that the door is open.
Yeah, 9-12 is the score, and it seems like this one should be sealed by God Particles. Oh, there we go. It seems like finally God Particles, they're able to actually get in the game pretty well. And look at the aim game that they're able to show here, CA. This is the God Particles that we saw. The aim is looking crispy as ever. And God Particles making the score 1-1. This is getting real too close. And keep this in mind, ladies and gentlemen. We are currently in the elimination brackets. That means any of the teams, if they do lose this, they're going to be kicked out the VCC. Not really kicked, but yeah, their journey is going to end from the VCC.
Yeah, exactly. So both of these teams now, with their lives on the line, heading into map 3. We'll have to see which one is really able to step up to the mark, because Khumbu, they made this an extremely close one on the map choice of God Particles. But God Particles did the same on Haven. It shows you that both of these teams are very, very well matched. And going into the final map of the day, as well as this series, I think it is going to be one hell of a thriller, Necro.
Oh yeah, it's definitely going to be a really interesting, and also probably has to be the roller coasters, pretty much like Val Clasico. But again, the teams were kind of like different too, so it's not going to be the same field, but still kind of like Val Clasico. For these players and for the viewers and for the fan base that these players have, it's definitely going to be a huge roller coaster of emotion. So you guys do not want to miss out on the decider map. But the second map being won by God Particles, still barely hanging on the edge. We're probably going to be taking a look at the scoreboard soon to find out how the storylines looked like, because ScarGod was able to activate himself, and later on, it seems like in later rounds, even the entire team of God Particles started to gel up pretty well.
Yeah, God Particles did seem to gel really well. And at this point, they're going to look to move on into map 3, looking to continue with this momentum. Shivi, again, a huge part of that. Scarguard as well. Both of these initiators, if you remember those key clutches they were able to pull off, without those clutches, I think this is a completely different storyline. I think the momentum would have been heavily in Khumbu's favor, and they might have just pulled off an upset here. But look at the headshot percentage, Necro. With the tactical nature, with the discipline, Khumbu have got the cracked mechanical skill as well. I think the only thing this team is lacking is just exposure. They just need to play more and more together.
Yeah, they just need to play more and more together. They need to practice more and more with some international teams as well, moving it forward, not just in their region. As I mentioned, in their region itself, esports isn't really developed that much, so it's really hard for them to find, you know, that much insane level of competition for themselves, because they were just able to steamroll it through in their region itself. So Khumbu Esports pretty much, even over here out of their region, doing this great, giving such a tough fight for God Particles in this best of 3 series, and they are here to prove that even they are an equal caliber team, or even they are here to play the real game, and they do deserve to be in the grand final playoffs of the VCC.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think for both of these teams, making it to that mark will be a significant boost. Necro's hair's got ruffled.
It's gone.
It's been a high-packed day. Look at my hair. It's like all over the face. A part of it is coming into my eyes. And yeah, we just can't help it, guys. There's just been so much in play right here in this series, but we've got some more for you guys. We've always got some more for you guys, some exclusive merchandise that you can pick up. And I know it says lucky winners. I just want to point out that that winners plural part is quite literal. We have more than one winner during the grand final playoffs and the finals weekend, I think, every day.
We're giving up like 4 sets of these giveaways, so yeah, make sure you guys are at least applying for these exclusive merchandise. And all you guys need to do to apply is just go out on your social media accounts and type hashtag VCC giveaway, and also tag at NODWIN Gaming in that post. And now we're going to be moving on to the limited edition hoodies over here, ladies and gentlemen. And to buy these hoodies, go to www.com, www.goalieactive.com, and you guys will be able to buy these exclusive VCC hoodies for yourself.
Yeah, exactly. So make sure you go pick it up, because as you notice, it's a limited edition, so most likely not going to be available for long.
Well, 2 maps out the way in the final best of 3 series of the day. It's time for us to push to a break, and we'll be right back.
Now let me see you go off like a bomb.
drop bombs.
I have lost you, get to thinking why we used to be so high on life. Without you, I don't feel alive. So I'll just keep on being high, high, higher than the sky. Tell me, are you there for me even when I try? Keep on being high. Without you, keep on being high. Without you, keep on being high. I know that you're feeling forsaken, mistaken, wish you were another man. I remember feeling awakened, mistaken, if you thought I'm in that place where you want me to be. But I don't want you back. So it's easy to see when I'm high all the time. 'Cause I have lost you, get to thinking why we used to be so high on life. Without you, I don't feel alive. So I just keep on being high, high, higher than the sky. Tell me, are you there for me even when I try? Keep on being high. Without you, keep on being high. Without you, keep on being high. I know that you're feeling forsaken, mistaken, wish you were another man. I remember feeling awakened, mistaken, if you thought I'm in that place where you want me to be. But I don't want you back. So it's easy to see when I'm high all the time. 'Cause I have lost you, get to thinking why we used to be so high on life. Without you, I don't feel alive. So I just keep on being high, high, higher than the sky. Tell me, are you there for me even when I try? Keep on being high. Without you, keep on being high. Without you, keep on being high.
There's a pyramid of power with eyes that can see it all. Cameras to capture your image at City Hall. Realize they listen whenever you make a call. If you want a revolution, I really give it to y'all. Brain is the army that bands against bands of dead presidents, determining life of mankind of cancerous. How we breathe vapors, green got us bleeding in streets for cheap paper. Assemble the masses, melt the plastic compound, realign when the shit gets drastic. Lift the veil when the system's a mess. It's just another pyramid scheme of government racket. The power with the power with Charles Jurassic. Nation T-Rex with covert tactics. Rise from the ashes, take back the atlas.
Yes, tell the people right now. Pegboard nerds, mods, have you locking at the sound? All of the gal I go passing when me boy I go drop them a coming. Murder. Me are the burning fire and natural born killer. When me bust into flame, watch out some might sting. You better turn it, I am make the bad boy bigger. When they come around, we all go on them. Listen to the word and the fire you caught in the middle. When the flames get higher, put up your gun fingers. Return all of the fire, it's a bad man signal, give a sign. Put your gun finger trigger. Gun finger trigger. Gun finger trigger. Gun finger trigger. Return all of the fire, it's a bad man signal, give a sign. Put your gun finger trigger. Put your gun finger trigger. Put your gun finger trigger. It's a bad man signal, give a sign. Put your gun finger trigger. Me are the burning fire and natural born killer. When me bust into flame, watch out some might sting. You better turn it, I am make the bad boy bigger. When they come around, we all go on them. Listen to the word and the fire you caught in the middle. When the flames get higher, put up your gun fingers. Return all of the fire, it's a bad man signal, give a sign. Put your gun finger trigger. Gun finger trigger. Gun finger trigger. Gun finger trigger. Return all of the fire, it's a bad man signal, give a sign. Put your gun finger trigger. Put your gun finger trigger. Put your gun finger trigger. It's a bad man signal, give a sign. Put your gun finger trigger.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to NODWIN's Valorant Conquerors Championship with Gillette as a grooming partner. I mean, we are having a little sad tones in our voices, and it is a sad news. God Particles were caught using a known exploit in the previous map, so they have been disqualified from the tournament, so that means Khumbu Esports are now going to move forward. It is really sad, CA, but...
Yeah, rules are rules, man, and at the end of the day, this is a known exploit. For a while, I think internationally as well, a lot of teams have been disqualified for using this. So precedent exists and it has to be followed, and that it is what it is what we're going to use to try and move on from this and just look forward to the rest of the tournament. I will say Khumbu Esports, it's not like they don't deserve the win. They played very, very well, so I'm looking forward to their next matchup.
Yeah, so exactly. God Particles being caught using a known exploit in the game, and it's a known one too. It's existed in the game since a long time now, and still being a pro team utilizing those known exploits. So of course, the rules are rules, and they will be followed in the VCC too. So they are now being pretty much disqualified from the tournament. So Khumbu Esports, they get the win over here by 2-0, and now they're going to be moving in forward. against Team Exploit. Khumbu Esports and Team Exploit is going to be in one of those games that's going to be really interesting. You were talking about this, how interesting it can be, and how you want to see or how you want to take a look at this one, because you said, even more so God Particles, you really do feel like Khumbu Esports can be a tougher match for Team Exploit.
Yeah, definitely. And I'm excited to see how that matchup goes about. But a little bit of good news to, make sure that the bad news is not all we bring to you. We've got 4 of these giveaway winners. So a big congratulations to Sambhav, Vikram, Harshit, and Devang. GG's, guys.
Oh, congratulations, ladies and gentlemen. You actually won yourself a nice VCC set, the exclusive merchandise. 4 winners right here, ladies and gentlemen. In Grand Final playoffs every single day, we're choosing out 4 winners. So hey, congratulations for all of you. Hopefully you enjoy the merch and all the goodies that are going to be delivered right to your doorstep. Overall, moving forward, of course, we have to end the day on a sad note, but it's fine. Tomorrow's day should make up for it, because again, tomorrow we have some exciting matches lined up, CA.
Yeah, exactly. It's going to be a jam-packed day with 2 more teams trying to make their way into the Grand Finals weekend. So far from today, we've got Team Velocity Gaming, as well as Enigma Gaming making their way into the Grand Finals playoffs.
Yeah.
Tomorrow, we'll have a team from Pakistan, a team from Nepal, a team from Sri Lanka, all trying to make their mark, and a team from Bangladesh. I'm sorry, Exidi. All trying to get their region into that top 2 mark, because India already has its representatives there.
Yeah, they've already got 2 slots over there, up there. God Particles was another one, but unfortunately got caught using an exploit, and now they're pretty much out the tournament. So sad ending for sure, but had a great day today, not gonna lie. It's always like something, when things are going absolutely great, when things are going, really well aligned, it has to be something that needs to be kind of like there to just, stop all the happiness, and that's what exactly happened. But with that being said, we have to end things on a sad note, but do not worry. Tomorrow, we're going to be back with some more banger games, so you guys will have something more to enjoy for. But for now, it's going to be me, Necro, and CS signing off.
Now let me see you go off like a bombs.
So high in life, without you, I don't feel alive. So I'll just keep on the sky. Tell me, are you there for me even when I try? Keep on being high. Without you, keep on being high. Without you, keep on being high. I know that you're feeling forsaken, mistaken, wish you were another man. I remember feeling awakened, mistaken, if you thought I'm in that place where you want me to be. But I don't want to want you back, so it's easy to see when I'm high all the time. 'Cause I'm only who could leave this town. And when you're feeling like you're burning out, I will remind you that you're a superstar and you don't need a golden crown. 'Cause everybody needs a hero now. And when the weight is like 1,000,000 pounds, I'll stand behind you. 'Cause you're a superstar, superstar. 'Cause you're a superstar, superstar. 'Cause you're a superstar, you're the superstar and you don't need a golden crown. 'Cause everybody needs a hero now. And when the weight is like 1,000,000 pounds, I'll stand behind you. 'Cause you're a superstar, superstar. 'Cause you're a superstar, superstar. You're a superstar. Superstar.